we have an exciting panel to re-energize your afternoon. Hello everyone. Welcome back from lunch. We have an exciting panel to re-energize your afternoon. Joining us is Aditya Ghosh, a prominent business leader who has made significant strides in aviation and hospitality.
Hello everyone.
Aditya was the former president of Indigo,
we have an exciting panel to re-energize your afternoon.
He
Joining us is Aditya Ghosh,
India's
a prominent
newest
business leader
and
who has made significant strides in aviation and hospitality.
With a law degree
Aditya
from Delhi
was the
University,
former president
Aditya's
of
career
Indigo,
is a testament
where he led
to his dynamic leadership and innovative
back
spirit.
from lunch.
He co-founded
We
an
have
exciting
exciting
panel
panel
to
to re-energize your afternoon.
Associate Professor at the University of
a prominent business leader
with a law
as an
degree
expert
from
in
Delhi University,
sustainable
development,
development,
radical leads critical
Hello
research on
everyone.
zero carbon emissions and climate change
We have
governance.
an exciting
Her
panel
work
to re-energize your
focuses on how
afternoon.
societies can
He
improve
joins
social
our
well-being
professor at the
while protecting
University
the
of
environment.
Oxford. As an
Making
expert
her a key
in
voice in
sustainable
the global
development,
sustainability
Radhika
dialogue.
leads critical
Please
research
join
on
me
zero
in
carbon
welcoming
emissions.
Aditya Ghosh and our moderator, Dr. Radhika Ghosh, who is dynamic leadership societies can improve well-being while protecting the environment. Making her a key voice in the global sustainability dialogue.
A prominent business
Please join me in welcoming Aditya Ghosh and our on zero carbon emissions and climate well-being while protecting the environment.
As an
Making her a key voice in the global sustainability
Radhika
dialogue.
leads critical
Please
research
join
on
me
zero
in
carbon
welcoming
emissions.
Aditya Ghosh and our moderator, Dr. Radhika Ghosh.
Lunch, and I'm so pleased to have a chance to talk with Aditya on a stage. We've not had that before. So this session is about sustainability.
Well, thank you all for being here. Thank you for coming post lunch, and I'm so pleased to have a chance to talk with Aditya on a stage. We've not had that before. So
yeah, we didn't
this
talk
session
about
is about
aviation or
sustainability. It's
sustainability,
about
so
aviation,
it's good to
and
catch up. We're talking about India. We're talking about sustainability, and
so yeah, we didn't talk about
every time we
aviation
talk
or
about
sustainability.
or
so
I
it's-
teach
it's
about
good-
India,
it's good to
there's this
catch up.
particular duality that we have to always grapple with when we think about climate
we're
change.
talking
And
about
the
India,
country,
we're talking
which is
about
that
sustainability,
India is
and
one of the largest annual
it's-
emitters
every
of
time we talk
greenhouse
about,
gases, but it
or
has
I
one
teach
of the
about
lowest
India, there's
per
this
capita
particular duality
greenhouse
that we
gas
have to always
emissions,
grapple
right?
with when we
And it's
think
this
about
really
climate change. And the
interesting,
country,
unique
which is that
trajectory of
India
growth.
is one of the largest
But
annual
we're
emitters
looking at a
of
future
greenhouse
where we need
gases,
more
but it has
energy,
one of
where
the
we have
lowest
much
per
higher
capita
consumption, and we
greenhouse
need to do
gas
it with fewer
emissions, right?
emissions.
And
we've
it's this
never
really
had that
interesting,
situation before.
unique
We've had more
trajectory
consumption
of
with more
growth.
emissions.
But
in
we're
that
looking at a
world
future
of
where we need
emissions
more
and more
energy, where we have
consumption,
much higher
aviation
consumption,
is
and we need to
particularly
do it with
interesting
fewer
because the way
emissions.
in which
And
we
we've never
have
had that
engaged with
situation
aviation
before.
even
We've
as a
had more
country has
consumption with
changed
more
dramatically,
emissions.
in large part to do
And
with Indigo,
you know, in that world
actually.
of more emissions and more
So at the
consumption,
moment, aviation is about
is
2%
particularly, you know,
of
in that
global
world
greenhouse
of
gases,
more
of
emissions and
carbon
more
emissions,
consumption, aviation
emissions
even as a
actually,
country
and if
has
we
changed
include other
dramatically, in large
polluting
part to
gases
do with
around
indigo.
aviation, it's about 3%.
Actually,
So at the
aviation even as a
so
country
at the
has
moment,
changed dramatically, in large part to do with indigo.
that is the size of carbon. Sustainable aviation fuels are very much seen as a fast way to get the aviation industry to become
Sustainable
more
aviation
sustainable.
fuels are
And,
one way
the way that we think about sustainable aviation fuels is that basically they will replace kerosene, and they're either made of biofuels that technically replace kerosene. Perhaps within that kind of context of where we are
fuels
with
is that
sustainable
basically they
aviation
would
fuels
replace
debate,
kerosene,
which
and
sound
they're
great
either
and
made of
promising, but at the
biofuels
same
or
time they're about
synthetic
0.2%
materials. So
of
perhaps,
global
you know,
jet
within
supply.
that,
So
within
that's
that
very,
kind
very
of
low.
context of where
Within
we are
that
with
context,
the sustainable
Akasa
aviation
Airlines
fuels
wants to
debate,
be the
which
most
sound great
green
and
airline
promising, but
in
at the
India,
same
and it has
time
this
they're about
wonderfully ambitious goal.
0.2%
So
of
tell us a
global
little bit about
jet
it. Tell
supply.
us,
So that's
you
very,
know,
very
tell us
low.
about
Within
the
that
dream, but
context,
also
Akasa
the
Airlines
reality
wants
of
to be
how we
the
get
most
from 0 to
green
2%
airline
globally
in
to
India, and it has this
making it
wonderfully
India's most
ambitious
green
goal.
airline.
So tell us a little bit
Thank
about
you,
it.
thank
Tell
you,
us,
Radhika.
you know, tell us about
at
the
Akasa,
dream, but
we-
also the reality
this kind
of
of
how we get
audacious
from 0.02%
dream. I
globally
don't
to
even know if
actually
it's a
making
goal.
it India's most green
Because,
airline.
So
Thank
what
you,
I
thank you, Radhika.
mean by that is,
Look, I mean, at Akasa,
this
we
is a different company, but
we have this kind of
tell you about
audacious
this company as well.
dream.
called,
I don't even know if it's a
the Plane
goal,
Company.
because
But
So
essentially,
what
at
I
Akasa, we've got this
mean by
kind of
that is
ambition that we want to be the greenest
this is a different company,
airline
but
in the
I'll
world.
tell you
on
about this
that
company as well. Called,
and this
the
is
E-Plane
a
company.
long journey.
But
Talking about
essentially at
sustainable
Akasa, we've
aviation
got this
fuel,
kind of
the biggest issue
ambition
right now
that we
is
want to be
there's
the
just not
greenest
enough.
airline in the
There's
world.
not enough supply
at
of
some day.
SAF.
And this is
and
a
therefore
long journey.
there is also a huge
Talking about
cost that
sustainable
comes with
aviation fuel, the biggest
We have this
issue
goal
right
in
now
India
is there's just
that,
not enough.
we want to
There's
get
not enough
100
supply
million
of
customers
SAF.
flying on 10%
And therefore
10%
there is
blended,
also a
you know,
huge cost
SAF
that comes
by
with it.
2030.
We
That
have
in
this goal
itself
in India
is
that
going to
we
cost
want to get,
about
100 million
$340
customers
more
flying
than
on
just on ticket
10%
prices
10%
from what
blended,
the actual price is.
SAF by 2030.
Plus, there is
That in
this
itself
whole issue
is
of
going to cost about
where will we get
$340
enough
million more
fuel,
than
enough
just on
SAF
ticket prices.
without
on what the actual price is.
impacting food security and
plus there is
you know,
this
change
whole-
in crop
whole
patterns
issue of,
and so on and so forth.
Where
so
will we
we've got
get
we've got
enough
a really this
fuel, enough
challenge
SAF
going on
without
and before that,
impacting
Radhika,
food
I'll double down and
security
I'll agree with you. We've got this very
change in
strange
crop
situation where,
patterns and so on and so forth.
with the
So we've got
such
a really this
aircraft
challenge
underpenetrated
going
market.
on. And before that, Radhika,
that
I'll double down and I'll agree
will
with
be
you. We've got this
rise
very
in
strange
air
situation where
That absolutely
with the
will mean
we are in such
there will
a
be no more
aircraft
energy consumption.
underpenetrated market.
Sorry, can I just
Yeah,
ask
that
what's the kind of projection
there
you
will
see
be
for
rise in
aircraft
air
consumption
transportation.
rise, and also just how that's
That
changed, say,
absolutely will
pre-Indigo and
mean
post.
there will be no more energy consumption.
When
Yeah.
when I signed on that 100 aircraft order, the first 100 aircraft order for
consumption
Indigo
rise,
back in
and also just how
2005,
that's changed, say,
the entire
pre-Indigo
Indian
and post.
aviation industry had about 110 airplanes.
When I
Today,
signed on that
India has
100 aircraft
about,
order, the first
give or
100
take,
aircraft
600
order for Indigo
airplanes in
back
the
in
country,
2005,
right?
the entire
And
Indian
we have
aviation
more than
industry
1,000 airplanes
had about
on order.
110 airplanes.
But it still is one of the most
Today,
underpenetrated aircraft
India
markets in the
has
world.
about, give or take, 600 airplanes in the
even
country.
in absolute
right?
terms, we are going to see
And we
double
have
or
more than
triple the
1,000
number of
airplanes on order.
airplanes in the country over the next
But
10
it
to
still
15
is
years.
one of the most underpenetrated
But
aircraft
even that, I
markets in
think,
the
will
world.
not be enough to make
So,
air travel affordable.
even in
and-
absolute
and
terms, we are going to
democratized,
see double or triple the number of
now-
airplanes in
And
the
then
country
there is this
over the
other
next
thing,
10 to
when
15
you look
years.
at that, today
Even that, I think,
aviation
will not be enough
in
to
India
make
contributes to about
air travel
1%. Globally, it's
affordable
about
and
2% to 3%,
democratized.
depending on how you look at it.
Um,
in India, it's about
now-
1%.
And then
But
there is this
as
other thing, when you
ground
look at that,
transportation becomes
today
more and more electric
aviation
and zero emission.
in India contributes to
And
about
air
1%.
transportation
Globally, it's
is
about
not
2%
going to be
to
able
3%,
to,
depending on how
get
you look
to
at
that
it.
point.
In India,
As a
it's about
percentage,
1%.
actually,
But
we are going to look
as
even worse,
ground transportation
in
becomes
the
more
next
and
30
more
years.
electric and zero emission,
So
and
I
air
kind of see this
transportation is
as
not going
a
to be able
journey
to
where-
get to that
where
point. As a
realistically, I feel
percentage,
SAF
actually,
is some-
we are going
some
to look
distance
even
away.
worse.
I
in the
we'll
next
start
30
doing
years.
blended. Fortunately,
So
maybe some
I
of
kind
you
of
already
see
know
this
but,
as a journey where
the use of sustainable
where
aviation fuel, the good
realistically, I
news
feel
is that does not
SAF
require
is
any aircraft
some
modification.
distance away.
We don't require any modification
we'll start
to
doing
our
blended.
airplanes to start using
Fortunately,
SAF. Thank God for
maybe
that.
some of you already know this,
Right.
but
But
the
before
use
that,
of
I think there are
sustainable aviation
several
fuel,
other
the good
things that
news
will
is that does not require
So
any
these
aircraft
engines that you're
modification.
seeing on the screen,
We don't require
which
any
Akasa
modification
uses,
to our airplanes to
these
start
actually
using SAF.
already
Thank
burn
God for that,
20%
at
less
least.
fuel
Right.
than the
But before that, I think there are several other things that will happen.
comparable engines on
So,
some of
these
the other
engines that you're
airplanes
seeing on the
that we
screen,
produce.
which Akasa
The winglets
uses,
that you see on the
these
side,
actually
those
already
things that
burn
are stuck
20% less fuel
sticking out at the
than
end.
the comparable,
It again means that we are able
comparable
to
engines
create
on
better
some of the
lift,
other airplanes
more
that we
efficient
would
lift,
use.
and therefore we are able to
The winglets that
again
you
save.
see on the side, those things that are
But then there are other things
sticking
that,
out at
that
the
we are
end.
beginning to do.
It again means that we are
for
able
example,
to create
direct
better lift,
routing.
more
Right, so
efficient
when you
lift,
go from,
and
let's say, you're
therefore we
flying
are able
from Delhi to
to
Bangalore,
again save fuel.
It doesn't go like a straight line.
But then there are other things
you're
that we are
going
beginning to
over
do.
various points, and it's a zigzag.
For example,
depending
direct
on
routing.
which waypoint
Right,
you're
so when
going
you
on.
go from, let's say, you're flying from
Now,
Delhi to Bangalore,
using what we call
it doesn't
RNAV,
go like
better
a
navigation
straight
systems,
line.
we're able to get more and
you're
more
going
direct
over
routings,
various
right?
points.
So that
and it's a
basically means that
zigzag,
we're able to save
depending
save
on
more
which
fuel.
waypoint you're going after.
The kind of
Now, using what we call
the kind of flap
RNAV, better
settings that we
navigation
use
systems,
when we
we're
come
able to
into
get
land,
more and more
right?
direct routings. Right?
Reduces
So
the
that
amount
basically
of,
means that we're able to
fuel that we are burning.
save more fuel.
Some of these things are a little bit more
the
common.
kind of flap settings that we use when we come into
single
land,
engine taxi
right?
out. So instead of
reduces
single
the
engine
amount
taxi out,
of
single engine taxi
fuel
in.
that we are burning.
So when we are
some of
pushing
these
the
things
aircraft out
are
or putting the
a little bit
aircraft
more
in,
common.
we will shut off one engine so that
Something
we are
called a
able
single
to
engine
conserve.
taxi out. So instead of single engine taxi out,
and then
single
there
engine
are
taxi
things
in.
which,
So when we are
for example,
when
you
we
saw
are
those orange-colored
pushing the
uniforms. There's a
aircraft out
picture
or
of
pulling the
flight
aircraft
attendants wearing
in,
orange
we will
colored
shut off
orange
one
and gray.
engine so that we are able to conserve.
That uniform is basically made out of recycled
and then there are
marine
things
plastic
which,
waste.
for example, you saw
The
those
soles on the
orange-colored
shoes
uniforms.
are
There was a
recycled
picture
rubber.
of the flight attendants
Now, is that
wearing
going to save the
orange-colored
world? No.
uniform, orange and grey.
But having said that, I think these
uniform
are ways
is basically made out of recycled marine plastic
culture
waste.
That in Akasa we call
The
it
soles on the shoes are recycled
green,
rubber.
green tarmac.
Now, is that going to
for
save the
future?
world? No.
Or for that
But having
matter,
said that, I think these are ways that you can start creating a
in the
culture
aviation world, there's this,
that in Akasa we call it
this
a
whole
green
tradition of
tarmac.
doing
Can
this
we create
water
a
cannon
green
salute,
tarmac
right?
for the
New
future?
airplane comes in, or you
Or for that
start a
matter,
new
you know,
route, you come in and there are these two fire tenders, pushing water through, and it's like
in the aviation world,
like
there's this whole tradition of doing this water cannon salute.
We don't do
right?
that.
When a
We-
new
we
airplane
save
comes in, or you start a new
360,000
route,
liters of
you come in
water
and there are these
just
two
in the last
fire
1 year
tenders,
by not doing
pushing water through,
water
and it's like
cannon
a
so I think
an
it's a
umbrella of
combination
water.
of culture.
We don't do that.
Small
We've saved
steps that we can take
360,000
straight away,
liters of water
right? Whether it's
just in the last
uniform or
1 year by
shoes or
not
the
doing water cannon
sustainable
salutes.
paper that we use for our packaging.
So I think it's a
and so on and so forth.
combination
The
of
ink that
culture,
we use on our
small
packaging and so on
steps
and
that
so
we
forth,
can
to
take
bigger
straight
things
away,
like SAF.
right? Whether it's the
India,
uniform,
I
or the
think,
shoes, or the
has
sustainable
the
paper that
potential
we
of being a
use for our
big
packaging,
SAF producer.
and so on and so forth. The
We
ink that
create
we
about
use on
180 million
our
tons
packaging, and so on and so
of
forth, to bigger
feedstock
things like SAF.
that can be used
India,
for,
I think,
for
has
producing SAF.
the
Can I
potential
just ask
of
on
being a
that? So in
big
the EU,
SAF producer.
The target
We
is
create
2%
about 180
SAF by
million tons
2025,
of
and I think it's 70%
feedstock
by 2050.
that can be
So
used
even
for,
the EU,
for
it's still 70%
producing
by
SAF.
2050.
Can I just ask on that?
Where,
So in the
do
EU,
we have any targets in
the
India
target
around
is
that, or do you have
2%
targets for
SAF by
ASEAN around
2025,
that?
and I think
So,
it's 70% by
so I think
2050. So even
let's
for
look
the
at it
EU,
in three
it's still
different ways.
70% by 2050.
In Akasa,
Where,
our target
do
is
we have any
just to
targets in India
continuously
around that, or do you
improve
have
on-
targets for
on the
Akasa
total
around
amount
that?
of fuel
So,
that we are burning per ASK.
So I think
Per available
let's look at
seat.
it in three different ways.
That should be a combination
In
of
Akasa,
total
our
amount
target
of
is
aviation turbines.
just to continuously improve
so that is a
on
combination
the total
of,
amount of fuel that we are
like I
burning
said,
per ASK.
kind of fuel
per
we're burning,
available seat
how we're
kilometer.
burning that fuel, kind of engines and
that should be a
technology we're using, and the
combination
operational
of a total
stability,
amount of
operational
aviation
procedures
turbine
that we
fuel.
use. So that's
So that is a
the
combination
second way to look
of,
at it is that I think, like
like
I said, in India we've now got
kind
a,
of fuel
got a
we're burning,
target
how we're
that by
burning that fuel,
2030,
kind of
which is not a
engines and
long time
technology
away,
we're using, and the
right? It's only
operational
about 1800 days
stability,
away.
operational procedures that we use. So that's
We want to
what-
get to 100 million customers.
The second way to
flying
look at it is
with
that
10%
I think, like I said, in India we've now
Just to put it in
got a
perspective,
target
India
that by
carries
2030, which is not a long
give or
time away,
take about
right? It's only about
200 million
1800 days away.
customers a year. So
We
100
want to
million
get to
customers flying
100 million
10% blend
customers
is not
flying
a
with 10%
small
blend.
target. You know,
Right.
it's a pretty
Just to
ambitious
put it in
target.
perspective,
And
India
are you
carries about,
using
give or take,
chemical-based
about
SAF or
200 million
biofuel-based
customers
SAF?
a year.
Biofuel.
So
But
100 million
that's- I want to
customers
ask you
flying on
about
10%
that.
blend is not a
So maybe we can
small
explain that a
target.
little
Yeah,
bit to
yeah,
the
yeah.
audience,
It's a pretty
right?
ambitious
So,
target.
yeah.
You see,
And
synthetic,
are you using
is where we need
chemical-based
to go
SAF
because
or biofuel-based
I mean,
right
SAF?
now it's
obvious, just in
biofuel.
case-
But that's,
just
so I
imagine
want to
that
ask you about
farmers
that.
suddenly realize
So maybe
around
we
the
can
world
explain that a little
Yeah,
bit to
yeah,
the audience,
really
right?
You
So,
see,
yeah.
you see,
lucrative,
synthetic,
money making,
is where we need to go because
thing of growing,
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
jatropha
Just in
and
case,
various
just
other
imagine
types
that
of
if
feedstock
farmers
that
suddenly
can
realize
that can
around
get
the
to
world
aviation
that
fuel,
there is
which will
this
be
really cool,
much more of a
lucrative,
cash crop.
money
They'll suddenly
making,
stop producing food,
thing of growing,
right, and which can create massive
jatropha
imbalance
and various
in
other
the
types
world.
of feedstock
So
that
therefore, I think
that can get to
while on
aviation
one
fuel,
side
which
we're
will
trying to
be
solve for
much more of a
SAF,
cash crop. This
On the
suddenly
other side,
stop
we've got to kind of
producing
keep in
food,
mind
right? And
much
which can create
larger
massive
issues that
imbalance
impact all
in
of
the
us.
world. So therefore,
but also,
I think,
I was saying
while
that I'm
on
going to
one
talk
side
about this
we're trying to
other company
solve
that you
for
saw, right?
SAF,
Yeah.
on the other side we've got to kind of keep
when we
in
think about
mind
aviation, we immediately
much
start thinking
larger
about
issues that
long-haul
impact
passenger
all of
airlines.
us. But also,
I feel that
I was saying that I'm going to talk about this other company that you saw, right?
A bunch of billion $1
So I
ideas.
feel that when we think about aviation,
and some
we
of them
immediately
will
start
come
thinking
from
about
smaller
long-haul
aircraft
passenger
moving
airlines.
to electric.
I feel that
or some kind of a
the
hybrid.
journey is going
People
to be
are
more
beginning to get excited about
a
hydrogen,
bunch
for
of
instance.
billion $1
So
ideas.
E-plane, the company that
And
you
some of
saw
them
that
will
little
come
prototype
from
flying just a
smaller
short while
aircraft
back.
moving to electric
E-plane is the world's
or some kind of a
most
hybrid.
compact,
People are
long-range
beginning to get
big
excited about hydrogen,
airplane
for
that is being
instance.
built.
So E-plane, the company
So,
that you saw
sitting in
that
the
little
West,
prototype flying
actually,
just a
Pranav
short
is
while
an early
back.
investor. Yeah, Pranav is an
E-plane
early
is the
investor.
world's most compact long-range electric
all these
airplane
other companies
being
that you
built,
think
right?
that you might have heard of.
So,
Archer, Joby,
sitting in the
etc.,
West,
etc.
actually Pranav is an
Either
early
they are
investor.
very large footprint.
Pranav is an early investor. Thank you.
15-meter wingspan, right? 15-meter wingspan. If you need to,
all these
land
other
it
companies
somewhere
that
and
you
take off
think
somewhere,
that you
need
might have heard
helipads all over
of,
the place.
Archer, Joby, etc., etc.
So
Either
that
they
then
are
limits
very
the
large
kind of
footprint.
real
15-meter
urban mobility
wingspan, right?
that
15-meter
one wants to-
wingspan. If you need to
one wants to
land it somewhere and take
The
off
second
somewhere,
is
you need
they are-
helipads all over the place.
They are either very slow speed
So that then limits the kind of
and long range, or
real
they're very high
urban
speed and
mobility
short
that
range,
that one wants to
E-plane is the only
second is they are
aircraft
they are
vertical
either
eVTOL
very slow
aircraft that is
speed
being developed
and
in a
long range, or they're
5-meter
very high speed
wingspan.
and short range, right?
long range.
E-plane
slow
is
speed,
the only
so therefore
only
it can do multi-hop and
aircraft
fast charging.
vertical eVTOL
So it'll be
aircraft that is
piloted,
being
two
developed,
people.
which is in a
It just
5-meter
literally takes off.
wingspan,
So 5 meters, it can land on top
long
of buildings.
range,
It can
slow
land
speed,
on top of what
so
are called
therefore it can do
vertiports,
multi-hop
right?
and fast
And you can
charging.
imagine very congested
So it'll be
cities.
piloted, two
in
people.
India, in Bangladesh, in
It just
Indonesia,
literally
and all over
takes
the
off.
place,
So
right?
5
Or
meters,
even
it can land
Los
on top of
Angeles or
buildings.
anywhere.
It can
Right?
land
You
on
can
top
have
of what are called
literally
vertiports.
hundreds of them flying around.
And you can imagine very congested
multi-
cities.
So it's
In India,
it's in
in
it's in the
Bangladesh, in
subscale
Indonesia,
prototype
and
stage
all over the
right now,
place,
going
right?
through
Or
its
even
design certifications,
Los Angeles or
etc.
anywhere.
We should
Right?
have
You can
a
have
scaled
literally
prototype
hundreds
ready
of them
by
flying around.
end of next
right?
year, with production
So
in
it's
about
it's in
couple
the
years
subscale prototype stage right now,
so what
going
I'm-
through its
and
design
then all
certifications,
these
etc.
so-called what we call
We should
private
have
jets, right? I
a
mean,
scaled
colloquially.
prototype ready
Many
by
of them will become
end of
next
next year.
So I think before
with
we get to
production in
passenger
about
airlines,
another
some
couple
of
of years
this
later.
sort of
So
zero
what
emission,
and then
more
all
sustainable,
these so-called what we call private
methods will
jets, right? I
begin
mean,
to solve.
colloquially,
Yeah, no, that's
many of them will
interesting.
become
Sorry,
electric.
sorry,
So I
Radha,
think
interrupted you.
before we get to passenger airlines,
the other bit
some of this sort
where
of
a lot of
zero
rapid,
emission,
you
more
know,
sustainable
development will happen, will be on
methods will begin to
logistics,
solve.
on cargo.
No, that's
you know.
interesting. Tell me
And
something.
sorry, Radhika, I interrupted you.
Cargo movement.
The other
of
bit
50 kg, 100 kg,
where
200 kg movement.
a lot of
right?
rapid
that will happen much
development
faster.
will happen
Sinha was there.
will be on
I think
logistics,
earlier,
on
Jayant
cargo.
was definitely instrumental in the drone
electric
policy.
drones,
So
cargo movement.
In India, another
of
one that's
50
happening
kg, 100 kg,
is,
200 kg
is,
movements, right? That
crop,
will happen much faster. Mr.
spraying
Sinha was there.
with,
I think
with
earlier,
these drones and
Jayant
these,
was definitely instrumental in the drone
with
policy.
these sort of, vehicles.
So in India, another one that's happening
up to 500
is
kgs, these vehicles
crop
are certified as
spraying with these
In
drones
the-
and these
in the EU, if I'm not
with
mistaken,
these
it is
sort
about
of,
100 kilos.
vehicles.
The
In
moment they
India,
go beyond 100 kilos, then they are in
up
that
to
aircraft
500
category,
kgs.
which basically means
These vehicles
it's a
are
much
certified
longer,
as
complex
drones.
this thing, and that's why no wonder
in
you're not
the-
being able
in
to
the
see
EU,
as much
if I'm not mistaken,
rapid
it is about
development as we're
100
seeing in India.
kilos.
I'm sure.
The moment they go
Mr.
beyond 100 kilos,
you
then
have
they're
to
in
watch
that
the 4
aircraft
o'clock
category,
session
which
with Mr.
basically
Pai,
means
okay?
it's a much
like,
longer, complex
have a pen
this thing,
ready,
and
the
that's
kind
why
of
no wonder
statistics he will
you're
give
not
you.
being able to see
You will be
as
blown
much
away with
rapid
what's happening
development
in
as we're
India
seeing in
and how
India. I'm sure,
rapidly it's happening.
you
Sorry,
have
I
to watch the
interrupted.
4 o'clock
that's
session with
really
Mr. Pai, okay?
interesting, and I'm going to ask a last
like,
question and then
have
turn
a
it to the
pen
audience.
ready. The kind of statistics
So
he will
one-
give you,
I mean, there are two
you will be
questions actually,
blown
but
away with
one
what's
is,
happening in
what
India
happens to
and
the
how rapidly
frames
it's
of
happening.
aircrafts,
Yeah.
right? Like
Sorry,
these-
I interrupted
No,
you a couple of
that's
times.
Really
it's a piece of
interesting, and
infrastructure
I'm
in
going to ask
some
a last
sense.
question and
We
then
use
turn
it
it to
for
the audience.
a few decades.
So
what happens to that?
I mean, there are two
And
questions actually.
Given
but
that,
one
there's
is,
probably not a
what
great story
happens
to
to
tell
the
around that.
frames of
We're going to
aircrafts,
be,
right? Like these,
how do we get towards zero emissions?
it's a piece of infrastructure in some sense. We use it for a few decades. What happens to that? And given that, there's probably not a great story to tell around that. We're going to be, how do we
address
get
that question because
towards
that's the last
zero
question. Can I address
emissions
that question
aviation
both for
future?
aircraft as well as for ground transportation?
Is there a role of CDR, of carbon dioxide
So let me start off with
removal,
aircraft.
within that?
What happens is,
look,
there is a
absolutely. Can I address that question because that's the last question? Can I address that question both for aircraft as well as for ground transportation?
The very latest technology.
So let me start off with aircraft.
Latest aerodynamics.
What happens is there is a inbuilt incentive and a mechanism in countries like India
then look at
to have very, the very latest
we are
technology, the
constantly
very
looking for better
latest
wing design
aerodynamics
and so on
and so forth. Because our fuel prices
I
are
think
just so
most
high.
of us in the aviation business
Where
feel
fuel
that
prices
the
are so
next
high,
big leap
entrepreneurs then look at various ways to try to reduce
in
it.
fuel
So therefore, we are
saving
constantly looking
or
for
less
better
carbon
wing
emission,
design
less
and so on
noise
and so forth.
will come less from
I think
engines,
most
but
of
will
us
now
in the
begin to
aviation
start
business
coming
feel
from
that the
wing design,
next
etc.
big leap
Even in the electric
in fuel
airplane,
saving
E-plane, we are using this
or less
synergistic,
carbon emission,
wing
less
design,
noise will
which
come
then
less
helps
from
us with
engines
better
but will now
lift
begin to
and
start
less
coming from
energy
wing
consumption.
design, etc. Right?
So
even
now,
in the electric
when you look at countries or regions
airplane,
of the world where
and E-plane, we
fuel
are
is
using the
not as
synergistic
expensive,
wing design,
no wonder you see
which
these
then
airplanes
helps
running
us
around
with
for
better
30,
lift
40 years.
and less energy
And I think there
consumption.
has to be some market
Now,
mechanism
when you look
or
at
some regulatory
countries or
mechanism
regions of the
to
world
say,
where fuel is not as
just
expensive,
because fuel is
no wonder you see
less
these airplanes
expensive
running
here
around
and
for
you
30,
can
40 years.
afford to keep burning
And I think
it,
there has to
you're
be
going to keep
some
using
market
these planes for the next
mechanism
30, 40,
or some
50 years,
regulatory
or at least
mechanism
30 to 40
to
years.
say, you know what,
I think there has to be some regulatory
just because fuel is
disincentive to do
less expensive
because in
here
a
and
place
you
like
can
India, we have an
afford to keep
incentive
burning
to
it,
actually,
you're going to keep using these
Indigo
planes
or
for the
even
next
Akasa,
30, 40, 50
we
years,
flush out
at
our
least
planes
30
every
to
6
40
to 9
years.
years.
I think there has to
So
be some
we just don't
regulatory
use older
disincentive
airplanes.
to do that, right?
They just
Because in
will
a
then
place like
be
India,
leased
we
out
have an incentive to
to
actually,
some other
like
airline,
Indigo or even
probably
at
in some other
Akasa,
part of the world.
we flush out our planes
Because
every 6 to 9
it helps us
years.
in fuel savings,
So
it
we
helps
just
us in
don't
maintenance
use
costs,
older airplanes.
and so on and so forth.
They just will then be leased
Now,
out to some other
similarly, for example,
airline,
in
probably in
ground
some other part of the
transportation,
world.
right? You saw this
Because it
video of
helps
this bus
us in
company,
fuel savings, it helps us in maintenance costs,
We have the
and so on
mayor
and
of
so
Surat,
forth.
I think, here
Now,
today participating. I definitely
similarly,
met him
for
at
example,
lunch.
in ground
So
transportation, right?
we, in this
you saw
company
this
called Green
video
Cell
of this
Mobility,
bus company.
we operate
Nugo.
1,100 all
We have the
electric
mayor of
buses in
Surat, I think, here.
And when I say that,
today participating,
many
I
people
definitely
think,
met him,
oh yeah,
met
that
him
must
at
be the
lunch.
Delhi Bombay.
So
No, it is not.
in this company
We
called
have
Green Cell
700
Mobility,
buses flying.
we operate
flying in rural
1,100
UP.
all electric buses in India.
We have 150
And when I
buses
say
flying
that,
in
many
rural
people
or-
think, oh
or
yeah, that
tier
must be
2,
then
tier
Delhi
3
Bombay.
Maharashtra.
No, it is not.
We have about 100 or 150
We have 700 buses flying, flying in
electric,
rural UP.
right? And by the way,
We have 150 buses flying
for
in
every
rural
kilometer
or,
that you
or
that
tier
you
2, tier 3 Maharashtra.
that you
We have about
operate
100
an
or
electric
150
bus,
buses
you
flying
save 1
in Surat,
kg of
right?
emission.
All electric, right?
So we have,
And by the
we
way,
have just we got incorporated
for
only in
every
2019.
kilometer that you
We've already
that you
saved
operate an electric bus, you save 1 kg of emission, right?
Tons.
So we have
of emission,
we got incorporated
and the same
only
thing
in
applies
2019.
there, right? If you begin to change from IC
We've
engines
already
to
saved
electric,
130
you will begin to see
million
better
tons
of emission
emission,
standards.
right?
You will begin
So,
to see better
and the same thing
maintenance
applies
costs.
there,
You will
right?
begin
If you begin to
see,
change
a
from
whole
IC
bunch of
engines
other benefits
to electric,
and
you will begin to see
interestingly, and then that's the last
better,
thing I'll say before we open
emission
up for
standards. You will begin to see
We did a
better
survey,
maintenance costs. You will begin to see
McKinsey did a
a
survey
whole
in
bunch of
2016
other benefits
where-
that come out
where
of it.
out of the 7 countries
interestingly,
that they
and that's the
surveyed,
last thing
India
I'll
had the
say
most
before
number
we
of,
open it up
people
for
who
the
said
audience questions.
they would like to go
We did a
electric
survey,
for ground transportation.
Right, there was McKinsey did a
50%.
survey in 2016
We
where,
did a survey
where
ourselves with Frost and
out
Sullivan
of the
last year
7
in
countries that they
2023.
surveyed,
In
India had the most number
75%
of
of
people who
respondents
said
we
they would
want to
like to
move
go electric
even
for
if it
ground
means
transportation,
paying
which is
slightly
50%.
more, right? And the
We did
average
a survey
age
ourselves with Frost and
of-
Sullivan last year in 2023.
46% of
In
our
India,
traffic
75%
is
of
less than
respondents
29 years old,
said we want to move
right?
electric,
31%
even if it
of our
means
traffic
paying
is
slightly
women,
more, right? And
so
the average
this whole,
age,
like sort of, the choice
of,
architecture,
I mean, 46%
is,
of
I think,
our traffic
gives me a lot of hope.
is less than 29 years
so
old.
many different strands to
right?
pick up on.
31% of our traffic is
okay.
women.
Can I just have a
So
show of
this
hands?
whole,
And I
like,
think
sort
the
of,
way I
the
want to do
choice
this is do
architecture,
3 questions at a time, because we
is,
have
I
a
think,
big
gives me a lot
timer
of hope.
clicking in front of me.
There's
that says
so many different
about
strands
5
to pick up on. I wish we had time. Okay.
1,
Can I just
2,
have a show of hands?
and 3.
I think the way I
And
want to
then
do this
we'll do
is
one
do
more.
3
Yeah.
questions at a time, because we have a big
Is that okay,
timer
just to do
clicking
Yes,
in
yes,
front
of
of
course,
me.
of
Yes,
course.
we have about 5 minutes left. So,
I had
1,
love to hear the
2,
numbers and,
and
the
3.
vision. I was
And then
very
we'll do one more,
intrigued by looking at the slide about the food,
Is that
world
okay?
cuisine,
Just to do
and
3
Yes,
inclusive
yes,
food in
of course,
Akash
of course.
Airlines. I just wanted to know your take on the
I
carbon
had
footprint
love to
of
hear the
airline
numbers
meals
and
how
the vision.
Akash
I was
Airlines is
very
thinking about navigating
intrigued by
that.
looking at the slide
Thank you.
about the food,
Jakwishani, I'm
world
a deep
cuisine
in
and inclusive
medical
food in
history.
Akash Airlines.
Jakwishani?
I just wanted to know your take on the
find out what it
carbon
means.
footprint of airline meals and how
Wait,
Akash
you can't
Airlines
answer.
is thinking
We're
about
gonna do 3.
navigating that. Thank you. Jagwishani, I'm a DPhil in medical history.
Thank you so much for the talk. First of
Jagwishani.
all, I'm Manan and I'm a student of economics. Hence, I
I
asked,
find out what it means. then.
how would, as Akasa is
you can't
a
answer.
low-cost
We're gonna
airline
do
so that
3.
it's accessible for everybody in India, how would you balance the economic viability?
Thank you so much for the
of
talk, first of all. I'm
using a
Manan
fuel
and I'm
like
a student of
SAF that could
economics.
be more
Hence, I
expensive,
asked,
and also would you have a supply set
how
in
would,
place
as
for the SAF
Akasa's
to be
motto
supplied
is,
to, say,
right, a
Akasa?
low-cost airline
Because
so that
if
it's
there are
accessible for
disruptions of
everybody
that,
in India.
you can expect
How
big
would
disruptions
you
overall.
balance the economic
Service.
viability of using a fuel like SAF that could be more expensive, and also would you have a supply set in place for the SAF to be
Hi, my
supplied
name
to, say,
is
Akasa?
Sia.
Because if there are
I'm
disruptions in
a
that,
rising
you can
senior at the
expect
University of
big disruptions
Michigan.
overall in
And my
the
question is
service.
about,
Thank
I
you.
was looking up a bit about your profile, and you have a very entrepreneurial trajectory.
Hi,
And
my name
I
is
was wondering
Sia.
if you had any
I'm
if
a
you found
rising
any
senior at the
differences
University of Michigan.
working with.
And my question is about, I was looking up a bit about your profile, and
within
you
the
have a very
context of
entrepreneurial
entrepreneurship plays out,
trajectory.
how easy with regulations
And I was
funding
wondering
things
if
like
you
that.
had any
So what were the,
if you found any
differences you saw,
differences
and which one
working
was,
within the private versus
easy,
public
pros
sector,
and cons
specifically
of, each of
within
those
the
two
context
sectors?
of how entrepreneurship plays out, how
So
easy
on the-
with
on the,
regulations and funding and things like that. So what were the key
meals in
differences
any-
you saw,
in any
and
airline,
which one was easy,
leads to
pros
very
and
high
cons of
wastage.
each of those two sectors?
Higher fuel burn because you're carrying a lot of
So on the
and catering around.
the
And you're
meals
also
in
spending
any
a lot
airline
on just cooling things
leads
down
to
and
very
so
high
forth.
wastage,
So
higher fuel
the
burn
way
because
we
you're
look at it
carrying a
is
lot of food
we now
and catering
kind of use
around.
technology to
And
try
you're
to
also
predict
spending a
the
lot
amount of water
on
we are
just
going to
cooling things
use
down
on every
and so on.
flight, including potable water,
the way we look at
the
it is,
kind of food and so on
we
and so forth.
now
And one of the big
kind
things
of
that we've
use
done
technology
is,
to try to predict
for us,
the amount
is
of
that
water we
even
are
though
going
ancillary
to
revenues is a big part
use
of
on
an
every
airline's
flight,
we have
including potable water,
designed
the kind
our
of food and so on
interface
and
in a
so
way
forth.
that
And
we
one of the
encourage
big
more and
things
more
that we've
people
done
to do
is, big
bookings
for
in
us,
advance, right?
is that even though
So that
ancillary
then that
revenues
leads
is a
to
big
less
part of an
wastage,
airline's
that
revenue,
leads to less carrying and
we
so
have
on and so forth. The second is we try to optimize
our interface in a way that we
because we
encourage
try to
more
see
and
the
more
amount
people
of
to
weight
do
we are carrying. We try to
bookings in
optimize
advance,
where
right?
we are going to pick
So
up,
that then that leads to
catering
less
supplies
wastage,
from,
that leads to
rather
less
than picking
carrying
it up
and so
from
on
one
and so
place and start
The
moving
second
it
is
around
we
4 or
try
5
to
seconds.
optimize
So
we try
and
to
by
see
way,
the amount of
not only
weight we are
do it,
carrying.
Emirates also
We try
does
to
this.
optimize where
they're
we are going
also
to pick up
thinking about it on
catering
those
supplies
lines.
from, rather
And
than
the
picking it up
third
from
is
one
that,
place and start
how
moving
do
it
you
around
move away
4 or
from
5
perishables
seconds. Right.
as much as possible.
So that's, and by the way, not only we do it,
Indigo, we
Emirates
started
also
that
does this. I mean,
rehydrated
they're
food,
also
a long
thinking
time
about
back.
it on those
In Akasa,
lines.
we're kind of pushing that.
And the third is
thing.
that,
So, yeah, so that's
how
the
do you
way.
move away from
And
perishables
then, of course, we,
as much as possible?
I don't know if you've
right?
seen our menu.
In Indigo,
a
we
lot
started
of
that
our food is actually
rehydrated food
grown sustainably.
a long time back.
A lot of our food
in Akasa,
is,
we're kind of pushing that.
super grains like
this thing.
millet,
So yeah,
et
so
cetera,
that's
et cetera.
the way. And then, of course, we.
So I think that's
I
kind
don't know
of
if you've
how
seen
we
our
are,
menu.
beginning to solve
a
for it.
lot of our food is actually grown
On the
sustainably.
question of,
a lot of our food is,
SAF
super grains like
and
millet,
supply.
etc.
Look, the very first thing
So,
is, and
so I think that's kind of how
my
we are,
brother, who
beginning to
Radhika
solve
knows,
for it at the moment.
Oxford graduate.
On the
Oxford
question
PhD,
of,
he runs this thing called CW.
SAF and
so
and
Arnava
supply.
often says, right,
Look,
that
the
big
very first thing
changes
is,
in climate,
and
right, big
my brother,
changes in climate tech and how we look at climate will come from
Oxford graduate,
when consumers
Oxford
and
PhD.
voters begin to
He runs
demand.
this thing called CW.
So
Arnab
only
often
so
says,
much that
right,
we
that
can
the
do
big
to push.
changes in
But
climate,
it'll be
right,
great if
big
our
changes in
consumers
climate
start
tech and how we
demanding,
look at climate will come from
a greener
when
path from
consumers
all
and
airlines.
voters begin to
And that serves
demand.
us really well because
So
it kind of so
there is
aligns
only
with what
so
we're
much
trying
that
to
we can do to
Because,
push. But
by the way, it's
it'll
not
be great if our
as expensive
consumers
as we
start
think.
demanding
For
a greener path
flight,
from all airlines.
what you have to pay
And that
is
serves us really well because
the equivalent
it kind
of
of so
one extra
aligns with what we're trying to do.
or
Because,
one extra Coke.
by the way, it's not
or soda.
as expensive
So
as we think.
are consumers
For
willing to
a
pay
greener
that
flight,
whatever 200
what you have to
rupees
pay
or 300
is
rupees
the
on a
equivalent
flight
of one extra
to
sandwich.
say, you know what, this is
Or
going
one
to make
extra
sure
Coke,
that my children
right, or soda.
actually don't
So
have to deal
are
with 52
consumers
degrees or
willing
50
to
degrees or
pay
40
that
degrees? Or,
whatever, 200
Gulmarg
rupees
does
or
not have any
300
snow
rupees
for the first time,
on a flight
many of you
to say,
who've
you
grown
know
up
what,
in India, I mean,
this is going
I'm
to
sure
make sure
each
that
one
my
of you and your
children
families are
actually
experiencing
don't have to
dramatic
deal with
climate
52 degrees or 50 degrees or 48 degrees.
So I think
or
consumers have to begin
Gulmarg
to
does not
demand it.
have any
I think
snow
people
for
like
the
us
first time.
are ready to
Many of you
serve
who've grown up in
that
India, I mean,
consumer choice.
I'm sure each one of you and your
on the
families are
last question,
experiencing dramatic
in summary, what I've
change.
seen is that
So I think consumers have to begin to demand it.
When we're
I
dealing
think
with
people
the
like
so-called
us
private sector,
are ready to serve
impact
that
is less,
consumer
speed is
choice.
higher.
And on the
When you're
on
dealing
the last
with
question,
the government sector,
in summary,
typically
what I've seen
speed
is
slower,
that
impact is higher.
when we're dealing with the so-called private sector,
is where
impact
your
is less,
heart and
speed
mind
is
is
higher.
aligned. Where you
When you're
see your
dealing
true
with
purpose.
the government sector,
For me,
typically
impact
speed is slower,
always
impact is
something
higher.
that has given me
Now,
the
whether
reason to
which
wake
one
up
is
in the
easier or
morning and come to
difficult
work. And so
is
some
where
of those
your
things
heart
just
and mind
take a
is
little bit
aligned, where you
longer,
see your true purpose.
But structurally can make
For
a
me,
difference for the long term.
impact is always
I'll
something
take
that
battle
has
on
given
any day.
me the reason to wake up in the morning and come to work. And so some of those things just take a little bit longer, but structurally can make a difference for the long term. I'll take that battle on any day.
Blinking red light in front of us.
Till the organizers don't interrupt us.
But if they don't interrupt us,
for an organizer to ask if we can carry on.
maybe
or do
we should
need
be
to
respectful. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, great.
One more question.
So we have a
Okay.
blinking red
Why-
light
I'm
in
gonna
front
let
of
you
us.
pick.
Oh,
Yeah.
But if they don't interrupt us,
Of
but maybe we should be respectful. I don't know.
My name is Sushant, and I'm
One
a lawyer
more
by
question.
profession.
Okay.
And a student
Why-
union
I'm gonna
president,
let
so
you
as
pick.
Mr. Pranay.
Yeah.
So my question is that
I think you
your
raise your
work is
hand
also,
first, yeah.
how do I see it that your work and your initiatives are already a contribution
My
in the
name is
society with
Sushant,
respect to
and I'm a lawyer by
sustainable
profession,
development and the
and
climate.
student union president.
But
so as
one
Mr.
thing,
Pranay.
as you mentioned,
So
that I come
my
from
question
UP,
is that
and as you mentioned
your
that
work is
pilot
also.
projects
How
are-
do I see it that
those
your
things are
work
going on
and
in
your
rural
initiatives
areas.
are already a
So then
contribution in the
who are
society
the
with
consumers
respect to
for your
sustainable
business? For
development and the
example,
climate?
what I'm trying to understand
But
is one
thing, as you mentioned, that I come
it is
from
more
UP,
cost
and as you
benefiting
mentioned that
for
your
the
pilot
existing
projects are
consumers.
those
And the second
things
thing,
are going on in the
for
rural
example, even
areas.
if we are doing in the
So
rural
that
areas,
who are the consumers?
are the consumer
for
going
your
to be
business?
the
For example,
same, or
what I'm trying
we
to
are
understand is
also
one is
making a platform where
it is
the
more
people could
cost
not afford it, or
benefiting
people could
for
not
the
even think about it,
existing
because how
consumers.
see your
And the
airline
second
or
thing,
your ideas
for
is the
example, even if we are doing in the
that's
rural
changing the
areas,
society. Like people
are the
could not afford
consumer
a flight,
going to be
and
the
they're thinking
same,
about
or
taking the flight.
we are
So even if
also
your projects
making a
are going to
platform
be
where
implemented in the rural
the people could
areas,
not afford it, or people could
are
not
we
even think
also
about it,
uplifting
because
the
how see
people
your
to become
airline
a
or your ideas is the society, the changing the society. Like people could not afford a flight, and they're thinking about taking the flight. So even if your projects are going to be implemented in the rural areas, are we also uplifting the people to become a consumer?
Look,
Thank you.
Mr. Pai के सामने आप मेरे इतना कह रहे हो ना कि you're like
as an example.
big change agent, you know.
700 buses
He's
running
my guru.
in
Right,
rural
so
areas.
very embarrassing for me to talk about these things. But
All
look,
women, bus conductors, drivers,
let's take
people from the transgender
buses
community
in UP as an example.
on the buses.
700 buses
One-third
running
of the
in rural areas.
travelers in those buses
Right.
is women.
All women.
46% of the
bus
travelers are
conductors,
under the age of
drivers,
29. They
people
are
from the
coming
transgender
small
community
towns of UP,
on the buses.
and they are paying.
One
And
third
by the way,
of
this is a
the
myth
travelers
that
in
it's
those
going to
buses
cost
is women.
At least electric buses
46%
की आप बात
of the
कर रहे हैं
travelers
अगर,
are under the age of 29. They are coming from small
every 100
towns of UP.
kilometers,
And they
it
are
is
paying.
26
And by the way, this is a
30%
myth
cheaper to
कि
run
that
those
it's going to
buses
cost
versus
more.
IC engines.
At least
After
electric buses
taking
की आप
total
बात
cost
कर
of
रहे हैं
operation,
अगर,
which means total cost of ownership, which means
every
the
100
upfront higher
kilometers
capex and the
is
operating expense
26
put
to
together,
30% cheaper to run those
E-plane,
buses versus
our
IC
target
engines
is
after
to fly
taking total cost
a
of operation,
distance
which means
30
total cost of ownership, which means
for
the
1,500
upfront
rupees,
higher capex
right? Which is
and the operating
1.5x
expense put together,
or
it is still
1.2 to
cheaper.
1.5x an Uber
E-plane,
ride.
our target
that
is
math is wrong.
to
Make it
fly
2x
a
an Uber ride.
distance
It
of
is
30
nothing like
kilometers
10x the
for
Uber
1,500
ride that
rupees.
some of these
Right.
American
which is
and
1.5x
European
an
companies are
Uber, or
listing.
1.2 to
I
1.5x
think
an
in
Uber
India,
ride.
we are
Chaliye,
being
मान
able
लीजिए
to,
that
and
math is
I'm
wrong. Make it
deeply
2x an
respectful
Uber
of
ride.
all
It is
the,
nothing like 10x
innovation that's
the
happening
Uber
around the
ride
world.
that these some of these
But I think we have
American
found a
and
way many
European
times
companies are
to
listing. So
solve the
therefore,
same problem
I
at a
think in
fraction of the
India
cost.
we are being
आप
able
E-plane
to,
की बात
and
सोचिए,
I'm
like
deeply
some of the
respectful
other
of
competitors
all the
have raised
the
anywhere
innovation
between
that's happening
$500
around the
billion
world. But I
to
think
over
we
$2
have
billion.
found a way many
We have
times to
raised
solve the
not
same
even
problem at a
1/10 of
fraction
that.
of a cost.
Right, and we are the
E-plane की बात
first global
सोचिए,
company to get
like
a
some of the
DOA,
other
a
competitors
design,
have raised
approval
anywhere
to begin
between
to work.
$500 million
So I think,
to over $2
just like
billion.
it's happened in space
We
and
have
satellite,
raised
you will
not
see
even
this happening
1/10
in
of that.
transportation also.
Right, and we are the first global
you.
company to
Thank
get
you
a
all.
DOA, a design approval to begin to work on. Okay? So I think, just like it's happened in space and satellite, you will see this happening in transportation also.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Aditya. Thank you all.
Thank you, Aditya and Professor Radhika. What an insightful session that was to get us started after lunch. Unfortunately, our next guest was unable to make it in person, so this next session will be a virtual one. One of Oxford's very own, Ananya Birla, is not only a successful entrepreneur and business person, having founded
Unfortunately, our next guest was unable to make it in person, so this next session will be a virtual one.
Today, in conversation
One
with
of
Professor
Oxford's very
Harish
own,
Bhaskaran,
Ananya
Professor
Birla,
of Applied
is not only a
Nanomaterials,
successful
she
entrepreneur
will
and
share her
business
insights
person,
on two
having
seemingly
founded
disparate
Swatantra
topics,
Microfinance,
running a
but she's
business
also
and
a passionate
creativity.
musician with multiple
She'll
hits.
explore how these two forces
Today,
can
in
be harnessed to
conversation with
drive
Professor
innovation,
Harish
build
Bhaskaran,
lasting success,
Professor of Applied
and redefine what it
Nanomaterials,
means to be a
she
leader
will
in
share her
today's
insights
world.
on two seemingly
Please join me in
disparate
giving a
topics,
very warm round
running
of
a
applause
business
to
and
Ananya Birla.
creativity. She'll explore how these two forces can be harnessed to drive innovation, build lasting success, and redefine what it means to be a leader in today's world. Please join me in giving a very warm round of applause to Ananya Birla.
Great. Ananya, welcome. We're delighted to have you here.
Hello, Professor. Thank you so much. It's absolutely my honor.
Fascinated by your journey from being Ananya, it's such an honor to actually interview a pop star and a bit about your journey because we don't have too many of them here. To start off with, I'm fascinated by your journey from being a singer-songwriter to a businesswoman. Can you tell us a little bit about the journey?
Absolutely, Professor. It's been a beautiful roller coaster. I don't know whether you're aware. I think we were just talking earlier. I studied actually. I read economics and management at St. Catherine's in Oxford. So when I got the invite to talk at Side Business School, where I've actually had my financial analysis classes, it was like a whole circle, and it was a feeling that I really can't explain. So this is 100% totally my honor. So right after Oxford, actually, while I was at Oxford, I used to, before that, actually, I've taken a gap year. And that's when I started my first, my maiden venture, Swatantra. Basically a microfinance company, which now sort of, we've gotten into a lot of other things, but it started off as a pure play microfinance company. That's when my journey in the business world started. After which, when I was reading economics and management at Oxford, I started, I had a really hard time with my mental health. And that's when I started really relying a lot on music. It was very cathartic for me to pick up the guitar and actually sing about how I'm feeling. So before tutorials, after tutorials, whenever I would have free time, I would sort of drive down to Camden or Brixton and do a little bit of just singing around. And so that's pretty much how one of my breaks, I came back to India, and before I knew it, I got a deal with Universal Music India group. In their own ways. So that's how the entire music journey started. So that's pretty much how everything. And then from there, both the journeys took
And just about
flight
3
in their
months
own
ago, I
ways.
decided to just take a sabbatical with my
And
music
about
and focus solely
it's been
on
now
the
it's been
businesses that I'm running
I
because it was
think
getting a little
Swatantra
bit
has been 13
too much.
12 to
Everything was getting
13
a bit
years.
too much, and I wanted to prioritize.
Music has been about 9 years.
I wanted to sharpen my
and just
proposition. I
about
wanted to,
3
I
months
really
ago, I
wanted to
decided to
hone
just take a
in.
sabbatical with my music and focus
And
solely
that's how
on the
basically,
businesses that I'm running
that's
because it
sort
was
of
getting a
the
little bit
framework of how the journey has
too much. Everything was getting a bit too much, and I wanted to prioritize.
So,
I wanted to sharpen my proposition. I wanted to, I really wanted to hone in. And that's how basically, that's sort of the framework of how the journey has been.
It's great.
Absolutely.
So
I started Swatantra when I was 17.
You
So I
started
couldn't even get
Swatantra
on the
very
board of
early in your
directors,
life,
I remember.
and you're still
I
running
went
it.
and spoke to the
Tell us a
RBI,
little bit
and
about
it took a year
What
to
does
get
it
the
do,
NBFC
and
MFI license
what are
at
your
that
proudest
time.
achievements there?
Absolutely.
Professor,
So
I
I
think
started Swatantra when I was 17.
consciously
so I
there
couldn't
were
even get onto the board of
reasons.
directors. I
Subconsciously,
remember.
the
I
fact
went
that I
and
come
spoke to
from
the
a
RBI,
business
and it
background,
took a
maybe
year
sort
to
of
get the
business is sort of
NBFC
what I
MFI
hear and
license at
speak,
that
and that
time.
sort of was always there. Consciously,
Professor,
the two
I think
reasons. Number one is that
consciously there were two reasons. Subconsciously, the fact that I come from
a lot of
business
privilege,
background, maybe sort
and
of
I've always
business is
held
sort
a
of
lot of,
what I
while
hear
growing
and
up, I had a lot
speak,
of
and that
guilt,
sort of was always there.
Guilt within
Consciously, the two reasons.
Why am
Number
I in
one
this
is
position,
that
whereas the girl, just outside my home, literally has no food and
come from a lot of privilege,
nothing to
and
wear
I've
when
always
it's,
held a lot
when
of
it's
while
pouring
growing up.
and
I
it's
had a lot
raining.
of guilt.
So what have I done to
guilt
deserve
within me?
this?
Why am I in this position? Whereas the girl,
and that
just outside my home, literally has no food and
hit me.
Nothing to
And
wear
so
when it's
I reached a
when it's
point
pouring
at
and it's
17,
raining.
I guess, where I was like,
So
okay,
what have I
instead
done to
letting this
deserve
guilt
this?
take over and brood, why
and
don't I
that
actually take action?
Sort of
do something
really
about it? And
it hit
so
me.
microfinance
And so I reached a point at 17, I guess, where I was like, okay, instead of letting this guilt take over and brood, why don't I actually take action and do something about it?
At the bottom of the pyramid,
and so microfinance
actually don't
seemed
bank,
to fit the bill
need the money,
of
who don't
financial
want to make more money,
inclusion.
but
Of
who
how
actually
do we,
need the money.
how do we,
and
lack
my
of a better
granddad
word,
has always
empower
said, and it's a very
people at the bottom of
famous
the
Chinese
pyramid
proverb,
who banks
proverb, I'm
actually
probably
don't
gonna get it
bank,
wrong,
who
but,
actually need the money, who
feed a
don't
man
want
a
to make
fish
more money,
and he'll eat for a
but who
day, but
actually
teach a
need
man how
the
to
money.
fish and you'll feed him for a lifetime. And that's
my
pretty much
granddad
what
has
we do
always
as
said,
Swatantra,
and
is we
it's a
give a
very
loan,
famous Chinese proverb. I'm probably going to get it wrong,
to
but
start her own
feed a man a
to become
fish
financially
and he'll eat
self-sustainable.
for a day, but teach a man how to fish and feed him for a
What that
lifetime.
does is basically it pulls
And that's pretty much what we do as
these people out
Swatantra,
of
is we give a loan
so that was the number
to a
one reason
woman
at that time.
to
The number
start
two reason,
her
which I
own
was
business, to become
very
financially
sort of hesitant
self-sustainable.
to talk about for a couple of years,
And
but
what that does
it
is
was
basically
a really large
pulls
reason.
these people out of
Being
poverty.
born in the Marwadi
So that's
community,
that
I'm
was
sure,
number one reason at that
Oxford
time.
India Forum.
The number
must be
two
knowing about
reason, which
Gujarati
I was
Marwadi, so I
very
am half Marwadi,
sort of
half
hesitant to
Jain.
talk about till a couple
What I
of years,
observed,
but
especially in the
it
Marwadi
was a
community,
really large reason. Being
nothing good
born
or bad, it
in
was
the
just
Marwadi
observation,
community, I'm sure
is that
Oxford India Forum,
before
people
marriage,
must be knowing
a
about
woman
Gujarati
was
is
very
Marwadi, so I
reliant on her
am half
father,
Marwadi, half Jain.
financially,
What I observed,
and
especially in the
hence
Marwadi community,
couldn't make her own decisions.
nothing good or
Post-marriage,
bad,
she
it
was
was an
then very dependent on
observation,
her husband
is that
financially and couldn't make any
before
decisions.
marriage,
So
a
basically, she
woman was very
always
reliant on
under
her
someone's
father
control. I think very early
financially,
on I
and
realized that
hence couldn't make her own
man or
decisions.
woman or anyone really,
Post marriage, she was then very dependent on her husband financially
it just gives
and
them
couldn't
that
make
much
any
more
decisions. So
freedom to do
basically, she
whatever they
was
want with their life.
always under someone's control.
And that was another reason why I chose
And I think very early on I
and why I
realized
chose
that
to
if
fund
an individual, man or woman, or anyone
in
really,
rural
any
and
human
semi-urban
being,
India,
can be financially
to become
independent, it just gives them that much more freedom to do whatever they want with their life.
These were my basic two reasons.
And that was another reason why I chose microfinance and why I chose to fund
so we used to give a loan of,
women
it started with,
in rural and semi-urban
first
India
10,000 rupees.
To become financially
and they use
self-sustainable.
it to start a parlor,
so these were my basic
for sari
reasons.
business, for trading, for various.
And like I said, we started off pure play microfinance. So we used to give a loan of.
And then
it started with, I still remember, first 10,000 rupees.
5 or 6 years. And they
use it to start a parlor, for sari business, for trading, for various different things.
People feel when they finally own a home for the first time.
After 5 or 6 years, I acquired a micro housing company.
It's almost a gamut of financial
that's
services
just
that
fascinating to see how people feel when they finally own a home for the first time.
And we try to give them a product
and then we have home extension loans, vehicle loans. So it's almost a gamut of financial services that we provide
Great.
to
That sounds
the
fascinating.
unbanked.
And,
So we basically bank
what
the
you said,
unbanked.
it's about a
and we try to give them a product that
people lack if they don't have financial freedom.
has a little bit of
and it's more than the financial freedom,
a value
it's that
proposition compared to our
that
competitors.
sense of identity.
Great. That
is
sounds
so
fascinating.
important,
And
right,
you know,
for
what you
mental
said,
health,
it's
to be
about a
part of
self
society.
of identity that people lack if they don't have financial
what you
freedom.
said is fascinating. It's
and it's more than the financial
and
freedom, it's that
it
self
amazes
of,
me that at that young
sense
age
of
you had that
identity
maturity
that
to
is so
actually realize
important,
that
right,
that
for
was
mental health and
it's
to
a
feel part of
fascinating
society.
story.
I want to add one more thing because
and,
people,
what you said is fascinating. It's wonderful,
who are just,
and it amazes me that
aspiring,
at that
having
young
dreams.
age you
When I
had
started
that
at 17,
maturity to actually
most
realize that that was
of my
a key thing.
competitors
It's a fascinating story.
I want to add one more thing because people,
men in their
for
mid-40s, and everyone said, what is
students
she getting
listening to
into?
this
It's
who
not
are
going to
just,
work. Rich
aspiring, having dreams.
father's daughter,
When I
which is
started at
true.
17,
And I said,
most
okay, but I truly believe in
of
what I'm
my
doing.
competitors
Started with 10,000 rupees.
were
with a
in their
seed
mid
capital of 5
40s, men in their
crores,
mid 40s, and everyone
which
said,
has now
"What is she
been
getting
paid
into? It's not going to
with,
work."
I think it's
Rich
X 11
father's
times.
daughter, which is true.
Today
And I
we
said,
stand
"Okay,
at
but I
an
truly
AUM,
believe in
a
what I'm
joint
doing."
AUM of
Started with
over
10,000
$2 billion.
rupees, with the seed
So
capital of
that's
5
the
crores,
power
which has now been paid.
I would say,
with I think it's X
being
11
true
times.
a vision,
Today we stand at an AUM, a joint
seeing it
AUM of
and also I
over
would
$2
say
billion.
how
So that's the
micro
power
steps,
of,
and in this case,
I would
literally
say,
micro loans can make can eventually
being
have such a
true
macro
to
impact.
a vision, seeing it through.
So if you
And
have a
also,
dream
I
out
would
there and you
say
believe in it,
how micro
and it either
steps,
solves
and
a
in this case,
problem,
literally micro loans
or
can make
it
such a,
provides
can
the
eventually
world
have
a
such a
solution in a
macro
better way,
impact.
then
Um,
I would really urge everyone
So
who's listening
if
to
you
this
have a
to
dream
go
out there and you believe in it,
Right? No, that's
um,
fantastic advice.
and it either solves a problem,
You know, you said something about rich
or
fathers
it
and all that.
provides the world a solution
Someone
in a
once
better
told me
way,
this, they said money
then
never solves a
I
problem.
would really
It's
urge
people who solve the
everyone who's
problem.
listening to this to
Money
go for
helps.
it.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's people who
fantastic
solve
advice.
the problem, right?
You know, you
So,
said something about rich fathers and all
speaking of
that.
which, so
you know,
you obviously
someone once
run a
told me this.
company
They said
and
money
the
never
company has
solves a
people,
problem.
and you
It's
have to
people who
rely
solve
on
the
people
problem.
to
Money
do a great
helps.
job.
But
How
at
do
the
you
end of the day,
create
it's
a
people who
culture
solve
that
the problem,
actually
right?
is
And so,
that buys into your
speaking
vision
of which,
and
so
delivers that vision?
you obviously run a company,
Absolutely,
and
Professor. You know,
the
I
company
think
has people, and you have to
I don't think
rely
I'm the
on
first person
people
who thinks
to
this, but I
do a
truly,
great
truly
job.
think and truly
How do
believe
you
from the bottom of
create
my
a
heart that my
culture that
people
actually
are my
is
everything.
that
Without
buys
my
into your
team, without
vision
my
and
people,
delivers that vision?
I would be.
Absolutely,
I mean,
Professor. You know, I think
you know, at the end of the day,
I don't think I'm the
just as
first
good
person who
as
thinks
their
this,
people
but I
are.
truly, truly think and truly believe from the bottom of my heart that my people
I think
are
my
my
job
everything.
as a leader,
Without my team, without my people,
continuously
I would be. I mean, I think, you know, at the end of the day, a leader is just as good as the people are.
so that I personally don't get stuck in my own
And
biases.
I think my job
there's
as
so many
as
biases
a
that can come up,
leader is
that, and
to
completely subconsciously. So I think
continuously
it's very
be
important to continuously do that, so that
reinventing
you're looking at
myself,
everything very,
reinventing my thoughts, so that I personally don't get stuck in my
and
own
you're,
biases.
and you're sort of
I think there's so many biases that can come up
based on the vision
that,
and where you want to get
completely
to, rather than
subconsciously.
any
So I
other
think it's very
biases that you
important
may
to
have.
continuously do that,
So
so
this
that
whole
you're
culture
looking at
thing, I
everything
think,
very
I've been very lucky
objectively, and you're and you're sort of taking decisions based on the vision and where you want to get to, rather than any other biases that you may have.
which
So
says
this
a
whole
lot
culture thing, I
about
think,
them, because they
I've been very lucky because
some of them left very
at
established
Swatantra, the
organizations
senior
when they joined
management team that joined me about 13 years ago, none of them have left. All of them are still with me till today. Which says a lot about them, because they left.
A lot about them.
Some of them left
So I
very
think I would like
established
to believe
organizations
that
when
I
they
have
joined a
been very
17-year-old.
when it comes to finding my
And
key people
they believed in the
in my
vision.
team.
They joined me, and obviously now they've
I
stuck
am in the
by. So
process of
more, it says a
launching
lot
a couple
about
of
them.
new B2C businesses.
So I think I would like to believe
cosmetics,
that I have been very lucky
sneakers, and
when
a
it
couple of
comes to
others.
finding my key people.
And I think
my
it's
team.
really important to
now I am in the process of launching a couple of new B2C businesses,
So if
cosmetics,
at least of senior management, if
fragrances,
their
sneakers, and a couple of
why
others.
aligns with
And
your why,
I think it's
and,
really
the
important
why
to
of,
bring on people
your brand or
who
your company,
believe in
I think
why
that
you're
makes
doing
it
what you're
much
doing. So
easier
if
to align
at least the
everyone
senior
to the
management,
same
if
goal.
their why
Having said that,
aligns
keeping
with
everyone aligned to
your
the vision
why,
is
and
something
the
that
why
has to
of
be, we have to keep making
your
sure
brand
that
or your
it's
company, I think that
reiterated
makes
again
it
and
much
again.
easier to align everyone to
It's really
the
important
same
to have
goal.
an open door policy.
Having said that, keeping everyone aligned to
sort
the
of
vision is is something that has to be, we have to keep making sure that it's reiterated again and again.
And hence mental
it's
health
really important
becomes
to have
very
an open door
important.
policy.
So, for example, I've given under
to
6
sort
leaders
of also walk the talk.
So anyone
So
can
for
type
example,
in if they're not feeling well today, saying,
we
I
have
just had a
given,
panic attack
I really
today, or I'm
believe
feeling
in
really low
mental
today, and I'm
fitness,
not
and
able
hence
to come
mental
into
health
work.
becomes
And that,
very
in
important.
my opinion, that's
So for
just
example,
as
I've
valid if
given
someone
in
has a
sick
stomach
under
ache.
sick leave, there's mental health,
When I
mental sick
implemented
leave
that
as well.
policy
So anyone can
initially,
type in if they're
everyone
not
found
feeling
it a
well
bit,
today, saying, I just had a
mental health leave,
panic attack
and
today, or I'm
maybe in
feeling really
India,
low today, and I'm not being
little
able
bit
to
of
come
a
into work. And
stigma.
that, in my opinion,
And then
that's
one day
just as
I was
valid if someone has a
I had a
stomach
really
ache.
bad panic attack the
So
previous night.
when
And
I
I said, you know
implemented
what,
that
I have
policy
to walk the
initially,
talk. I have
everyone
put this
found it a
policy in
bit,
place. And if
mental
I
health
do not
leave, and maybe in
follow what
India,
I'm
a little bit
saying,
of a
I am
stigma.
a huge hypocrite.
And then one day I was having,
And
I
so the
had a
next
really
day I
bad
wrote a
panic
mail to
attack
the
the
entire
previous
organization
night,
saying,
and I
hey
said, you know what,
guys,
I have to walk the
requesting
talk. I have put
a
this
sick
policy in
leave. I had a panic
place,
attack last night.
and if I do
And after
not
that, every week we have people
follow what
writing
I'm
in.
saying, I am a huge
And the thing is
hypocrite.
that
And so the next
we
day
have
I wrote a mail to the
established
entire organization saying, hey
a level
guys,
of trust
requesting
where
a
they
sick
would
leave.
not
I had a panic attack
take,
last night. And after that,
a
every
leave
week
if
we
it's
have
not
people
actually
writing
valid.
in. And
So I
the
think
thing is that
to build a culture like this,
we
it
have
requires
established
many different
a level
things.
of
I think, you have to
trust
trust your people,
where they would
you
not
have to have an
take
open door policy, you have to be open
a leave
to
if it's not actually
grievances, you
valid.
have to be open to criticism,
So I think
you have to be open to
build a
giving and
culture
taking
like
feedback.
this, it requires many different things.
I think it's
you
just
have to
about
trust your
being a
people.
compassionate
You have to have an open door policy. You have to be open
Really,
to
I think it just boils down
grievances.
to
You have to
that.
be open to criticism. You have to
what
be
you said
open to
is
giving and
amazing.
taking
The fact
feedback.
that leaders have to show some vulnerability to show
I
that
think
they're
it's just
human,
about being a
to create,
compassionate
to create
human
a
being.
culture of trust.
Really,
in
I
an
think it just boils down
organization.
to
That's
that.
Wonderful. I mean, what you said is amazing. The fact that even leaders have to show some vulnerability to show that they're human, to create a culture of trust, right, in an organization. That's amazing.
And
it's,
we are trying to,
before we end, obviously you're an Oxford alumna, and we are very proud, even though I never
sort of represent one of those
association. We're all very proud of all the achievements you've had.
What in your
and we are trying to, we are looking into how we can forge closer relationships between Oxford and India, and you sort of represent one of those
and in reverse, when you
shining
actually went back to
examples
India,
of that
what did you
relationship.
find most difficult?
What in your
Wow, that's a great
experience,
question,
what was the
Professor.
most difficult thing for you at Oxford?
I think, given my upbringing, when I came to
reverse, when
Oxford,
you
it was
actually went back to
probably
India, what did you find
maybe
most difficult in terms of
the
readjusting?
second or third time
Wow, that's a
officially
great
that I was
question, Professor.
completely alone. Because while growing up, there were so many kidnap
I
threats that used
think,
to come in,
given
so I
my
used to have security with
upbringing,
me
when
all
I
the
came to
time.
Oxford, it was
So I
probably
think even though
maybe
eventually it
the
was
second
really
or
nice to
third
find
time
that
officially that I
sense
was
of
completely
independence.
alone.
Initially, it was a little bit scary.
Because while growing up,
because
there was so many
I've never
kidnap
been
threats that used to come in, so I used to have
completely alone,
security
living
with
in a
me all
dorm,
the time.
doing everything myself.
So I think even though eventually it was really nice to find that
also, I
sense
found
of
the social life
independence,
very.
initially
I'm
it
not
was a little bit scary.
I'm a very
Because
introverted.
I've never been completely alone, living in a
I'm a
dorm,
homebody,
doing everything myself.
So after having a long day,
so maybe that
with tutorials and lectures,
also
and then
I found the
used to go play
social
football,
life very I'm not a very I'm
I
a very
found it hard to then
introverted
step out and
I'm
go
a
to a party.
homebody.
And most,
so after having a long day with
everyone would have a
tutorials
blast.
and lectures,
And
then I
think
used to go
most
play
friendships,
football.
initially at least,
I found it hard to then
forged
step out
during that
and
nightlife.
go to a party.
So I
and
felt
most,
I think that was also a little bit hard for me.
And
of
everyone would
course,
have a
eventually
blast.
I found my people
and
who
I think
felt
most
very similar
friendships,
to how I
initially
did.
at least, were sort of forged
I
during
think
that
these two were the hardest.
nightlife. So I felt I think that was also a
I would
little
have
bit
loved
hard
to
for
learn
me.
from you, actually.
And of course, eventually I
you seem
found
really
my
kind
people
and
who
wise, and I would
felt
have
very
loved
similar to how I did.
But the professors I had at that time were very understanding, and
so
of
I
course,
guess
I mean,
I
they were
think these
amazing.
two were the
So
hardest.
the academia per se was not a challenge for me.
I think the professors, I would have loved to learn from you actually. You seem really kind and wise, and I would have loved to.
And I was quite
but the
open
professors
to
I had at that time were very understanding, and of course, I mean, they were amazing. So the academia per se was not a challenge for me. Actually, I remember in the first term I came on the master's list as well.
At Oxford, and the style of learning suited
and I
me.
was quite open to asking questions and
how you think rather than what the actual material is.
I think I understood
that really suited the sort of
pretty well initially the style of learning at Oxford, and the style
so
of
I would
learning
say
suited
that
me.
these two are the hardest.
I think working on how you think rather than what the actual material is. I think that really suited the sort of person that I was. So I would say that these two are the hardest probably. Coming back,
that misses being alone
because back home And where we when I live in came a back, joint family, everyone's together all the of time. course, There's you so really many people miss, around all the time. So there are parts that of is you that something really that miss obviously the I missed for a independence. while. There's a part of you But mostly I would say that it was misses really being positive. alone, Everything I got
because
from the
back
experience
home where
was
we live
really
in a
amazing.
joint
I
family,
got a
everyone's
lot of
together all the time. There's
perspective.
so many people around all
Small
the time.
things that
So
used to bother me earlier.
that is something that obviously I missed for a while.
Didn't seem to really bother me anymore. I
But
became more
mostly I would say it
flexible
was really positive.
with my
Everything I got from
emotions.
the
I became a
experience
less
was really
extreme
amazing.
person.
I got a lot of
I began
perspective.
handling
Small things
the
that used to bother
businesses
me
in a more
earlier
mature fashion.
didn't seem to
Of course, I
didn't
had
seem
much
to
more
really
knowledge
bother me
behind me as
anymore.
well
I
after
became
all the
more
reading that we had
flexible
done. So that
with my
helped.
emotions. I became a less extreme person.
I just had a
I
better
began
understanding
handling
of the world. I think
the
I would say.
businesses in a more
I
mature
also appreciated my
fashion.
parents
Of course,
so
I had much more knowledge behind
after
me
being
as
away
well
from
after
them.
all the
I
reading
really
that we
missed
had
them.
done. So that helped.
So I think all in all, it was a great experience.
I just
and
had
of course,
a
I
better
found my love for
understanding
music.
of the
I mean,
world,
I refound.
I think I would
I sort
say.
of made like
I also
a career
appreciated
out
my
of it because
parents
of the things
so
that I
much more.
experienced at Oxford.
After being away from them,
So
I really missed
it was
them.
great. It was absolutely amazing.
So I think all in all, it was a great experience. And of course, I found my love for music. I mean, I refound. I sort of made like a career out of it because of the things that I experienced at Oxford.
Small cottage where
So
I stayed with.
it was great. It was absolutely amazing.
Friends, so the cottage is still there.
In fact, I still have a small cottage because my second year I moved out and I got myself a little bit of a small cottage where I stayed with a couple of my friends. So the cottage is still there.
Great. I'm glad to hear that you still have very
whenever I
warm
come to
feelings for
London, I
Oxford.
always
You should
drive
come
down
and
to
visit
Oxford
us
for a
again.
couple of days. And
Absolutely.
Corn
thank you
market is
so
still
much for your
just
time.
as
Do you have
hustling
any
and bustling,
questions
and it's
for us,
nothing has
for
changed.
me?
So I
Thank
love
you
it.
so much, Professor.
Great.
No, it's been an honor.
I'm
Thank
glad
you.
to hear that you still have very warm feelings for Oxford.
I'm so
You should
sorry I
come and
couldn't be
visit
there
us
in
again.
person.
Absolutely.
And to everyone watching,
Ananya,
thank you
thank
so
you
much for your
so
love
much for your
and
time.
support.
Do you have
and,
any questions
hopefully, we
for
can do
us,
more together.
for me?
And
Thank
Really?
you so much,
just
Professor. No,
good
it's been an
luck to
honor. Thank
everybody
you.
for everything.
I'm so sorry I couldn't
if
be
I
there
can
in
contribute
person.
to any way in anything,
And to everyone watching,
I'm a
thank you
call
so
away.
much for your love and support.
Thank you very much. And I think
hopefully,
the
we can
audience
do
owes
more
you a
together.
huge round of
And
applause. So thank
yeah,
you.
just good luck to everybody
Really
for
appreciate
everything. And if I can contribute to any way in anything, I'm a call away.
Thank you very much. And I think the audience owes you a huge round of applause. So thank you.
It's really appreciate it. Thank you.
That's a deep seat. Thank you. Am I audible? Yes, loud and clear. Wonderful.
Firstly, thank you so much for coming to the Oxford India Forum.
Thank
We are
you.
honored to have you here. And we have here with us Professor Sunitra Gupta and Ms. Dia Mirza. Thank you so much for being here.
Firstly,
I would like
so
to
much for coming to the Oxford
pass
India
it on
Forum.
to
We are
Professor to be able
honored to have you here.
lead the,
And we have here
lead the,
with us Professor
session,
Sunitra Gupta and Ms. Dia Mirza. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to pass it on to Professor to be able to lead the session, please.
Yes,
So,
please.
thank you so much for coming in person. I mean, obviously, it's your activism. It's a real pleasure to have you here in Oxford. Your championing of particular causes that's brought to the stage here. Let's have an but first, tell us a little bit about what made you choose. I'd like to ask you first. I mean, obviously, it's your activism and your championing of particular causes that's brought you to the stage here. But first, tell us a little bit about what made you choose or how you got into
in this university. It was on my bucket list, so thank you for fulfilling a dream.
I think I want to start with saying thank you. Thank you so much, Oxford, for having me here.
I think
It's
I
such
became
a
an actor
pleasure to be
because
here
it was
on
a
this
coping
campus
mechanism.
in this university. It was
Very
on my
young
bucket list,
in
so thank
school
you for
life,
fulfilling
I
a dream.
discovered that being on stage empowered me with the ability
I think I became an actor because it was a coping
into
mechanism.
worlds and stories and characters
Very
that
young
were separate
in school
from
life, I discovered
my
that
reality.
being on stage
And they
empowered
healed me
with the ability
as I learned to become
cope
other
with
people.
trauma, to escape into
it
worlds and
strengthened
stories and characters that
my
were
spirit of
separate
empathy.
from
But I
my
think in
reality.
many ways it's also
And
strengthened
they healed me
my
as I
core
learned to
character.
become other people.
You're
It
using very interesting words about
strengthened
power and empathy, which of
my
course
spirit
now
of empathy.
connects you.
But I think in many ways it's also
Your other
strengthened
core, yes, you're
my
the core of what you do
character
now.
in being.
So would you agree that
you're
that's
using very interesting
where
words about power and
this
empathy, which of
stems
course
from
now connects
what
you
you're doing,
to,
or we've always been involved
your
in?
other core, yes, you're the
and
core of
could
what you do
also
now.
talk about
So would you agree that
what led
that's
you- what led
where
you to activism?
this stems from?
I think
what
empathy
you're doing, or
is
you've
deeply
always been
connected
involved in.
with
And could you also
the ability
talk
to
about
be an active citizen
early
of our
influences?
world.
What led you to activism?
I think it's impossible
I think empathy is deeply connected
to
with
lead life with intentionality.
the ability to be an
without
active citizen
empathy.
of our world.
And yes, you're absolutely
I think
right.
it's impossible
I think
to
it is
be
the foundation that I had in the kind
to
of school
lead
I went
life
to.
with
It was a school called
intentionality
Vidyaranya
without
in Hyderabad.
empathy.
It was
And
based on the
yes, you're absolutely
founding
right.
principles of J.
I think it is the foundation that I had in the kind
where
of
I
school
think
I
the
went
essence
to.
of
It
the
was a
education
school called
system was
Vidyaranya
that
in Hyderabad.
you cannot receive
It was
knowledge
based on the founding
with fear.
principles of
It
J.
needs to be received
Krishnamurti.
in an atmosphere of
And
freedom.
where I think the
an absence
essence
of
of
oppression.
the education system was that
And,
you cannot receive knowledge
an absence of subjugation
with fear.
and
It
restriction.
needs to be received
And
in an atmosphere of freedom
really thrived
and
in a very
an absence of
open
oppression
environment where there was
and
no gender
an absence of subjugation
inequality and no gender
and
biases
restriction.
really in school. The
And
girls were
we
encouraged
really
to do pretty much everything
thrived
that the boys
in
were
a very
doing.
open
And we
environment where
participated in all
there was
sport,
no
we
gender
did everything together. And these might sound like strange things to many of
inequality
you
or
here
no
right
gender
now
biases
because,
really in school.
you know,
The girls
you've
were
grown up in a more
encouraged to do
free and a
pretty
more
much
fair
everything that the
world.
boys were doing.
But
And we
we're still
participated in
struggling
all
with
sport,
gender
we did
inequity
everything
and
together. And
equality.
these might sound like
So
strange
these are
things
home
to
truths
many
that
of you
still
here right now
remain
because
true.
you know, you've grown up in a more free and a more fair world, but we're still struggling with gender inequity and inequality. So these are home truths that still remain true. But
I just wanted to say it was much more equal in terms of gender than anything I've
the thing I
experienced.
say that people sort of look at me peculiarly.
It's interesting to hear you echo that.
I say that I
Just as
grew
an
up
aside,
in
I think
Calcutta
obviously
in the
it's not true
70s,
overall,
and it was much
but
more
there are
equal in terms of gender
sectors
than anything
in
I've
India
experienced
where
in the
the
West.
gender equality is
It's interesting to hear
far
you
more
echo that.
referenced.
Just,
Yes, and we were
just as an
privileged to be
aside, I
born
think
and
that
raised in
obviously
homes
it's not true
that understood
overall,
that, and
but there are
had progressive
sectors in India where
and I
gender
think
equality
it was a
is
combination of the
far more
education
advanced.
system
yes,
Anyway,
we were
that helped
privileged
me
to be born
understand
and raised
this
in homes
interconnectivity of whole
that
life.
understood that,
And
we,
it
you know,
really
had
rooted and
progressive
grounded me
parents.
to
And I
the
think
various facets,
it was a combination of the
that
education
kind of,
system
form
that helped me understand this interconnectivity of
what
all
it is
life.
that we need to sustain
And
ourselves, to
it really
grow, to
rooted and
evolve.
grounded me
And my mother is
to
very passionate
the
about
various
plants and animals.
facets
So I
that
grew
kind
up
of,
with
you
a
know,
parent who,
form
was constantly rescuing injured birds and healing
what it is that
them
we
and setting
need
them
to sustain
free
ourselves,
and bringing
to grow,
home,
to evolve.
injured
And my
animals
mother
helping
is
them.
very passionate about
My
plants and
father
animals.
was a bit of
So I grew up with a parent who, you know, was constantly
so much
rescuing
about the
injured
world, and he was
birds
so
and
deeply
healing them and setting them free
inquisitive
and
about
bringing
everything,
home
and he had
injured
answers and
animals and helping
questions
them.
that I still remember, even though
my
I lost
father
him
was
when I was
a
very
bit of
young.
a,
I was only
he
9
was a
when he
maverick.
passed
He
on.
knew so much
But
about
I remember
the world,
him
and he
building
was
a
so
solar basket
deeply
and helping us
inquisitive
heat,
about
the
everything,
water
and he
that
had
we needed
answers
to
and
grow our
questions
baths,
that I still
with
remember,
that
even though I
solar
lost
basket.
him
And I'm
when I
talking
was
about
very
the
young.
80s
I was
here.
only 9 when he passed
So
on.
he was innovative,
But I
he
remember
was
him building a
curious.
solar
And I think
basket
it's a combination
and
of
helping
all
us
of that
heat,
growing
you know,
up
the water that we
has
needed
made
to
me
for
a
our
little
baths.
bit of who I am.
With that solar
But it
basket, and I'm
really
talking about the 80s here.
was when I became
so he was
a film
innovative, he was curious, And I think it's a combination of all of that growing up that has made me a little bit of who I am. But it really was when I became a film actor.
I've got to get past this.
And I started working with civil society organizations.
I don't want to be window dressing.
And I realized the kind of impact and reach my voice could have.
I want to understand.
And I said to myself, I've got to get past this. I have to go beyond this. I don't want to be window dressing. I don't just want to be a face to a campaign. I want to understand this more deeply and see whether I can really drive change on the ground. Can I really make more of an effort to form a bridge between the science and civil society? Because the scientists were doing extraordinary work in silos. A lot of their communication and language was not reaching the mainstream. And younger people, and especially people who come from more privileged societies, were unable to comprehend or understand a lot of what was being said.
But when I started out,
unfortunately,
it wasn't this.
The reality today, the climate reality today, is that the truth is
decided to be an anomaly
and it's deeply personal for many people in many parts of the world. But when I started out over 20 years ago, it wasn't this apparent as it has become. So I decided to be an anomaly in the Hindi film industry
and the work that I've had
and campaign and work with civil society organizations that were working for environmental and wildlife protection in India. And over the years, with the work that I've done with these organizations and the work that I've had, the kind of exposure it's given to me on the ground, it's helped me build a kind of network with really incredible people who continue to inform me and educate me. And as I am informed, I share.
Sustainability is...
What do you think really constitutes, or how do you understand the word sustainability?
A conscious awareness
to me,
everything
sustainability
that I
is
in my everyday life comes from the earth.
A knowing,
and that the earth's resources are
awareness that everything that I consume in my everyday life comes from the earth, and that the earth's resources are finite,
consumption,
and
irresponsible
my consumption needs to be based
irresponsible
on that
generation
understanding,
of toxic waste
and also
that is creating
understanding the fact that it is our irresponsible consumption,
and that
irresponsible
the
production,
only way we should be,
and irresponsible
living,
generation
doing
of
business,
toxic
doing whatever we
waste
need to do,
that is creating
is to
havoc
do it with the
in the
mindset
natural world
that it
and
needs to
in
support
people's
all life on
lives.
Earth. And it
And
can't be
that
harmful to anything.
the only way we should
Not
be
the soil, not the water, not the
living,
air.
working, doing business, doing whatever we need to do,
But how do you
is to do it with the
reconcile that
mindset that it needs to support all life on
the
Earth.
economic
And
systems
it can't be
that
harmful to
currently
anything.
prevail?
Not the soil, not the water, not the air.
Where consumerism
Which were created by,
but
I said
how
this
do you
in a BBC
reconcile that
interview and
with
I got some slack
the
for it from
systems, the economic
certain
systems
sections
that
of society
currently
who assumed I
prevail?
was, I don't know, pointing to an individual when I wasn't
where
actually.
consumerism
Which were
is
created by
every
I said this
man
in a BBC interview and
in
I
our
got some
world
slack for it from
who is responsible
certain sections
for
of
the
society who
triple
assumed I was,
crisis that we are dealing
I don't know,
with.
pointing to an individual when I wasn't
crisis
actually.
is not
I was pointing to
the making of
every
women. It's a
man
crisis that has been led
in
and
our
made by
world
men
who is
and
responsible
egocentric men
for the
who
triple
refuse
planetary
to
crisis
acknowledge
that we're
they've
dealing
driven
with.
the crisis and refuse
This
to
crisis
change
is not
and have created
making of
fractured,
women.
broken
It's a crisis that has been
financial
led and made by
systems
men
that are
and egocentric
killing
men
our planet
who
and our
refuse to
people.
acknowledge that they've driven the crisis.
How do we change that?
And refuse to change.
It's
And
a
have
question that
created
I ask myself every
fractured,
day.
broken
I mean,
financial
there's
systems
one way of looking at it.
that
You say
are
either I
killing our planet and our
turn
people.
into a hermit, move to a mountain.
How
go
do we
off the
change
grid,
that? It's
create
a question
my
that
own
I ask
energy,
myself every
grow
day.
my own food.
I mean,
But that won't change
there's
the
one way of
system.
looking at it. You say,
So
either
how can we remain
turn,
within the system
turn into a hermit, move to a mountain,
is the
go off the
question that I
grid,
think young people and every person
create my
who's
own
beginning to
energy,
understand
grow my
why
own food.
sustainability
But that won't
is
change the
crucial
system.
and why the
So how
SDGs
can we remain within the
are the
system
North Star they claim to be?
and counter it? is the question that I think young people and every person who's beginning to understand why sustainability is crucial and why the SDGs are the North Star they claim to be.
Professor, I think a lot of people now,
in other words, it is inextricable from the political systems and the economic systems and the huge level of inequalities that they are currently generating.
But Professor, I think a lot of people now, even within the economic systems and the financial systems, are pointing to the fact that there is a huge issue with the way things have functioned so far, and things have to change.
Do you not think there's a lot of greenwashing
and
going
yes,
on?
They're controlled and monopolized by those same people who are responsible for a fractured system.
Elements to try and reconcile themselves. Do you not think there's a lot of greenwashing going on?
How would you
that allows these two actually irreconcilable
it is a part of our
elements to try and
responsibility to
reconcile
expose
themselves.
that. I think it's a part of our responsibility to understand
point,
that.
or how would you,
I think there is
expose
significant
that?
power
Or do you
in
feel it's
individual
part of
action.
your
I think some of the most defining
It is a part of our responsibility
for
to
climate
expose
action
that. I think it's a part of our responsibility
by
to
individuals
understand
who
that.
said, we need to call this out.
There is significant power in individual action.
And there are a lot
I
of
think
young
some of the
people
most defining
globally who are,
movements
leading
for
these
climate
campaigns
action have been
speaking truth to
spearheaded
power,
by individuals who
unlike
said, we need to
ever
call this
before.
out.
So companies and industries and organizations
and there are a lot of young people globally who are
being held
leading these
accountable.
campaigns
Otherwise,
and
I can't remember,
speaking truth to power unlike
in an environment
ever before.
where we were,
So companies and industries and organizations and governments and policy are being held accountable.
For those in
Otherwise, I can't remember. I don't remember growing up in an environment where we were,
from
yes, we were
Oxford, where we
encouraged to
teach
question and
sustainability
seek
at the core of
and be
everything
curious
we do.
as long as it
What
was
do you think should be
comfortable.
incorporated in the
for those
Indian
in power.
education system? You
Speaking of
spoke
young
about your
people,
unique
youth,
educational journey, and thank you for sharing that.
From
But what do you
Oxford,
think
where we
is
teach
something that we should,
sustainability at the core
the
of
actions that
everything
we
we
should
do.
take from early
What
on
do you think
to
should be
able to better tackle
incorporated in
environmental
the
issues,
Indian
or,
education system? You
make
spoke about
sustainability a
your
part of our
unique,
life, like, what are
educational
your
journey, and thank you for sharing that. But what do you think
So when I
is something
started
that we should,
answering,
the actions
your
that we should take from early on to be
I
able to
started
better
with
tackle
saying that to
environmental
me,
issues, or
sustainability
make
is
sustainability a part of our
mindfulness,
life?
right?
Like,
It comes from a
what are
place of
your
consciousness.
recommendations?
You may.
And I still see
So when I
many
started
people around
answering
me,
your
at,
question,
the airport
I
washrooms
started
or,
with
any
saying that to
kind
me
of washroom
sustainability
where
is
people are washing their hands and
mindfulness,
the water is
right?
just
It comes from a
running,
place of
soaping their hands and
consciousness.
the water is running.
And
It's
I
just
still see
wasting.
so many people
Burns
around
my
me,
blood.
at
I
the
want to,
airport
like,
washrooms or
reach over
any
and
kind
say,
of washroom
stop.
where
Or,
people are
the
washing their hands
mindless
and the water
action
is
of
just
people
running
just
and
pulling
they're soaping them hands
tissue
and the
paper
water is
from
running.
the rack
It's just
to
wasting.
dry.
It burns
You need
my
one
blood.
piece, if at
I
all.
want to reach over and say stop.
You see educated people.
Or the mindless action of people
So
just
I
pulling
think that
tissue paper from the
that
rack to
understanding
dry.
of conscious
You need one
consumerism
piece,
and
if
that
at all.
connection
between and this,
your life
you see educated
and the
people do
living
this.
planet.
So I think that mindfulness, that understanding of conscious consumerism, and that connection between your life and the living planet has to start at a very young age. It needs to start
some of the things that I've done at
birth.
home.
We need to
Every
raise
time my son finishes his
children
meal,
who
he says,
understand
"Thank you, Farmer,"
that
and "Thank you, Mama
everything
Earth."
in the world is interconnected.
And
So some of the things that I've done at home is
farms,
every time my
he's seen how
son
food
finishes
is
his
grown.
meal, he says
seen
thank you
how
farmer
composting
and
in
thank
the
you Mama
house is
Earth.
adding richness to
And
the soil of the
I've
plants
taken him
that
into
we're growing together. He's got his plant babies.
farms. He's seen how food is grown.
He identifies
He's
and
seen
names
how
birds now.
composting in the house
So
is
what I'm basically
adding
saying is that
richness to the soil of the plants
interaction
that
with
we're
nature,
growing together. He's got his plant
and
babies.
that spirit
He
of
identifies
wonder,
and names birds
curiosity and
now.
love that I
So
think
what I'm
then
basically
propels
saying is
every
that
individual interaction, because when we
interaction
love
with nature
something and we care
and
deeply about
that
it,
we will extend
that spirit
our
of wonder
own
and
personal limits
curiosity
to
and
protect
love
it and to
that I
care for
think
it and
then
secure it.
propels
And I
every
think that
individual
we can
into
all be
action.
champions
Because when we love
of the
something
earth, if
and we
we
care deeply
can
about it,
foster that
we will
love
extend
and create
our
that
own personal limits
environment
to protect it and to care for it and secure it.
So
and I
one of
think
the
that we can all
interventions
be
that we proposed to
champions
the Maharashtra
of
state
the
government,
earth if we
because I saw
can
it
foster
work
that
really
love
well in Kenya
and
when I was
create
visiting
that
there, was to help
environment of
government
for
schools
young
set up
children.
vegetable
So
gardens.
one of the
and
interventions
help,
that we've proposed to the
primary
Maharashtra state
children,
government,
learn,
because I
teach
saw
them
it
to grow trees
work really
and
well in
plant
Kenya
them,
when I was visiting
trees.
there,
And
was to help
this is just one of the small
government
interventions
schools
that
set
can
up
go a long
vegetable
way.
gardens and help primary
I feel it is the
children
baby steps that can eventually
teach
make
them to
us,
grow trees
reach
and plant bearing trees.
For baby steps
and
anymore.
this is
Baby
just one
steps
of the
should have
small
started 50
interventions that
years
can go a long way.
But
I think I absolutely agree with you.
I
feel
think
it
it's
is the
important
baby
to
steps
recognize
that can
we are
eventually make us
raising
reach.
climate change children.
For baby
We have
steps
children
anymore. The
born
baby steps should have
into
started 50 years ago.
very
But
adverse world.
I think it's
And
important to
their future
recognize
is
that
going
we
to
are
be
raising
extremely
climate
challenging and
change
hard.
children.
Your future
We have
is
children
going to be
born
extremely
into
challenging and hard.
a very
And
adverse
to be able
world.
to build the resilience that you need
And their
to
future
combat
is
with
going
that
to be
and
extremely
work
challenging
towards
and hard.
repairing the systems
Your
that are broken
future is
because
going
it's
to be
possible and nature is
extremely
healing,
challenging and hard.
as you know.
And
forgiving
to be
in
able to
many
build the
ways.
resilience that you need to combat with that and
for a
work
cultural
towards
change.
repairing the
It's
systems
not
that are
just
broken
a
because it's possible
structural,
and nature is healing, as you
change
know.
we need. It
And
has to be
forgiving in
underpinned
ways.
by a cultural change,
is a
which of
requirement
course
for a
comes
cultural
through
change.
not just
It's
the
not
sciences,
just
but
a
the
sort of
arts.
structural,
So how
economic,
do you think
political change we need.
But
It has to be
human behaviour is
underpinned by a
connects
cultural
to
change,
what you're
which of course comes through
you've
not
told
just the
us how
sciences
they
but the
both have
arts.
roots
So
in
how
how you grew
do you
up.
think
that you have
your career as an artist connects
different roots?
to what
How
you
do you see
want to
them
achieve?
feeding each other?
You've
other
told
than,
us
as you
how
say,
they
that you've
both
now
have
acquired a
roots in how you
platform
grew up.
which you feel
That
an
you have
obligation almost to use in a way that is meaningful.
different roots.
I think the
How
power
do
of
you see
than, as you say, that you have now acquired a platform which you feel an obligation almost to use in a way that is meaningful.
I think the power of storytelling is tremendous. It can really bring about
the crisis that
social,
we're
cultural,
dealing with. But
and
there
political
can
change.
be situations, they can be characters,
and
they can
I
be
think,
jobs. They can be
stories
things
don't
that
have
the
to
people
be
within
entirely
stories
rooted
and
in
narratives are doing or experiencing or
the crisis
feeling
that we're dealing
that
with,
can
but
lead to
there
a
can
better
be
understanding
situations,
and
they can be
possible
characters, they
from
can be
the viewer
jobs.
as well.
They can
I'll
be
give you a
things
small
that the
example.
people
I recently
within
did a
stories
film
and
called
narratives
Thak
are
Thak,
doing or
which is a story
experiencing or
about 4
feeling
women
that can lead
journeying on
to a better
motorcycles from Delhi
understanding
to
and
Khardungla,
possible action
which is I think the
from
second,
the viewer as
second
well.
most,
I'll
second
give you a
highest
small
votable pass in
example.
the
I
world.
recently did a film called Thak
And
Thak,
I
which
love
is a story
the
about
one-line
4
story. I was
women
like, this is fantastic
journeying
because
on
these are 4
motorcycles from
women
Delhi to
from 4 different
Khardungla,
stratas of
which is I think the
society, 4 different age
second
groups.
second highest
So there's
votable
Ratna
pass in the
Pathak
world.
Shah, there's a young girl called
And
Sanjana Sanghi,
I love the one-line story. I was like, this is fantastic because these are 4 women from 4 different stratas of society, 4 different age groups.
6 months after
So there's Ratna Pathak Shah, there's a young girl called
get onto
Sanjana
a
Sanghi,
motorcycle
there's
and learn to
Fatima
ride a
Sana
bike.
Sheikh, and me. Who
And I was
just
so
turned
excited
40 when
by
I was
the
offered
possibility
this film,
that
and
this film
I had
offered
just
itself,
delivered
because
Abhiyan, and 3 months or 6 months after he was born, I was
of course,
compelled to get
be
onto a
part of the
motorcycle and learn to
subject,
ride a
story
bike.
that was driving multiple SDGs.
And I was so excited by the possibility
alongside
that this film offered itself,
I
because
said, let me use this character
I got to
drive
of course,
some simple
essay
messaging.
a part
So
and
the
be a part
character
of a
vlogs.
subject and a story that was
You'll
driving
see
multiple
my metal
SDGs.
bottle that has been made quite
But
famous over
alongside
the years with the
that,
traveling bottle.
I said,
But
let me
it's
use
also
this
made its
character
on-screen debut.
to drive some simple
and finds
messaging.
itself
So the character
in
blogs.
multiple movies.
You
you will see my metal bottle that has been made quite famous over the years with the hashtag traveling bottle.
So I think it's
but
that.
It's also made its on-screen debut.
Equally important.
And finds itself in multiple movies.
Identify the stories that require even more intentionality and be able to tell them. So one of the films
so
that
I think
we've
it's
just
that,
produced
but
at One
I
India
also think it's
Stories
equally
is a
important
story
and
called
relevant to,
which is, has
identify
anybody
the
from
stories that
Maharashtra
require
here?
even more
Yes?
intentionality
Have you all had
and be able
panna?
to tell them. So
The
one of the
mango
films
drink?
that we've
Yeah.
just
So the
produced
story is
at One
about
India
a young
Stories
boy
is a story
who's
called
losing his
Panna,
mango orchard
which
to
is,
a road
has
that
anybody
is
from
being
Maharashtra here?
And his
Yes?
whole life,
Have you all
and
had
his
panna?
whole system
The mango
changes.
drink? Yeah,
And
so
it's
the
a very
story is
simple
about a
story
young
told from the
boy
child's
who's losing
view.
his mango orchard to a road
But I think
that
it's
is
going to
being
really
made.
make
And
people
his
feel
whole
something
life
very,
and
very
his whole
strong.
system
And I think
changes.
that's the power of
And
storytelling.
it's a very simple
I
story
am a
told
big
from the
admirer
child's
of Richie Mehta.
view.
I love the fact that he made a show
But
called
I think it's going to
Poachers,
really
and the
make
fact
people
that
feel
he's,
something very,
focused
very
on
strong.
subject matter that
And I
has
think that's
never
the
been
power of
focused on
storytelling.
in
I am a
storytelling.
big
We've got some
admirer of Richie
pretty
Mehta.
cool
I love the
action
fact
thriller
that he made a
dramas
show
waiting
called
to be told
Poachers.
in the conservation
And the fact
and
that
wildlife
he's,
protection space.
focused on subject matter that has never been focused on in storytelling. We've got some pretty cool action thriller dramas waiting to be told in the conservation and wildlife protection space. It's
I mean, we do have a long tradition in India of
It's all converging now.
political cinema.
Yes, so it's nice to see
So
that, I think
it's,
it needs to get
widened now, the spectrum.
But it was all, when I was growing up,
In that
it
space,
was
especially
actually
in the
very
entertainment
separate
industry. I'll tell many
from
of those stories.
Bollywood.
It's all converging now.
But yes, so it's nice to see that those threads are now coming together.
In that space, especially in the entertainment industry.
I'll tell many of those stories.
Wonderful concrete examples, but do you think have you seen that shift
it's
in
really
your
now
career
going to
as such,
change what you
in your
decide to
artistic
do
career,
as an artist?
as your activism impacted? And I mean, you've obviously just given us some wonderful concrete examples, but do you think it's really now going to change what you decide to do as an artist?
Reliving your truth infinite times.
I think being an actor
I
is
think the more you grow and
being
the more
a
exposure you get to the world and the more truth you're
reliving
confronted by,
your truth
the more it
infinite
helps you
times.
define the spaces that you want to
And
occupy.
I think the more you grow,
So I
and
think
the more
I'm better
exposure you
informed
get to
now
the
about what
world,
kind of stories I want
and
to
the
be a
more
part
truth
of than I
you're
possibly
confronted
ever
by,
was. And
the
I think
more
those
it
are the
helps
kind of
you
stories that seek me
define
now.
the spaces that you
So
want
it's all
to occupy.
It's all kind of interconnected.
So I think I'm better informed now about what kind of stories I want to be a part of than I possibly ever was. And I think those are the kind of stories that seek me
decided
now.
I have a platform.
So it's all it's all kind of interconnected.
Organic kind
Yes,
of.
that's wonderful to hear, because it's not, what you're presenting to us is the picture of someone who's not just decided, I have a platform, I'm going to use it to do something, but really a more organic kind of picture where what you do really connects, the two things you do connect to each other, reinforce each other, and transport you and hopefully a lot of other people to a different place where they can perhaps approach these subjects with a different level of nuance.
Ethics, yes, and I think that has so much to do with identifying your purpose.
I should use that.
And discovering what it is that truly makes you
We'd love to
feel
take open
alive.
this discussion up to the audience.
Ethics.
Merging with aesthetics, I think.
Oh, wonderful, yes.
Kind of
I should use that.
Is there a mic coming?
We'd love to take open this discussion up to the audience.
So thank you very much for that.
Please,
it was
go ahead.
wonderful to
Yes,
hear.
I'd love to know your
Is there a
Oh,
mic
sorry.
coming?
My name is
I think there's a mic.
Mihir
Okay.
Sheth. I am a researcher and startup in the healthcare space here. And it was
So
really
thank you
wonderful
very much for
hearing
that.
about some of the
It was
challenges
wonderful to
you
hear,
faced early
I'd love
on
to know your
about
name.
environmental
sorry.
advocacy.
My name is
when it
Mihir.
was- it
Mihir
wasn't in
Sheth. I am a
vogue.
researcher and
let's go with that.
startup in the healthcare space here.
I want to
And it
get
was
more
really
involved in
wonderful
advocacy
hearing
as a
about some of the
scientist, as a
challenges you
entrepreneur.
faced early on
Would
about
you have any
environmental advocacy when it was
recommendations on how to do
it
that,
wasn't
how
in
to
vogue.
make my voice heard, how to
let's
tell
go
a
with that.
story that's impactful for the people.
I
making
want
these
to get more
decisions
involved in advocacy as a
when it's
scientist,
not
as an
always
entrepreneur.
sexy.
would you
there are a lot
have
of
any
healthcare conditions that
recommendations on
aren't, for
how to do
example,
that,
like
how to
respiratory
make my voice
How
heard,
can I make
how to
myself
tell a story
heard
that's
to
impactful for the
enable
people
change in those
making
spaces?
these decisions when
Wow,
it's
that's a
not
lot of
always
questions in one
sexy?
question. I will
There are a
try
lot of
and
healthcare
answer
conditions
all
that
maybe.
aren't, for example, like
I think,
respiratory conditions.
First off,
How can I make myself heard
you're a pretty
to
strong
enable
communicator.
change in those spaces?
And I think if you care deeply
Wow,
enough
that's
about
a
what
lot
you
of
want
questions
to
in
say,
one question.
and you say
I
it
will try and
authentically,
answer
people
all,
will
Mihir.
listen to you.
I
And you
think
have access to
first
every
off,
platform now that you can
you're
use
a
your
pretty
voice
strong
on.
communicator.
And along the
And
way,
I
I'm sure
think
you'll
if you
find
care
creative ways
deeply
to do
enough
it. But
about what you
there
want
is
to
nothing
say,
quite as incredible
and you
as
say it
collaboration.
authentically,
I
people
think
will
if you
listen to you.
collaborate with young
And you
people
have
who are also
access to
working
every
in
platform
advocacy,
now that
you
you
will
can use your
find
voice
that
on.
they will learn
And
from
along the
you
way, I'm
and
sure
be
you'll
able
find
to
creative
say-
ways to
tell
do it. But
stories
there is nothing quite as
meaningfully
incredible as
and
collaboration.
powerfully, and I'm
I
always
think if you
available
collaborate with young people who are also
further
working in
what you're
advocacy,
trying to do.
you will
So please
find
reach out
that
to
they will learn from you
I'll be
and
happy
be
to
able
help
to
you.
tell
But
stories
I want to touch on
quite
something very,
meaningfully
very
and
important.
powerfully, and I'm always available.
There is
to
more force
further
being used now
what
than
you're
ever
trying
before
to do.
to
So
silence
please reach
the
out to me.
voice of advocates.
I'll be happy to
globally,
help you.
and especially
But
in countries
I want
like
to
India.
touch on something very, very
And
important.
therefore, we need more young people. And
There
we
is
need
more
people
force
who
being
are,
used now than ever before to silence
young as
the
the young
voice
people.
of advocates globally,
to
and
support
especially in countries
those
like India.
voices and stand by them.
And therefore, we need more young people,
And there's some
and we need
pretty
more people who
phenomenal
are
climate movements and
not as young
environmental
as the young
movements
people
underway in India right now, and I have the
to support
rich privilege
those voices
of
and
engaging
stand
with
by them.
regularly. There's such a
and
force,
there's some
every one of
pretty
them.
phenomenal
One of
climate
them
movements
is a teacher
and
in
environmental
Tamil Nadu,
movements underway
and
in
he's
India right
also
now,
just
and I
published
have
a
the
book called Intertitle.
rich
Please
privilege
read it.
of engaging with them
I
regularly.
mention
There's
Yuvan
such a force
for many reasons,
every one
but
of them.
one reason
One
is
of them
because I
is
don't
a
quite
teacher
think
in Tamil
anyone
Nadu, and he's
is
also just
able
published a book called
make
Intertitle. Please
the
read
climate
it.
crisis
I mention
approachable,
Yuvan for
as
many reasons, but
tangible,
one
as
reason
humane,
is because I don't
and
quite
emotional
think
as Yuvan
anyone
does.
is
And I
able
think
to
that that's what
make
really helps
the
people.
climate
Human
crisis
beings are very
as
difficult
approachable,
creatures,
as tangible,
and they're very
as
complicated.
humane,
And I
and
think
emotional
it takes
as
so
Yuvan
much
does.
more
And I think
than
that
just,
that's
you
what
know,
really helps people.
a nudge.
Human beings are very
Sometimes even a hard
difficult
knock doesn't work.
creatures, and
So
they're
I
very
think there's just a lot of
complicated.
consistent,
And I think it
compelling
takes
storytelling
so
that has
much
to
more
keep going out there
than just,
to
you know,
propel more action.
a nudge. Sometimes even a hard knock doesn't
have
work.
lots of questions.
So I think there's just a lot of
really need another
consistent,
whole hour.
compelling storytelling that has to keep
I
going
will
out
keep our
there
answers as brief
to
as I can,
propel
so we
more
have more
action.
people ask questions. Can we get a few more minutes extra?
Right,
Because we
we
start
have
so
lots
hands
of
up really scared.
Yes, we really need another whole hour. But
Okay, I will keep our answers as brief as I can, so we have more people ask questions. Can we get a few more
Hi, is
minutes
this-
extra?
yeah, okay,
Because
working
we
out, great.
started early.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today. I'm Rishi Anand. I'd done a PhD here a couple of years ago, and it was really interesting to hear you say young people are now finally speaking the truth.
Yeah, okay, working out great.
It doesn't feel necessarily
Thank you
that
so much for
powerless.
taking the time to
And it
speak
speaks
to us
to
today. I'm Rishi
answer you
Anand.
just
I'd
gave.
done a PhD here
For
a couple of
Professor
years ago,
Gupta's point,
and
in terms of
it was really
instilling
interesting to hear you say
cultural
young people are
Do you
now
think this
finally
needs to come
speaking the truth to power.
top-down from
But
those
it
in
doesn't
power to
feel
government,
necessarily as though
or
power listening.
bottom-up from
And it speaks to
the rest of us
the
to convince
answer
them
you
the
just
story is right?
gave.
And in your experience as a
For
communicator,
Professor Gupta's point,
what is
in
the best way
terms
to
of
affect
instilling a
change?
cultural change,
So,
do you think this needs to
thank you for
come
that question.
top-down from those in
from what
power
I've
to government,
understood
or bottom
is that
up
the world has
from
been so
the rest of
far
us
working
to
on a
convince
flawed
them the story is right?
You can't
And in your
work
experience as a
bottom-up.
communicator,
Not on this one.
what is the best
This
way
has
to
to come
affect change?
I mean, if 1% of the
Thank you
global
for that
population is controlling,
From what I've
90% or more
understood,
of the
is that the
world's
world has
economy,
been so far working on a flawed system.
It has to come top
You can't work bottom up.
and
Not on
it
this
has
one.
to come.
This has
from,
to come top down.
But having
I mean,
said
if
that,
1% of the
think
global
that there
population is
a great
controlling
power
90% or
in
more
individual
of the world's
voice
economy.
And collaborative voices. And I think
has to
that
come
we can shake the systems
and it has to
compel them
come
to
from,
shift
but
perspectives
having
and
said
make
that,
better
I think
choices.
that
If
there
we can
is
come
a
together
great
and
power in
propel that
individual
action.
voice and collaborative
And we're
voices.
beginning
And I
to see,
think that
like
we
I mentioned
can shake the systems and compel
but there's
them
just
to
far too
shift
much to be done in
perspectives
a very
and make
small
better
window of
choices.
time.
If
You
we
just
can
have
come
7 years.
together and propel that action.
We should first start by
and we're beginning to see it, like I mentioned earlier.
Situation where
but there's just far too much to be done in a very small window of time. We just have 7 years.
My husband is sitting in front of me.
I think that we should first start by dismantling.
I think from what I'm beginning to understand,
situation where
something
wealth is concentrated.
I'm beginning to
and
understand,
I'm
oh my
not
God, my
going to
capitalist
commit to
husband is
more
sitting in front
right
of
now,
me.
but I'm hoping that in the next 3 years,
I think
I hope
from
we
what I'm
meet again,
beginning
and
to
I hope I can
understand
come
is
here
that
and
there
say,
is something happening now. And I'm not going to commit to more right now, but I'm hoping that in the next 3 years, I hope we meet again,
Hi, Dia.
and I
I'm
hope
Shruti.
I can come here and say,
from Saeed
it
last
happened.
September. I'm
It
very happy to be
changed.
here.
As long as it's
You
not
spoke
philanthropic
of storytelling, you
capitalism.
spoke
But
of how
anyway.
systems level change has to ideally be top down, and I agree.
Hi Dia, I'm Shruti.
So,
I graduated from
I
Saeed
agree
last
when you
September,
said that,
and
you know,
very happy
you
to be
mentioned
here.
J. Krishnamurti's
You
principles,
spoke
how
of
you
storytelling,
can't
you
imbibe
spoke
knowledge,
of
how
how
you can't
systems
create
level
change with fear,
change has
oppression,
to ideally
subjugation.
be
I get
top
it.
down, and I agree.
And then I want to know, what do you think of
So,
leaders today
I
employing
agree
fear
when
or
you said that,
negativity in
you
their
know, you
narrative?
mentioned J.
Because I
Krishnamurti's
come from a
principles,
country
how
where
you can't
celebrities
imbibe
endorse
knowledge, how you
fairness
can't create
creams, because that
change
if you're
with
not
fear,
fair, you
oppression,
can't be
subjugation, I get it.
successful.
And then
Politicians
I
and
want to know, what do you
anyone
think
who,
of leaders today
what they were
employing
following the
fear or
election coverage in the
negativity
last
in
few
their
months,
narrative?
talking
Because I
about
come
how
from a country
minorities are
where celebrities
infiltrators who
endorse
take their
fairness
wealth.
creams, because, well, if you're
We
not
come
fair,
from
you
that
can't be
country.
successful.
That's the truth. So I
to
see this as
politicians and
something so
anyone who,
deeply rooted
I
in
mean,
India.
what they were
And
following
I'd
the
like to
election
know
coverage in the last few
what
months,
Dia Mirza thinks,
talking
how it can be
about how
tackled on a
minorities
systems
are
level, from a top-down
infiltrators who will
level.
take their wealth, right? We come
Have
from
you
that
seen my
country. That's the
Twitter
truth.
timeline or my
So I see
Instagram
this
feed?
as something so deeply rooted in India. And I'd like to know how, what
So
Dia
I'm
Mirza
one of those
thinks,
people
how it can be
who's,
tackled
like,
on a systems
dealing
level,
with
from a top-down level.
serious vitriol and hate on a daily basis.
Have you seen my Twitter timeline
So
or
much
my
of what
Instagram
I'm
feed?
saying is not convenient to people.
So I'm one of
there
those
are
people
systems
who's
that are
like
working very
dealing
hard to
with
discredit
serious vitriol
my
and hate
voice.
on a daily basis. And so much of what I'm
But
saying
I don't think there's anything
is
quite as powerful as consistency.
not convenient to people.
Just
so
keep
there
going.
are systems that are working very hard to discredit.
And as
my
far
voice.
as I think that's addressing the hate.
But I don't think there's
and of course,
anything quite
what's
as
very
powerful as
important
consistency.
is to function from a place of love.
Just keep going.
And never allow that hate to become a part of you.
And as far
the
as
second thing about the fairness
I
students
think
and stuff
that's
like that,
addressing
I
the
think
hate.
a lot of
And of
mindsets
course,
are
what's
are
very
changing.
important is to
Actors,
function from a place of
celebrities
love.
Are better informed now.
And never allow
than
that
ever
hate to
before.
become a part of you.
I, for
The
one,
second thing
wouldn't,
about the fairness
even
creams
though my
and stuff
career
like that,
started
I think
with a fairness cream.
a lot of mindsets
And at that
are
age,
changing.
when I was 15 and a
Actors,
half, I
celebrities
didn't
are
even
better
realize
informed
or
now
think or
than ever
ponder or
before.
consider what it meant
I, for
to
one,
be doing what I
wouldn't,
was. I was
even though
only
my career
interested in
started
the
with a
financial
fairness cream.
independence that the endorsement
And at
was
that
giving.
age, when I was 15 and a half,
But we
I
live
didn't even
and we
realize
learn,
or
and
think or
hopefully when we
ponder or
learn, we do better.
consider what it meant to be doing
So
what I
should we
was.
have
I was only interested in the financial independence
My name's
that the
Sandeep,
endorsement
and
was
like
giving
your
me.
husband, I'm a capitalist.
But we live and we learn.
But
and
I think
hopefully
that
when we
capital
learn, we
has a
do
lot
better.
of power.
Yes, it does.
And
So should we
I
have-
also think that
So
we
long
live.
as it's not bereft of conscience.
My name's Sandeep, and
It is, yeah,
like your
that's right.
husband, I'm
And
a
I also
capitalist.
think that India is a country which
but I
is
think that capital
highly
has a lot of power.
celebrity
Yes, it does.
driven.
And I also
Bollywood,
think that
So
we
long
live.
as it's not bereft
have
of
such a
conscience.
deep
It is,
impact
yeah,
on
that's right.
people's,
And I also think that
adoption
India is a country
of
which is
products,
highly
technology,
celebrity
etc. So now when you put these two
driven.
together,
Bollywood
and you look at what
and
we've
cricket
done
have
as a fund,
such a deep
we've actually
impact
moved
on
away with
people's
anything that is government
adoption of products,
influenced.
technology, etc.
And
So
so
now when you put these two together,
just think about this for a second.
and you look at what we've
More
done
than
as a fund,
45%
we've actually moved away
of
with
climate
anything
emissions in
that
India
is
actually
government
happen from areas that don't
influenced.
have any government
And so
influence.
just think about this
Food
for a
tech,
second.
what people eat.
More than
Beauty creams, which is
45%
with a
of
sustainable-
climate emissions in
and
India
so
actually
therefore
happen
you
from
have a very,
areas
very
that don't have
important
any
place to
government
play in all of
influence.
this. Not everyone has
Food
access to
tech, what
Bollywood.
people
elite beauty creams, which is with a sustainable. And you have access. So therefore, you have a very, very important place to play in all of this. Not everyone has access to Bollywood. You're part of the sorority, fraternity, whatever you want to call it. And you have access to cricketers. How many people have you reached out to in your peer group to ask them to actually push products that are climate friendly that people use on a daily basis, because that has a greater impact than you're trying to
think that there's nothing more powerful than
drive down
and the advantage that we have
probably
is, the access to
your lack of agreement with what's happening on a policy
front,
for example.
I think that there's nothing more powerful than personal action. And
all of our
the advantage
whether
that we
it was our
have
wedding or
is,
our children's birthdays,
the access to social media and to be able to tell our stories or share important events, occasions, how we celebrate them. So, for example, all of our celebrations, whether it was our wedding or it's our children's birthdays, are waste-free, are single-use plastics-free. If you go to my Instagram page, you'll be able to see some very, very thoughtfully documented storytelling there that is being done solely to help inform more people. Now, if people in my fraternity still continue to use plastic balloons,
to make better choices,
when they hit 5 million, 50 million, 100 million followers,
as they are,
I can't change that.
The other thing is, I think
but
there's something
I can use the sphere of influence that I have within my reach to make better choices, and hopefully, more people will follow as they are. The other thing is, I think there's something very, very important that we're doing right now, which is investing in sustainable companies. So
the trend is now
it's something that I've been doing for the last 5 years, identifying companies that are absolutely sustainable and investing in them. And the trend is now growing. There are more and more actors and cricketers who are beginning to invest in social enterprises and sustainable companies.
I've been trying to make the IPL single-use plastics free, but failing at it.
In name, but they're also putting their own money behind these enterprises. So that's some change.
Yes.
That's how we work.
Yes,
I've been trying to make the IPL single-use plastics free, but failing at it.
Absolutely, all your hands.
It's on banana leaves and use on glaze.
There are so many young people in the country now at a
reusable cutlery, absolutely.
Who are going back to basics. Who are actually so I met this team of
Professor,
2 young boys.
There are
at the
so many young people in the country now at a village and a town level who are going back to basics.
And they
who are
have
actually
basically invested.
so I met this team of 2 young boys at the Tide Turners Challenge this year who've set up a company called
and have been encouraging their villagers.
And they have basically invested. They've got 60,000 Indian rupees. Bought 100 plates and glasses and cutlery, and have been encouraging their villagers there, the people from their village, to come and hire utensils from them when they are celebrating special occasions. Otherwise, these people had started using thermocol and styrofoam.
Do you guys know what a tapri
paper plates that have like that, the
So in the Himalayas, I was doing this sojourn from the source of the Ganga to sea.
Incredible
along the way, one of the things
when
that really
I
hit me
asked
hard was the
a
quantum
tapri
of
wala.
plastic waste.
Do you guys know what a tapri wala is?
And the inescapable reality.
So in the
that
Himalayas,
there
I
is
was
no
doing
system
this
that can manage
sojourn
that
from
waste.
the source of the Ganga to sea, and along the way, one of the things that really hit me hard was the quantum of plastic waste and the inescapable reality that there is no system that can manage that waste. So it is going to enter our water bodies and it is burning in many places. And we're all educated enough to know what the consequences of that is. But when I asked this tapri wala,
and his answer was,
they usually used to have pullers or glass little cups that they would serve
tea in earthenware
and
is
I
not
said,
modern
why have
enough.
you started serving
And this is what the
tea in
plastics
these
industry
plastic cups?
They
And his answer
have
was,
become such
it's
an
modern. Serving tea in earthenware is not modern enough.
And our psyche.
And this is what the plastics industry did.
Communities that
They,
have lived with the land
have
and worshipped
become
it for
such
centuries and understand it better than anyone ever could.
Inextricable part of our
that
lives.
What they are doing is wrong.
And our psyche, that they have convinced communities that have lived with the land and worshipped it for centuries and understand it better than anyone ever could.
And say no.
That what they are doing is wrong.
Your faith, your belief, your systems.
Or it's not good enough.
Were the most honest.
And now the work is to take them back to themselves and say, no, what your knowledge, your faith, your belief, your systems
now you need to start a syllabus
were the
to teach
most
them
honest. and we need to go back to them.
I think some of it.
Returning to a
20th century concept of Indian modernity, I think would do wonders for our...
Now you need to start a syllabus to teach them that.
So we have 7-8 hands raised.
Get some of it.
How many minutes
And we've got someone who's holding the mic,
I
think we might need to
stop who's
telling us.
So we have 7-8 hands raised.
We have 7-8
How many minutes
and
are
we've
you
got
giving
someone
us?
who's holding the mic, so we're going to have to defer. Okay, one last.
I would assume there's a lot of wastage and leakage and resources in making films. Do you, as
Thanks, Rohan. Very important question. Kabir. Sorry. Please excuse me. This is a very important question, and the only way I can control the choices that we make in film production is when I'm producing myself.
Please excuse me. This is a very important question, and the only way I can control the choices that we make in film production is when I'm producing myself. Right? There aren't conditions like the ones I would have liked to have put in place. But yes, if I'm acting in an ad, I will make sure that the set is completely plastic-free and there's zero paper waste.
So if somebody is making a show for Netflix
the interesting
or
thing
Amazon,
now is that a lot of platforms that are
their
global,
productions have to be
they have sustainability
There is a
standards and
lot of
measures
greenwashing
that
that
have to be
happens there.
implemented. It's non-negotiable.
there are
It's
some
in their
good
contracts.
who are
So
doing
if somebody is
genuinely
making a
good
show
work,
for
who
Netflix
are
or
managing
Amazon,
their food waste very well, and
their
ensuring
productions have
they
to be
have very
sustainable.
limited food waste.
There is a
because that's
lot
actually
of
one the
greenwashing that
highest
happens there.
components of
But
waste
there are
that we
some good
create.
folks who are doing
And
genuinely good
alongside
work,
that, there are many
who are
other
managing
measures that
their
are being
food waste very well
Single-use
and
plastics
ensuring
are
they
the
have very limited
easiest
food waste, because that's actually one of the
mitigate
highest
and do away
components of
because we were
waste
making
that we create.
absolutely fantastic
And
films 50
alongside
years
that,
ago,
there are many other measures
with
that are being
very,
implemented.
very large
Single-use
sets and
plastics
with
are
a
the
very, very large
easiest
workforce
to
with no
mitigate
use of
and
plastic.
do away with.
And everybody was fed
Because
and
we were
everybody drank
making
water and
absolutely
survived
fantastic
and
films
thrived.
50 years ago.
So a lot of
with
people are
very, very
understanding
large
they can go
sets
back
and
to
with
that
a
now.
very, very
It's
large
happening
workforce
more frequently.
with no use
Okay,
of
well,
plastic.
that
And
was a
everybody was
difficult
fed and
question,
everybody
and
drank
thank you
water
for answering
and
it so
survived
graciously and
and
generally
thrived.
for
So
providing
a lot of
such
people are understanding they
interesting
can go
insight.
back to that now, and it's happening more frequently.
About the intersection
Okay,
between
well,
purpose
that was a
and
difficult
action,
question,
and
and
truly
I thank you
inspiring
for
students
answering it
like
so
me,
graciously and
and the
generally
youth, not
for
just in
providing
India but
such
globally.
an
And
interesting
thank you so
insight
much for
into
just
your
sharing all your personal
life
stories.
and work.
Thank you.
The
It's my
intersection between
pleasure.
purpose
Thank
and
you
action,
very much.
and truly inspiring students like me and the youth, not just in India but globally. And thank you so much for just sharing all your personal stories.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
We now have a quick 10-minute coffee break. Please make it quick. And then we have great panels to follow. We now have a quick 10-minute coffee break. Please make it quick. And then we have great panels to follow.
I could ask everyone to please settle down. We will kick off the evening session with a presentation by a veteran of India's journey as an entrepreneurial nation. If I could ask everyone to please... He has been a true visionary and an architect of India's technological landscape. His illustrious career at Infosys, with a presentation by a veteran of India's journey as an entrepreneurial nation. But he has been a true visionary and an architect of India's technological landscape. As a venture capitalist and angel investor, he has nurtured his illustrious career at Infosys, where he served as CFO and board member, helped propel the company to global prominence. Today we have the privilege of hearing from this titan of Indian business. Beyond a single Please join me in a very warm welcome. As a venture capitalist and angel investor, he has nurtured countless startups, fostering a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem in India. Today we have the privilege of hearing from this titan of Indian business. Please join me in a very warm welcome for Mr. Mohandas Pai.
Very happy to be here. It's been many years since I've come here. I'm happy to be here and talk to all of you. I'm going to talk about India as a startup nation and
folks,
tell
thank
you
you very
India's
much
story.
For inviting me. Very happy to be here.
What is India?
Many years since I come here.
4 billion people.
I'm happy to be here and talk to all of you.
0.8% population growth.
I'm going to talk about India as a startup nation.
We don't have a population problem. We have an aging
tell
problem.
You the India story.
We have 130 million people above the age of 60.
What is India?
By 2030, we'll have 200 million people above the age of 60.
0.8%
the biggest challenge for the world
growth.
Is an aging population.
We don't have a population
Today, 25% of humanity is shrinking.
We have 130 million people above the age of 60. By 2030, we'll have 200 million people above the age of 60.
1.45
the biggest challenge for the world is an aging population. Today, 25% of humanity is shrinking. China, Japan, Korea, Italy, Russia, etc. And people say the Chinese population of 1.45 billion
this year
will be 535 million by 2100.
95% probability.
And that is indeed a big worry. And India will be aging too.
Will be
we are $3.6 trillion in GDP.
The most exciting growth
that's very
in the
impressive.
Next 5 years
the
is
fifth
going
largest
to be
in the world.
In India.
This year will be $4 trillion,
in
95% probability.
Third largest in the world.
And I believe by 2029 will be $6 to $6.5 trillion.
We have 14
the most exciting growth in the next 5 years is going to be in India.
Is very poor.
We have $14 trillion in PPP, third largest in the world.
PPP, we are about
the Indian currency is undervalued. The economy is undervalued. We are 14 trillion. It's a very, very large economy. Per capita income is also very poor, $2,500 nominal. In PPP, we are about maybe $7,000 to $8,000.
And that is pretty good.
We are 17% of humanity.
Of reserves
I wish the world remembers China, India, 35% of humanity and make up 1/3 of the world.
For the government.
Import exports make up 50% of India's GDP, and that is pretty good. We have $650 billion of reserves
The only problem we have with the fiscal is that we have a very large quantum of revenues going to pay interest.
We don't borrow outside in dollars for the government. And even those who borrow in dollars is very small, $645 billion. And
it's important because
the only problem we have with the fiscal is that we have a very large quantum of revenues going to pay interest because we borrowed in the past.
Took away $45
now, if you look at this slide between 1991 and 2024, it's important because we got freedom in 1947. Usha Patnaik of Columbia University wrote, the British took away $45 trillion of money, of wealth, in today's money value from 1757 to 1947. So we are not a poor country. Throughout history, India has been a very rich country, impoverished by colonial domination.
In 1947, we became free. In 1950, we gave a constitution. In 1947, we became free. We were the richest country in Asia because China was destroyed in the war.
That's history and reality. That's okay. You see, in 1947, we became free. In 1950, we gave a constitution. In 1947, we became free. We were the richest country in Asia because China was destroyed in the war. Southeast Asia destroyed in the war. Japan destroyed in the war. We had 1.5 billion pounds debt from Great Britain, which of course the currency got devalued. We lost a lot of it. And out of the 5 richest families in Asia, 3 were Indian. And we brought in price control, we brought in license quota Raj, and ruined our future for 30 years. And we suppressed private capital. Economic freedom is very, very important for a country to grow. And between 1950 to 1980, we grew 3.5%, world grew at 4.5%,
Asia grew 6.5%. We became poorer in 80 than 1950. 80 to 90, we grew at 5.5%. Population grew at 2.25%. Our debt grew from 20 billion to 80 billion. And we were broke in 91. We opened up in 91 when we had $5 billion of foreign exchange. And when we opened up, the magic started. GDP when we opened up was 275 billion. It's grown to about 3.6 trillion in 2024. That's 8.1% a year in dollar terms for 33 years.
We don't consume so much of
33
carbon
years,
like
every
people
single
say
year.
to be.
The only country done better than us at that time is China, which has grown around 9.5–10%. And that is wonderful. Both these countries have done extremely well. And we don't consume so much of carbon like people say to be. 1/10 of what the US citizen consumes.
$1 trillion a year
So I think we've got to give a break to us and ask us to consume a little bit more to get a share in the world. We've seen export-import growing. We save 30% of GDP.
We make $1 trillion of
we invest about 31%. We invest $1 trillion a year in capex.
And
$250 billion by the government, about $500 billion by the private sector, and the rest by private citizens. We make $1 trillion of investment. I think there are only two other countries which do more than $1 trillion, the United States and China.
Literacy is higher. When Mao took over in
You can see
1949,
China and
he
India,
said,
China's population declined by 2 million last year. Population actually declining in number. Life expectancy higher. Female, life expectancy higher. Literacy is higher. When Mao took over in 1949, he said, women hold up half of heaven. He educated China's women. We didn't educate our women for many years. Literacy in 1991 was 41%. We didn't have primary health for the first 40 years. We didn't invest in primary education or literacy. Gandhiji would have made sure that every young person in India in 47 would have gone on to start middle schools and give literacy to our people. We didn't do that. We made many mistakes. We're still suffering the consequences today. Now, if you look at the GDP growth in PPP, China is number 1 in the world, 36 trillion. United States number 2, 26. India is number 3. China is the largest exporter, largest importer, largest foreign currency reserves. But are we going to be a China? No. There'll never be a China again, in my opinion. India will follow our own path. It's a very difficult path. We are a very vibrant democracy. 960 million people are eligible to vote. 670 million people voted. The greatest exercise in democracy throughout the world history happened in India recently. And the people of India are very wise. They know what they want. They will vote for the government of their choice. They'll bring to power the people they want.
It doesn't matter because when you're funded by Soros,
and
you can make any
democracy
statement
works
that you want.
irrespective of what a small group of people
but India
in
is a
Sweden
vibrant
think of India.
democracy.
We sit in such a small
29
small
states.
country.
We got about 100 political parties. Ask Minister Jayant Sinha, he'll tell you how
it doesn't matter because when you're funded by Soros, you can make any statement that you want. Because but India is a vibrant democracy. We got 29 states. We got about 100 political parties. Ask Minister Jayant Sinha, he'll tell you how tough it is. And people are very, very demanding.
So,
democracy
India and China
works.
at a
He
glance,
wakes up at 4:30 in the morning. He has 100 people outside his door when he's MP asking for many things. And he has to work 24/7. It's a very tough.
last year. This year, 24-25,
very tough job.
The highest
So,
among all the
India
G20
and China at a
countries.
glance,
We could
we
be
are
at
where
8%.
China was in
7.2 is an
2002.
underestimate right
Yes,
now.
we will grow in the future.
And this is an important slide.
GDP growth
This decade will see the
8.2% last
shift of
year.
economic
This
power
year,
from
24-25 will be 7.2, the highest
emerging markets.
among all the
Because
G20
Europe and the
countries.
OECD will grow
We could be at
around
8%.
2.2%.
7.2 is an underestimate right now. And this is an important slide. This decade will see the shift of economic power from the OECD to the emerging markets. Because Europe and the OECD will grow around 3%.
And the rest by private citizens.
They have deep
We make
problems.
one
Emerging markets,
life
within
expectancy
the
higher, literacy is higher.
multi problems because of high debt and many things else, which I'm sure you'll study. There's something from the IMF about India's growth.
And nobody else.
Now look at this. India is a big economic power. 143 million tons of steel, second largest in the world after China. China is 1.1 billion. 423 million tons of cement. China is 2.2 billion tons.
And I think we should be the third. I think we overtaken Japan.
including trucks, 1 million trucks sold every year. The fourth largest in the world.
Electricity, third
I think we should be the third. I think we've overtaken Japan.
Mobile phones, second
And
largest
of course, construction, it should be 1.6
1
million
billion tons.
square feet
Well,
every
coming
single
off
year.
coal is going to take some
IT is
time because the need for
255,
base load.
275
I don't know what's the
billion
second
dollars.
largest,
Electricity, third
largest,
largest.
aviation,
And then, of
Aditya
course,
is here.
mobile phones, second
Aditya's
largest
earlier
of China.
airline now has 100 million
Coal,
passengers.
1 billion tons.
In 5 years, there'll be
Well,
200
we're
million
coming off
passengers.
coal. It's going to take some
Aditya?
time
You're
because
going
the
to
need
fly
for
every
base load.
Indian in the
I
Hawaii
don't know
Jawaj,
what's the
in the
second
Hawaii
largest.
slipper, right?
Third largest.
And you're going to do it across everybody
India
gets
history
here,
happened in
right?
India
Aditya's
recently.
earlier
The
airline
people of
now
India
has
is very
started
wise.
its
They know
own
what they want.
small
They will vote for the government of their choice. They'll bring to power the people Every they Indian want. in the Hawaii Jawaj, in the Hawaii slipper, right? And you go and do it at a cost everybody can afford,
220
right?
million customers.
And then railways, fourth largest, roadways, ports.
So, and then food, 329 million tons of food grains every year. India's productivity
220
in
million
growing
customers.
maybe 60% of China, 50% of China. We could be double that. We could feed half
So,
the world. Because
then
we're the second
food,
largest food producer in the
329
world. We have the
million tons of
largest
food grains every year. India's
free food scheme in the world. 800
in
million
growing
people
is
get
maybe
free
60%
grains,
of China, 50% of
in
China.
India, and that's
We could be
wonderful.
double that. We could
Milk,
feed
we are
half
the
the
largest
world.
milk producer in the
Because
world.
and the second largest
milk
food producer in the
And of
world.
course, cotton,
We have the largest
horticulture, second largest
free
of
meal,
the
free
Brazil,
food scheme in the
sugar
world.
largest,
800 million
spices
people
largest,
get free
cropland,
grains.
the largest cropland
In
undivided
India, that's
India
wonderful.
from Peshawar to
Milk, we are
Dhaka,
the largest milk producer in the world.
fertile
Largest
area
milk
the world has
producer.
ever seen for
And
any
of course,
civilization.
cotton largest,
With abundant
horticulture
water.
second
That's why
largest
India
after
was a very
Brazil,
rich country.
sugar
And
largest,
livestock,
spices largest,
536
cropland,
billion.
the largest
Fundamental
cropland.
rights under the
Undivided
Constitution.
India from
They walk
Peshawar
all
to
over the
Dhaka
streets,
had the
all over the
largest
country, and we love
fertile
that.
area the world has ever seen for any
Strong financial
civilization.
base, our stock
With abundant
exchange is more
water.
than
That's why India was a very
145,
rich country.
150 years old,
And livestock,
5,500
536 billion.
listed
They have
companies, $5 trillion
fundamental rights
for
under the
market
Constitution. They
capitalization,
walk all over the streets,
$550 billion
all over the country,
companies,
and we love them.
$550 billion companies.
Strong
Around
financial base, our
1870
stock
somewhere,
exchange is more than
there was
145,
big,
150 years old,
problem in
5,500
Bombay.
listed
Time
companies,
bargains
$5
in
trillion
cotton
for
expired.
market
The
capitalization,
gentleman called
$550 billion
You
companies,
might have heard of him.
$550
And
billion
Premchand Roy
companies.
has
Around
speculation because the
1870
American
somewhere,
Civil War ended,
there was
price
a
of
big
cotton had gone up, and the Bank
problem
of
in Bombay.
which
Time
became the
bargains in
State Bank of
cotton
India went
expired.
bust.
The gentleman
Their
called Premchand
shareholders
Roy.
got 25 paise to
You might have
rupee.
heard of
So we
him.
knew what
And
to do
Premchand
option
Roy
trading
has
for a long period of
speculation
time.
because the American Civil War ended, price of cotton had gone up, and the Bank of Bombay, which became the bank, the State Bank of India, went bust. Their shareholders got 25 paise to a rupee. So we knew what to do option trading for a long period of time. The currency is a bill of exchange. We had a bill of exchange called hundi for more than 2,000 years. So we are big
AUM of the
traders
mutual fund
all around
industry
the
is
world.
larger than the
FDI
foreign
flows have been
investors
coming
area.
in. Our
Median
mutual
age,
fund
28
yesterday,
years.
Minister,
Japan is
overtook the
49,
FPI
Europe
AUM
is 42,
for the first time ever.
40.3. Yesterday I was
Yesterday.
in Paris.
That means the
and I met
entire
my French
AUM
friend,
of the mutual fund
who
industry
works
is
at a very
larger than the
large
foreign
investment
investors'
firm, and he said
AUM.
he came back home
Median
to
age,
Paris.
28
He
years.
saw only senior citizens
Japan
all
is
around him in
49.
Paris.
Europe
Aging
is
a problem.
42.
I mean, I'm
40.3.
senior
Yesterday
too.
I was in Paris,
You can feel
and
it.
I met
Aging is a
my
problem.
French friend
And
who works at a very large investment firm, and he said he came back home to Paris. He saw only senior citizens all around him in Paris. Aging is a problem. I mean, I'm too. I'm senior too.
For the developed
You know,
countries
you can feel
all
it.
around.
Aging is a problem.
World
And
population
when
by
people age
2100,
and we don't
still
have enough people
a
to
young
work, young people to work
but
to
the
pay
rest
their
of the world
pension,
ages.
especially when
India
you
is
have
the
pay
only
as you
country in
want,
the world
you are
which
in
can
deep,
provide
deep trouble.
human
That's going to be
capital
the
to the
biggest
entire
challenge
world of
for
an
the developed
exceptional
countries
quality.
all around.
750,000
World
Indian
population by
students studying
2100,
outside.
we still have
go up to
a young
1.5
population,
million.
while the
We
rest
can,
of the world
course, send
ages.
maybe 5,
India
10
is the
million
only
people
country in
every
the
year
world
to
which
help
can
the
provide
world
human
revive their
capital to the
economies, right,
entire
Minister?
world of an
The good
exceptional
people.
quality. 750,000 Indian students studying outside will
And
go
we
up to
are-
1.5
we are
million.
producing a large
We can,
number
of
of
course,
formal
send
jobs.
maybe 5, 10
You
million
read,
people every
stories
year
about
to help the
jobless
world
growth.
revive their
Jobless growth
economies,
cannot
right,
happen
Minister?
when the economy
The
grows
good
7%.
people.
1.6 million young people got into what is called
And we are-
EPFO, where
we
they
are
have an
producing
Aadhaar
a large number number of formal jobs. You read stories
coming
about
out for 75 months every single month, and of them, 20% are women, and in the age group of 18 to 25 is nearly 50%. So jobs are being created, but the number of people in agriculture is 45% of the workforce of about 575 million. So we've got to get people off the land. And during COVID, actually 45% has remained stagnant for 5 years. So we've got to get them off the land because they can't make a living in agriculture, transition them to industry and services over time. So we have a large challenge ahead. And Minister Jai Sinha has done wonderful work as a minister to tackle this problem. This is the biggest change in the world. We are in the midst of the digital revolution. 15 years ago, an important thing happened, the rise of the internet. Internet is a platform where you can interact synchronously, asynchronously, 24/7. We live in the world which was the industrial revolution era, where the global supply chain was created by those winners, especially Europe, which won the industrial revolution. And this supply chain controlled the consumer because it built the supply chain from the producer to the consumer, to shipping, to pipelines, to retail, wholesale, etc. Now, that advantage that you had is coming down because you're on the internet. And the internet, you can interact with each other. So distance is not a problem. Geography is not a handicap. All you need is a mobile phone and a cheap data plan, which is available for you. And you can reach out to the internet. You can get entertainment, education, health services, financial services, and you can do business and commerce. And that's going to change all business models. And I'll show you some data. 5.6 billion people in January were having a mobile phone. 5.5 billion people today on the internet. The world has come to digital revolution. And the next 5 years with AI, quantum computing, hypercloud, robotics, and humanoids, and all the nice stuff, we're going to see a very different world. And the world is going to change faster in the next 5 years than the previous 20 years. And the market is speaking. The market is good. It creates wealth for everybody. $3 trillion of market value for Apple. Who heard of $3 trillion? $3 trillion. Money has no value at all. 3 trillion. NVIDIA, 3 trillion. Microsoft, 3 trillion. Man, no. I wish we had a lot of these stocks between billionaires. And look at the top 10 companies. I think 8 of them are digital companies. So you're getting a message from the market. The future is digital. The future is the digital revolution. The most profitable companies, large number are digital companies. Apple is $100 billion. The Chinese banks are still there. We don't know their assets quality, but they're still making money. On the right-hand side, you've seen how they're grown. Fangman makes up about 35% of the S&P poor value. If you remove Fangman in the US, the rest of the market has not grown in the last 5 years. And these are extraordinary companies. And this, for those of you who want social action, is the biggest threat to humanity. I'll explain that as you go along. The US rules the world's cloud. Most of the cloud capacity is the US. Your data, my data resides in the US. The US NSA has access to the data. They know what we do, what we think, what we eat, what we're going to tomorrow. They can do analytics to control our minds. In the Indian election, many of them try to control voting by running fake images and all kind of stuff. The most dangerous thing in the planet is all this happenings with the giant digital companies, which are largely American. And as people, we need a universal declaration of digital rights. 1948, with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which changed the world. Now, we need a universal declaration of digital rights to make sure every single individual on the planet has data which is protected and which the data owns. Mr. Jayant Sinha worked on the data protection bill to create data sovereignty, to make sure the data belongs to you and me, and to make sure nobody can take the data without a permission, and to make sure that we have a redressal against the global tech monopolies. Global tech monopolies are the biggest threat to humanity. And I wish those of you who want to be activists, who want to work social sector, please take it up. This cause is very, very large, and you will save humanity at a manner nobody has done before. The EU is an aging digital colony. EU created the Industrial Revolution. The EU is not there in the digital revolution. There are only 3 countries, United States, China, and India. And the United States and India are joined at the hip and working together. The US is the force multiplier for the United States, which I'll explain. But the EU is not there. EU is lost out. The very serious issue. We need European companies. Name one digital large European company. We only have SAP in technology. It's not digital yet. Name anything else. It's really sad. We need innovation in Europe. We need more funding for young people. We need more startups. We need more innovation. We need more growth. And we need that in a very big way because Europe has to play its role to save the world and save the future, like all of you want to do. Big tech outspends to maintain monopolies. The old monopoly era, AT&T and Microsoft and Standard Oil, is all gone. We knew how to handle the monopolies. These monopolies, we don't know. The EU is making laws, which is very good, but those laws are inhibiting innovation. They're hurting young innovators. And I think that's very important for us to understand. You've got to control the big companies, but not hurt innovators. Monopolies are not encumbered by geographical borders. Earlier, you were a monopoly, you've got to set up an office. You got a ship. Now, in a monopoly, you are digital. You're there in the platform. Everybody can access. If you shut it out like the Chinese Great Wall, you have a satellite phone. And you are there. You get access. Just imagine this world. And who are running this world? The new normal, global tech conglomerates. Apple, 2 billion people on iOS. Alphabet on the technology. Android, we got 4.5 billion people. And Amazon has got all your data. And look at this data. Please see this. This is the big danger. 2 American companies dominate the digital world. Mobile operating system, Android and iOS. Internet search, Google, 92%. You must have studies in the State Business School about digital global monopolies. 92% of global markets. Meta, 79%. Cloud, Microsoft, Amazon. Digital advertising, Meta and Google. All American companies. It's the largest digital economy in the world, most innovative society, $2.3 trillion of money spent on technology startups from 2014 till 2024. This is huge. Nobody can match the Americans except the Chinese, and the Chinese are behind the wall. The future areas of competition are transversal technologies, 2 or 3 technologies coming together, right? IoT competing on the edge with artificial intelligence and biotechnology, artificial intelligence and genomics. And these are coming together in a fantastic way to change the world. And we're going to see this growth happening. And you folks should work on this area. There's great areas for you to come and apply your skills that you learn in the school here. Tech is now the lattice of human evolution. Exponential organization, old data, Airbnb, see the J curve. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Largest hotel company. And see how they did it. Exponential organization. Foxconn are automating. Foxconn has 1.1 million young Chinese girls working for them, 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week, put up in a hostel next to the plant. They went to the boss and told the boss, I want a salary raise. He said, what do you want? Work-life balance, salary raise. 50,000 girls getting replaced by 50,000 robots every year. So if you're in HR, somebody comes to you for a raise, well. I was in HR, so pardon me. Because robots now have dexterity in the fingers. They never had this dexterity. Now they can lift and do that assembly, do all kind of work. And robots work 24/7. They don't ask for work-life balance. They don't ask for leave, no holidays, nothing. Just imagine. And robots can do 60% of human activity. They can also teach you. And AI will be teaching you very soon. You'll have an more AI learning from that AI. And what are you going to do? I don't know. Maybe go row in the river here. Adidas bought back a shoe factory from China. It does a new shoe in 15 days because you can just press a button and you are 3D printing making the shoes. Additive manufacturing is taking over. About 30% of manufacturing will be additive manufacturing by 2030. And this is enormous. We went to a shoe sole factory in the valley before COVID. It's amazing, 1,500 machines making the shoe soles 24/7. And you can design what you want. And then no supply chain. Keep it in somewhere. You design in Bangalore, press a button, it prints in 8 countries and distributes locally. Just imagine the power of technology. It's happening, it's happening. Raytheon is creating the exoskeleton to create human skill. Iron Man is going to come. They're going to help construction, do all the heavy lifting. And then robotics. Look at Atlas. Robots can run 60 kilometers an hour. They can do a backflip, lies on the land. They can handle, they can spot, they can lift, they can do many things, draw a cart and everything else. This is amazing. They're all coming to market. A Japanese friend told me that the cost of robots has come down by 60% over the last 10 years. My friend went to China, a factory 1 kilometer deep, half a kilometer across, dark. He said, is nobody working? He said, everything is working, all robots. No human beings, no light. It's all mathematics. Then you finish something, then it goes out a ship, put into a truck, and the truck drives by itself. Where, I don't know, somewhere I guess. Implant chips, they'll put chips into your head. So your security, you can pass through, you can be checked. People are doing it in some countries. Then Neuralink, can you control the brain? The brain has 82 billion neurons with weak electrical current. They intersect with each other, and that is what memory is. That is what you connect. That's what you get intuition. When they connect the wrong way, you get intuition and the stroke of brilliance, right? And you come with innovation. But you can put a chip and you can communicate from the brain to devices and control devices. For people who are not physically able to move, there's something is happening. Elon Musk has done that for human beings. I don't know where it's going to end. But, designer babies. Can you change the DNA of a baby in the womb? They're trying. China is supposed to have done it because they want certain characteristics in the DNA because babies could have certain diseases inherited. You can do a better world. Or also you can make sure that you get a super baby. I don't want to crack a joke which you might find offensive, but So CRISPR is a technology by which you can do gene editing. And this is very, very dangerous. We don't want superhuman beings, the Frankensteins, to be born, but technology will go on. Now, 25 years later, can energy be free? Yeah, we'll have solar all over. We'll have wind 24/7. There'll be, solar farms all over the world, and they'll transmit energy throughout. And then we'll have nuclear fusion. I think next year a nuclear fusion plant is going live in France. Maybe in 10 years, a nuclear fusion, 50 megawatts plants all over. A nuclear fusion is easier than nuclear fission, and I think that could work and create unlimited energy. And that's something that could come. Is it science fiction? No. We are closer. Money is going in, and it could happen. But we are going to have solar and wind. And today, I think the EU is running on solar and wind and alternate energy for 3-4 months altogether. Even the UK is doing that, and UK is leading the way. Congratulations to all of you. And I think that's fantastic. Expertise will be free. The robots and humanoids are going to teach our children, are going to teach us. They're going to converse with us. They're going to do our housework. They'll be nice to us. And they'll be our company. Do we still need human beings? Of course. But, just imagine. I'm a robo, you're a robo. Fantastic, isn't it? No homework, no late hours, no nothing. The robo sitting there is taught by this robo here, and that robo writes the exam and does your work, is your own robo. It earns money, and you get money in the bank. Labor will be free because mundane tasks will be done by robots, and robots will be very cheap. The question is, what are human beings going to do? I don't know. You've got to think about it, do some research, and write some case studies. The future of humanity in a robotic world. Travel will be faster and autonomous. Mach 3, Mach 4, autonomous vehicle driving by themselves, all green, sustainability. Sustainability will be achieved by technology. It's going to happen. It's happening. It's going to happen again. Every human being will be a programmer. You just come and do some code, speak to it, and you can do what you want. You know how to control all the nice stuff, right? Coding will be very easy. You don't require to have an engineering degree. You don't require to study. You don't require to do anything. Do some simple task, and you can do what you want. Is it a dream? There's a great probability it's going to happen. And you people are going to make it happen. All of you in this room. As entrepreneurs, as business people, strategists, during your lifetime. AI agents will spam the internet because there'll be more AI agents, 10 times human beings on the internet. They're going to respond to you. They're going to do everything that you want. They'll write songs for you. They will teach you languages. They'll do everything for you. It's already happening in a big way. Wars will be fought with AI and robots. Will they be fought physically with AIs? It'll be fought playing games. Presidents of various countries will fight wars with each other playing games. And they'll have an army of young people playing those games to see who's going to be a winner. No bloodshed. And they'll send robots in the battle to fight it out. Interesting, isn't it? Star Wars coming alive. Just imagine. Creators and gamers will be AI first. They're going to create their own video. They're going to create their own narrative, everybody. They're going to be unlimited number of TV channels. I don't know who's going to watch them. They'll have bots watching them and they're doing it. Like they do it now. I don't know how you can have 4 million people on Twitter and have 2 million people, see the tweet. I just don't know. It must be bots, isn't it? I got 685,000. And I get maybe 300,000 when I make a nice tweet against Rajiv Sardesai or somebody like that. Otherwise, nobody follows. Humans and machines will integrate. You sit in front of a machine and you think, and the machines will obey you all over. It's fantastic. Panditji, you don't have to give a talk anymore. You just have to sit down there and start thinking, and the talk will come.
I have a talk to do in your phone already.
Health will improve with daily augmentation. Can you regenerate your cells, body cells? Because remember, science says, if I'm right, from the age of 30, you have less cells in your body than you had before. That's when degeneration starts. I remember seeing Tendulkar at 34 when he plays his trifle shot. And I saw Rahul Dravid get bowled 4 times between bat and ball when he went to Australia on his last tour. A trifle slow. Sehwag, who used to be so fast, trifle slow, because the body cells have come down in count and you're just not fast enough. And, can you regenerate by pumping in stem cells or doing whatever it is? I think it could work. And everybody live up to be 120 years. That is supposed to be the human span. 120 years. What are we going to do for 120 years? With no work. I don't know. Watch movies? Dull. Converse? Dull. Play games? Boring. What are you going to go for long walks? Maybe. Interstellar space journeys? Yes. Exciting. I don't know. You got to think about it. India is the next large theater of tech-driven value captures. Remember this well. India is where the action is. Digitization is transforming India. 1.4 billion people, 1.2 billion mobile phones, 1.1 billion people on the smartphone, 900 million people on the internet, consume 28 GB of data. Enormous. The biggest market out of China, biggest market in the free world. India's internet, data price is so cheap. They start giving it away soon, free of cost. Every second person has internet. 80% have internet now. 26 GB of data. Consumer-led digital leap. You can see the time spent online is increasing. US is the leader. We are coming behind. Social media hours, online video hours, e-commerce, etc. Consumer-led digital leap. YouTube, largest base are Indians. Amazon, Indians. You've got to have Indian viewers and Indian eyeballs and American revenues. You're going to be a winner. You get large number of people, and you get American dollars. Indian rupees cost. Fantastic. Startup system will create a $10 trillion economy for India by 2032, 2033 by enhancing the velocity of business and productivity. 138,000 startups, 23,000 funded, third largest in the world, $550 billion of value created. It is big. Very, very big. See the numbers. While you people are doing your master's, PhD, everything here in many exotic subjects, Indians are working hard, creating wealth and growing the economy back home. To keep everything warm for you, so you elitist people can come back to India and earn $500,000 just talking to them with an Oxford accent. Pick up the accent, okay? It works. India is the largest software service industry in the world. We export $215 billion of software. We have 5.7 million people employed. And of the top 10 software service companies by market value globally, 5 are Indian. Of the top 5, 3 are Indian. Of the 3.2 million employees in the top 10, 2.3 million are Indians. America has 6 million software people. 1 million are Indians there. Out of this 5.7 million, 60% work for American companies. Out of 10 million working for American companies globally in software, 4 million are Indians. 50% of global hiring for software in the free world is Indian. 2 years back, we had 500,000 people in technology. My city of Bangalore has 1.12 million people, 11 million vehicles, about 2.3 million people work in technology, $80 billion of software exports, 60,000 IT companies, 20,000 startups, 45 unicorns. And everybody talks about chip technology. Bangalore has 350,000 people in chip design, chip testing, and embedded software, the largest collection of chip design, fabless technology people in the world. More than Taiwan, more than China. It's enormous what is happening in that country. And when the chip industry opens up, it's going to be India which is going to be there. On top of that, we have the startups. By 2025, I think it will be 300,000 startups the way we're going. Not all have got money. Remember that, 23,000 funded, okay? The young people who are enthusiastic, who are innovators, who are putting a proposal, registered, they have to go raise capital. We don't have enough capital. So all of you can start funds and giving them capital to change the world. They'll change the world, just give them some money. So we'll have 250 unicorns by 2026. India exports more software than Saudi Arabia exports oil. We got 575 million working people, 5.7 work, 1% work, and they produce more software than Saudi Arabia oil. We have the brain power to export. We have a trade deficit in goods of 270 billion, surplus in service of 200 billion. And somebody says in 3 years' time, Minister, surplus in service will equal deficit in goods. Then the currency will become, stronger. Startup raised $146 billion of capital from 2014 to 23, December. We have all this. Bangalore is the place to be. There's a city called Hyderabad somewhere there, no? Can you see it on the map here? Bangalore, Mumbai, and Delhi. They're the 3 big centers, okay? We talk so much of Hyderabad. Good place, nice place. Babu has come back, but he's in Andhra now. He doesn't have Hyderabad anymore. So I think this large number, 114 unicorns. We got about 300 unicorns. When the checks start coming in from America with the interest rates come down, we're going to get 250 unicorns the next 2 years. It's going to happen. Unless you people start sending checks home. Please do. Because remember, we invested 146 billion in 10 years, China 832, and 2.3 trillion America. People say Indians are not innovative. Indians don't know what to do. They're poor people stuck in the past. Not true. Of the top 50 digital companies in America, 25 have Indian CEOs. How did they come up? They're hungry. They're innovators. They rule. And we got a lot more of them in India, not wanting to go, of course. But they want capital. We're short of capital, Minister. You must raise 100 billion for us in 5 years and give us the money. Now, this is some VCs are generated above AJ returns. You can see it later. Value creation, has happened. 3 years back, we got 42 billion, then 25 billion. Last year, 12 billion. This year, we're already seeing $1 billion a month. You got to put in more money, Bhaiya. Huh? Value creation, we hope to be 1.5 trillion in this area in value by 2026. We want one wave of big checks coming. Masa used to come to India and create 10 unicorns by giving checks. The poor guy has not been doing that for 2-3 years. You got to meet him and talk to him when you go to Tokyo. Indians are innovative. 6,300 AI startups. Every kid is starting an AI startup in Bangalore. 2,000 IoT startup, AR, VR, robotics startup. So AI has become horizontal for everybody, de rigueur. Everybody is doing it. What they're doing, I don't know. At least they're saying they're taking AI. I'm sure they're doing something. They're using some tool or something like that. Because if you want money, you don't say your AI first, you won't get money. Digital platforms. Everybody is using the digital platforms. India has done well. And this is important. The greatest transformation of people in human history happened in the last 10 years under Prime Minister Modi and Minister Jai Sinha. Almost every Indian has got a roof over the head, water in the tap, power in the switch, toilet in the house, a gas stove, a bank account, money in the bank, health insurance, food on the table, and education for children. Deprivation has come down tremendously in India, but expectations have gone up. So we have people promising money into the bank, takatak, takatak, takatak. But nobody knows where the money is going to come from. Certainly, Minister Sinha doesn't have that kind of money. So I think that's a problem. But look at this. Unbelievable change. It could only happen by technology. You must ask him how he did it. He was the heart of it. He was the innovator in that government. And he used technology. He gave a loan to about 40 million people to build houses, all through GPS, and it came to the bank account. Modi presses a button, about 9 crore farmers, the 90 million farmers get money in the bank in 5 seconds. Unbelievable things are happening. Be proud of your country. If somebody says India is not innovative, blah, 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 just laugh at them and look away. Doesn't matter. Digital media is mainstream, 28 GB of data being consumed. India constitutes YouTube's biggest user base. Everybody sees YouTube videos, a lot of fake videos there, but they see it all the time. E-commerce is growing fast, new demographics in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. Tier 2 and beyond will be the dominant engine because goods are available there, everything is available because you're in the virtual world. I must tell you this story. When India banned Chinese apps in India after the Galwan, suddenly we discovered 62% of our digital territory is occupied by China. See, the world knows how to defend physical boundaries. They don't know how to defend the digital territory. And the data was going to China. We banned it. Because the government of India begins in banning things when things don't work. It works 20% of the time, otherwise it hurts. But they banned it, but now innovation came up from India. But 62%, we've got to be careful of a digital territory. Your national sovereignty is in danger everywhere in the world. B2B commerce inflection point. India's stack is the greatest piece of innovation in technology in the last 10 years. done by volunteers in Bangalore, and Minister played a great role in making it happen. It has got multiple layers, open data store, UPI for money transfer, Aadhaar, eKYC, digital locker, etc. We opened 550 million accounts, bank accounts in about 4 years. 550 million bank accounts, more than the population, I think, of adults in the EU. It happened, and money went to the bank. There's about $35 billion of money in all the account today in deposits. All of them are poor people who live on less than $1,500 a year. But they got a bank account, they do UPI because of the jam trinity. And at the cost, it's taken 12, 13 years. It's not been hard work. And I remember ministers supporting us all the while, done by volunteers in Bangalore. Along with him, he went to the Reserve Bank of India, went to government, and he got it done in the ministry. It's very tough to bring reforms, Minister. You did it. And you know, he sanctioned a 10,000 crore startup fund for India. Here's the man that set off the AIF industry that has helped create 2,500 fund managers in India over the last 10 years. We got 1,300 AIFs today. World-class products are being built. If you're a young person who wants to start a company, now you can take a laptop, you got free data in the cloud, and you can use all the data in this India stack and start a company. Voila. Try doing it in the UK or America. No data. It works here in India because all of them have become public utilities. They're called digital public infrastructure under innovation by minister. Impact of the India stack, turnaround time to open a bank account is come down, open a mutual fund to come down. Mutual funds are being opened at a huge rate. We got more than 120 million people. India has gone from data poor to data rich. We have possibly the largest database for everything in the free world. China has got more. China is doing something else which you can discover. You should discover and write about it. But we're not doing that. India's banking system, top class, very low NPA, huge profits and capital being created. Only small, $2.4 trillion of deposits, $1.9 trillion, 126,000 branches. 550 million accounts open in the last 5 years. Now we got neobanks on top of this. Somebody was telling fintech, we got neobanks. Neobanks are a set of apps which sit on top of a bank account, takes all the data from 5-6 banks, consolidates, gives you a one-point view. And over time, what they're going to do is use all your data and go to people who give loans and ask them to bid for your loan. Because today, banks hold all your data. They own the data, not you. Now, minister has helped release the data for me. So I'll be free to go to anybody, operate with one bank, go to free to anybody and ask for a loan. They don't give it somebody else in the line because I got data. Digital payments, 7.99 billion to 16 billion in 2 years. Share of digital, 88% of payments are digital. I have not written a check for how many years? Of course, I don't transfer money. Somebody in my office does it, but you know. We don't sign checks anymore. Checks. And I can transfer money on the mobile in 15 minutes. You go to a rural area, there's a woman selling vegetables, 5 different kinds of vegetables, 5 different grammages. She's got the UPI there, and you just tell her, and she's got the UPI, send the money. And in Bombay and big cities and my cities, women do that. The mamu used to come and ask for the daily money. He said, "Mere paas cash nahi hai." And the mamu has become, "Sir, mere paas UPI hai. Bejo paisa." And in the court in North India, there was this doorkeeper. You know, they have this funny thing of putting up cases by clerk. Just sits here, clerk here. So, you know, you got to pay him 100 rupees. He puts up the case. But, you know, there's a darwan there with a, you know, QR code here. And sadly, it came on the internet. And then he was sacked. Study rise to no cash, 13.44 billion monthly UPI transactions. Last year, 100 billion transactions happened. $250 billion being transferred, no cost. No cost means the banks are paying the cost because minister makes sure the banks make no money. Minister said the people of India are very important, free of cost, right, minister? I don't think he likes it, but he's a good capitalist, but you know, he had to do it for the people. India is a leader in real-time payments. 42% of global real-time payments happen in India. China is behind. UK is somewhere down there. Yeah, somewhere there, yes. Credit without friction is something that we want. New digital public infrastructure is India's solution to the world. And consented data exchange, account aggregator. That means there'll be a person who's registered, regulated, who will aggregate all your data, and the data can be given to financial service providers. This is a regulated business. This is a schematic. And look at the numbers, very large numbers. Consented data exchange. How do you exchange data? Now, when minister's law comes to parliament and they approve, data is mine. Meta cannot use it. But I can give Meta the right to use, they give me money, send me some cool dollars. But how do I do it? I do it to the data exchange. OCEN is for credit. ONDC, how do you get the mom and pop shops into the digital era? You go to ONDC, by which you register, and once you register, you come on the portal of Amazon, you come on the portal of Walmart, Flipkart, and all that, and you can do business. This is a schematic. We got a health stack. 375 million people enjoy free medical insurance in India. 75 million people got their free thing done, and there's no waiting list. Just go to hotel, go to the hospital, they admit you. No waiting list. And India has got 105,000 doctors' seats. We produce 70,000 doctors a year, 250,000 nurses. We are short of nurses because they're going all around the world. But we're going to produce a human capital to take care of the world's health in the next 10 years. And we got this national health stack. We'll have the largest database of the human condition in 5 years' time. And very soon, government is going to allow startups to access that. Right, Minister? I mean, when you are there, you're talking about it. I hope it happens now. UPI moment in healthcare. No, I'm very fond of him because I worked with him, and he's a hero to me. Open protocols, Indian technology, get open protocol, not owned by anybody, by a public utility, because we don't want digital global monopolies. Because monopolies can destroy, can stifle innovation, like in other countries. They're all owned by a public authority. It's free, of course, somebody is paying for it, but innovation is coming up. Number of years, speed of change is going to be rapid. Pokemon, 19 days for 50 million users, Arogya Setu 13, that Meta app for Twitter-like thing, 2 days. Rise of Indian tech conglomerates, like Baba and Tencent, we are going to have our own tech conglomerate. They're still working on it. It's going to take a bit of time. Tatas are trying to do the same thing. They take time. They're good people. And Indians are creating unicorns globally. 90 unicorns have Indian founders in the US. 44% of unicorn founders in the US are not US born, of which India has got the largest share. Go to America, become a unicorn. Come to the UK, become a unicorn. Become a billionaire. That should be your ambition. Once you get $1 billion, you can spend the money to change the world. Or you become a billionaire, then hire all these young, bright graduates who are going to walk the street to change the world and pay them good money. You decide what option you want. Indians are increasing the growth of value globally. Look at all these people. Brilliant minds. A lot of them are left behind. It's not that the best have gone. And you can see them. Number of billionaires by country. We're getting a lot of billionaires. People give us flag. Poor country, billionaires. What is wrong? We want every Indian to be a billionaire. Become a billionaire. It's a free country, free markets. They pay the taxes. Become a billionaire. Nothing wrong. All of you should aim to become billionaires. But spend the money to improve the world. That is your buddhi. India now, look at 1,450 unicorns. United States, China, India. UK is still there, yes. This is good, isn't it? India ranks 3rd in global unicorn rankings. Confidence in your innovator. We got a billionaire innovator of a company, $1 billion company. He stays in a rural village, wears a panche and a shirt, and is doing great innovation. He rides a cycle in auto rickshaw. He's a nice guy, Sridhar Vembu. You must call him once to speak about it in his dhoti, okay? Call him next time and listen to him, how he did the innovation, what he thinks is. Population scale opportunities, okay. A robust foundation to enable innovative solutions for India's problem. India's young people are becoming innovative. They're changing India. They're going to change the world. We see huge growth happening in this country. And we're empowering problem solvers. Startups with the force multiplier in the country to become a $10 trillion economy. After we reach that, we'll aim for 20. Thank you very much. Questions? Ask me any question you want. Yes, I mean, you're going to moderate? 2 questions. Okay, yeah. Quickly. Yes, yeah, tell me.
Yes, so I just have a question about the fact that you talk so much about technology. What do you think is the next industry that's ripe for big innovation in India using technology?
Manufacturing.
What manufacturing though? Like
manufacturing across the board, yes. Because AI is going to be a horizontal, robotics is going to be a horizontal, 3D printing is going to be a horizontal.
Thank you.
Yes, Panditji. Then we'll have a lady. Yeah, Panditji, yes. He's a conscience keeper, so you need conscience. No, we're all capitalists need a conscience. Yes, Panditji.
You painted such a wonderful picture of this Bharatiya super digital highway. And some of us, like you say, look for the potholes on this super highway.
There are.
The top 5 GDP countries that you keep mentioning, that's a league table for another statistic as well. As we go up those ranks, the statistic I'm concerned about is that we have the highest rate of mental health, we have the highest rate of suicides in the West in each of those 5 GDP league leaders. What are we doing, what are we bringing to the market to prevent us joining that terrible league table?
Being 17% of humanity, we represent all the ills of humanity everywhere. We are no exception. God didn't create India alone, or Indians. We're going to have all of them, large numbers, and hopefully we'll start solving through technology and otherwise, but we got to take care of that. We need more conscience keepers who will remind us of the need to leave nobody behind. Yeah, last question by a lady, then I'm okay. Huh? Any lady, please? Yes.
Thank you. And I hear all the stats that you shared. Amazing journey by India. I see that over 1 million Indian students apply for the UPSC exam, spending an average of 1 to 2 years of their prime life for 1,100 seats. I see a stat that 1.8 million Indians spent close to $85 billion this year on studying abroad. I see a big gap in the lack of opportunities in education in India. Rohan Murthy spoke about that in terms of training and employability. What are your thoughts?
We have 1.4 billion people. 265 million children are in school, class 1 to 12. We got 43 million young people in college. 10 million graduate every year. Larger number of graduates are women for the last 3 years, which is very good. And our gross enrollment rate for young people in 18 to 23 is 28. We got to take it up to 50. We'll be 75 million young people in college in the next maybe 7 to 8 years. About 20% of our 1,200 universities are world class. Another 20% are good, others are not. No country has ever had 100% high quality education. UK has 100 universities. We check up how many of them are good. 20%, 25%. Bottom 25% are just community colleges. So we have the same challenges. It's going to take time. We lack money. We are a country of scale. There's no country of 1.4 billion people who have done what India has done and China has done. There is no precedent in the world. We are 20 times the UK. My state is equal to UK. 65 million people. We're 22 times the UK, and we are, I think, 3 times EU, 4 times America. So we have deep challenges. People are coming in, people are going. We have 16 million faculty. Can you manage 16 million faculty? We need another 1 million faculty. They're all growing. We got about 750,000 young people going. And honestly, I think of them, we must pardon me for this, 150,000 are gone for good education. They'll come back. They're in SAID, they're in Harvard and everywhere doing STEM. But the rest of them are gone for immigration. Many of them from the northwestern state, everywhere. They sell the land, go away to drive trucks or learn English or do something else, which is okay because they're seeking a better life. Can we provide a better life for everybody? No. It's going to take time. Nobody has a magic wand. We got to understand that. Nobody has a magic wand. And if anybody got a solution, come and do it yourself. That's what we say to them. We are struggling, we are doing well, we have grown very well, we have transformed India, we're transforming more of India, and we'll transform the world when everybody comes. Poverty has come down, deprivation has come down, people are in school, they're getting better health, they're living longer. A lot of good things are happening, and a lot of good things will happen in the future. Are we where we want to be? No. Are we going on the right path? Yes. Will we be there? Absolutely. The only question is when. And you are going to make it happen. Thank you.
That was such an insightful session. Welcome to another exciting panel for today. First up, we have Harsh Jain, the CEO and co-founder of Dream Sports. Harsh has transformed Dream Sports into India's leading sports tech company, delighting over 250 million fans with platforms like Dream11 and FanCode. With degrees from University of Pennsylvania and Columbia Business School, he's a tech visionary and a passionate supporter of sports and philanthropy. And guiding our discussion today is our moderator, Professor Harish Bhaskaran from the University of Oxford. Harish is a leading expert in advanced nanotechnology, pioneering research in areas like brain-inspired computing and smart manufacturing. His work is at the forefront of shaping future technologies. Please join me in welcoming Harsh Jain and our moderator, Harish Bhaskaran.
Kathy, thank you very much for the great introduction. Harsh, thank you for coming all the way from India.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I know that you've just landed this morning and you're here, so if you do doze off, we will wake you up.
Yeah, the water's here, so you can just splash some.
Great. Thank you very much for braving flight cancellations and coming here. We are delighted to have you here.
Thank you.
And this is a chat, right? So we want to know a lot more about you. And there are a lot of young people who know what you're doing, who probably have heard of your companies. And there are some dinosaurs like me who haven't really gone onto this online gaming mode, right? So if you don't mind, I'd first like to ask you to tell us a little bit about your company, Dream Sports, and what it does, and then we'll go from there. Is that good?
Sure, sure.
Right, thank you.
First of all, I think it's like a very hard act to follow. I think some of those presentation slides were amazing. If you can share the slides, that'd be I'll just like go through them for the next 10 years of India. But, sorry? Yeah, exactly. So, you know, the last, just how we started and what we do. For Dream 11, for those that don't know, we run the world's largest fantasy sports platform. But we're made in India. We're for Indians only. And like Mr. Pai was saying, you know, we kind of don't need the rest of the world's population. We have enough people. And if you solve for India, you pretty much become the world's largest player in that vertical anyways. So Dream 11 allows you to create a fantasy sports team. And based on the real life match, your chosen players score based on their real life performance. And then you compete with everyone else to see whose team scored the most points. How many, just by show of hands, how many people here play fantasy sports? All right, most of the people. EPL fans? Okay, Manchester United fans? All right, now we get going.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. So in terms of what Dream 11 does, so I've seen the brief, and you are the country's first self-made billionaire. And you have a unicorn. Is that right? Or no? You're not? Okay.
No.
Well, great. Then we correct the record. So my brief has been slightly wrong there.
No, it doesn't matter. What matters is, sorry?
Loose change.
No. What matters, I keep saying like, we have to focus on creating value, not valuation. Valuation comes and goes, and you know, we have a slight retrospective tax discussion going on.
No, I think, okay, well, then let me ask you another question, right? So you went from having formal education into starting a business and growing it very rapidly into this unicorn, effectively. What was your journey, and what are the difficult parts of that journey?
Sure. So, you know, I started this right after college. So I went, I'm a Bombay boy, born and brought up in Mumbai, and studied at Sevenoaks, actually, Kent, not very far from here. For high school, and that's when my Manchester United, I was a big Manchester United fan in like 95 on, and then 98, 99, obviously we won the treble, and that basically stuck with me for life then. 2001, I came to Sevenoaks, picked up fantasy football, English Premier League. Anyone plays fantasy Premier League? Yeah, there you go. How's your season? Mine was frustrating this time, but I've been playing for 21 years, and I don't think I'll ever stop. My wife is here. She hates fantasy Premier League and the amount of time I spend on fantasy sports. But, you know, it's one of those things that is just with you forever, right? And then I went to UPenn for engineering, and When I came back in 2007, there was this new concept opening up in India called the Indian Premier League. And I said, we have to play fantasy cricket for it. And when I went and looked up, I know this is probably not the right age demographic, but there was a thing called Super Selector in India. And we went looking up for Super Selector, which was fantasy sports, right product, wrong time. And it didn't exist anymore. So we said, I pitched to my friends, let's put our engineering degrees to some use and launch it. So after they all said no, and after the rest of the world said no, I did it anyways. And then only one of my friends was stupid enough to then join me. And then we basically went on to prove the world right, and it was a horrible idea. And we spent the next 4 or 5 years in blowing up all our money, running a services agency on the side to make ends meet, figuring life out until we pivoted and pivoted and pivoted and finally found a model that works. And then we sold the agency after 5 years, went back to Dream 11, put that money there. And then during that time, I also went to Columbia Business School, like most of you, except that I was actually going to figure out what is credit and debit, because I was an engineer and I needed to figure this out, and I would go pitching to VCs, right? Like many of you will at some point for ideas. And they would be like, what's your TAM? And I was like, I'll get back to you on that. And then I'd be looking at okay, what is TAM? What is this TAM thing? And so I had to learn a lot about the VC world and how they look at it. And it's important because when you're a builder, you can build, but you also need to build for a commercial purpose as well. They both have to meet. And then in 2014, I had the fortune after 2 or 3 years of fundraising, getting 150 rejections over 2-3 years. I had the fortune of meeting Vani Kola from Kalari. She's the only one that actually wrote us the check and believed in us. And then Think Investments followed. And then we raised our Series A, B, C, D. And in the last 10 years, we've scaled from about 200,000 users to about 250 million users today. It's been fun. So, quick summary.
Yeah, no, that's very impressive, right? And obviously, cricket is the religion in India, and it's. I have to say that for the first time this morning before coming here, I logged on to Dream 11 and I looked at the website and I was like, maybe I can select a better team anyway.
Yeah. That's exactly what everyone thinks. That's literally the problem, right? If you go to anyone, they'll be like, Rohit Sharma should have just played away from he played away from his body. Virat should have put his head down playing that cover drive, or they shouldn't play Virat and Rohit opening, they should have this combination. Fantasy sports gives you the opportunity to put your money where your mouth is and actually make your own team and show that you know something.
Yeah, no, that's very, very interesting. So in terms of the entrepreneurship journey in India, do you think, perhaps you don't have something to compare it to, or perhaps you do based on your experiences having lived in many places. Is there anything particularly different? Because everything you described to me seems like normal. You have to be flexible in order to pivot. You've got to look at the evidence. You've got to move things as they come along. Is there anything particularly different about doing it in India?
I think it looks the same from the outside. It couldn't be more different, right? I think what I like to call is organized chaos in India, right? Most of you, I see a lot of Desis here. I see a lot of Indians here. I don't know how many of you are, from UK or from India, but if you've driven on Indian roads, right? And if you have a foreigner with you, they feel like every minute their life is in danger. Even in Bombay, even in any metro city as well, right? In the rural parts, it might genuinely be in danger a little bit sometimes. But in the metro cities, you're just driving and the other guy is there, right? And you're getting to that point until which one of you will give way, but someone will always give way, right? But there aren't accidents, right? If you see the rate of accidents in metro cities, it's very, very low in India. So it's organized chaos. it just seems chaotic from the outside, but there's a very, understanding of how the system works. I think, from one of your slides, Mr. Pai, I think it was like the majority of unicorns in the US, or like the top tech companies, are led by Indians, and the majority of unicorns are non-American, right? They're migrants. Just think about it. Take the top 100, the 100 unicorns in India. How many of them have a non-Indian founder? Zero. Not one. There was one guy, I think Greg, from Zoomcar, and I think he zoomed away. I just, I mean, like, the unfortunate truth is that India has a very specific DNA and culture that requires you to be much more agile and understand the hurdles and the imperfect balance that we have, and that is your biggest competitive advantage. For any of you, right, if you're looking to start up something in the UK, in the US, the number of problems that you have to solve in an advanced economy, mature economy, are limited. The amount of opportunity you have in India is unlimited. I mean, our population used to be our greatest disadvantage. It is today our greatest strength. Our problems were a disadvantage. Today we have, in the last 10 years, I think it's gone from like 5 unicorns to 100 unicorns. The government is, throwing its weight behind Digital India, saying that $1 trillion digital economy, we're going to make it $10 trillion, like Mr. Pai said. We have 100 unicorns coming out. We have Digital India. We have the government leading its way with UPI. When I was in the UK, this is 20 years ago, the financial system in the UK of sending money was light years ahead when I was in the UK and US from India, right? We used to actually write checks, right? And used to go to the bank and deposit it. And today, we are so far ahead of the rest of the world. And thank you, Minister, for that. It's been, the finance department, the government has led from the front. UPI is something that we're exporting. We honestly laugh. I honestly laugh at a bunch of American friends who now say that if I have to send someone money, I have to go and send it and it'll come to you tomorrow. I'm like, dude, I'll just like tap a button and it's in your bank account already in India. So I think the opportunity in India is just unbelievable. Please come to India and set up shop and chase your entrepreneurial vision. You have an amazing competitive advantage that a foreigner does not have.
Great. I mean, that's very positive. Let me ask you a related question, right? A lot of immigrants actually succeed setting up companies. In fact, their success rate on an average is 3 or 4 times, I don't remember the statistics, as much as a native person in most of the other countries.
Yeah.
What if India opens up its doors to immigration for people to come in and set up shop? Do you think the success rate would be higher, not lower? Because they don't have to come from organized countries. They can come from other countries with a lot of organized chaos, right?
I think India's doors are open. We're not, our doors have never been closed. Our doors are always open. I just think that Indians will beat them, right? Like, we're going to different countries and we're taking up like 50% of the world's largest tech companies are led by Indians. I think that our doors have always been open and immigrants are coming and setting up, but it is very difficult to understand the diversity and the needs of a population of 1.5 billion people. Unless you've been in India for a while, it's difficult to imagine products which can both serve 1.5 billion people, yet require micro-adaptation in different states and different markets, and to work with different state governments and the central government. It requires a certain finesse to do that in India.
Absolutely. I often tell my friends that I don't need to understand a language to go into a country. I can communicate with sign language without knowing sign language.
Well,
and we
India,
do that,
you can communicate with numbers, right? Like
exactly.
Numbers, Bollywood, cricket, it's like...
Yeah. It's great. So, I mean, I'm going to ask you a slightly difficult question, right? So governments actually, encourage enterprise because it creates value for the economy and overall increases the wealth of the country and the well-being of its citizens. So your company obviously has, it's legally not a gambling company, but effectively it has some elements of that within the company. So are you concerned about the ethical implications of your company's progress, and do you see how it actually creates value for the economy overall?
Sure. Look, I think it's an important question. We first started when we started our fantasy sports in India, like I said, we were emulating the West. So we're looking at Fantasy Premier League and Yahoo and ESPN, and we started free to play. And we ran that for 5 years very unsuccessfully. And then we realized, it's not that we want people to put money, it's the thrill that comes with putting a little bit of money. And that's why we've also carefully devised our entire system to make sure it's not all about the money. So out of 250 million people, only about 20% of them play with money. 80% don't play with money. Out of the 20% people that do play with money, the average transaction size of a user is 63 rupees, right? It's like half a quid, right? It's irrelevant, but the adrenaline rush it gives you to have put some money there, it's not about the money, it's about the fact that you've put something and can win some money back. That creates the engagement loop that is required to engage more in sports. I can truly say that because of that, we've been able to have this massive scale of users, because obviously people have ambitions and people have this want to break out. And we've seen 72% of our users are not from tier 1 and 2 cities. The 100 cities that basically everyone here would have been to in India, only 28% of our users come from there. So India, this is really a product for Bharat. And that's something that they want. Now, if you take all our users, we make sure we keep this very much in mind, because this is something that's very important to us. 99.2%, I think, of our users have never won or lost more than 10,000 rupees in the entire lifetime of playing on Dream 11. It's not about winning large or small. It's not about losing large or winning large. It's about the engagement loop that it creates that makes you want to follow that match. If there was like a match, let's say India-Pakistan, for argument's sake, and India's winning the match, and let's say India scores 200 in a T20 and Pakistan scores, they're like 100 for 9 wickets in the 19th over, right? Obviously, everyone has switched off their TV. We've already won, right? The fantasy user isn't going to stop watching, because every ball, that last ball, the one run, the dot ball, the wicket, changes the leaderboard, and that changes their outcome. So we've successfully had a massive increase in viewership of sports, and more importantly, the long tail of sports. Our problem in India is that our sports in India is actually just one sport. And within that one sport, it's also just like Indian men's cricket at the highest level. So BCCI, Indian men's cricket, and IPL is the gold standard of sport globally, right? Some of the biggest broadcast revenues, some of the best quality of sport. But if you go and see, there's a bunch of sports fans here. I'm sure there's a bunch of cricket fans. Where do you watch Ranji in India? We don't know. Hotstar has only like 5% of the Ranji matches, you're right. They have the rights, and they still show only a fraction of the Ranji matches. If you ask someone in the US, where do you watch NCAA? Or if you ask someone in the UK, where do you watch championship football? Not even Premier League, the championship, they all have an answer if they watch it. So we need to evolve, and fantasy sports helps that. Fantasy sports makes it personal. When you make a team for a Ranji match, you are going to know the player, you're going to watch the match, and you're going to increase engagement with the sport.
No, that's very considered. So it also presents challenges, right? I mean, not particularly for your company, but in terms of if you look at global investments and Oxford, of course, we have a mandate to invest only ethically.
Yes.
How do you go about setting a business that has some oversight over whether it's ethical or not, so that, you know, just purely from a capitalist perspective, if you want external investment,
Absolutely.
this is becoming more and more important, right?
Yeah, I think it's very important that here's where the government can really help us, and we've been asking for this, and hopefully we should get it soon, is that we love to have regulations come in more and more, right? We want the government to come, and I know this is quite contrary to most industries which, you know, want to shy away from regulations, but I think it's important to address this head on and say, look, we want regulations to come in because we want to work with the government on saying that this is supposed to be for sports engagement. It's not supposed to be this win big, lose big kind of like high risk, high reward outcome. Because of our scale, we can offer extremely low risk with extremely high reward. We welcome regulations for the government to actually say that, look, these are games which qualifies games of skill, and these are not. And this is how we'll protect the consumer. It's very important for us to look at the West, which have decades of experience of responsible gaming, and say, how do we make sure that we cover addiction? We make sure under 18 are never playing. We make sure that there's psychological help for anyone that needs it. Anything in the world, anything is going to be abused, right? I think you covered that. India is no different. If you have FMCG, right? I'm not taking a pot shot at any industry, but I'm saying if you have snacks, people are going to binge eat on some, unhealthy snacks and get obese and have health issues. If you have movies, people are going to Netflix and chill all day and all night. Someone's going to keep abusing. 1% of people will keep abusing. You try to cover for them, but 99% of the people will take society forward in a way that you can't imagine.
Yeah.
So I think it's important to take that head on and create regulations that help us push the country forward with the 99% and help the 1%.
Great. I think that's good. I think the flip side of regulation, of course, is it raises the bar for anyone to enter the fray in terms of being able to start a company, right?
Yeah, it depends on the regulation.
Yes.
Either it can open up the whole sector, or it can close and make it harder even for the incumbents.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, yeah.
Okay, that's very interesting. And in terms of, let's say you have, a bunch of students here, and many of them might have ambitions of starting a company in India, and they may have many ideas, and they don't know which ones to actually suss out in the Indian context. What advice do you have for them?
How many people here, this is like a business school, right? So how many people here have ideas that they'd like to work on? All right. You've got a great investor pitch here.
We are not letting him out, by the way.
Yeah. How many of you that raised your hands have you think there's a big market that you're going after? Half or more than half. I'll just ask you to consider one thing, right? Think if your idea is a vitamin or a painkiller, right? And just think about the fact that if your user or customer starts using your product and then one day wakes up and doesn't have it, are they going to have a nervous breakdown, and can they not live their life without that? Or is it going to be something that's good? That's an opportunity, that's great. But if they don't have it, it's okay, right? And I would strongly encourage you to work on problems, right? Please don't work on AI because it's Gen AI, and sorry to refute that, but everyone has to say Gen AI somewhere in their pitch deck. But please don't work on Gen AI because it's an opportunity. I think if you work on the biggest problems, they will create the largest opportunities. If you work on the largest opportunities, you will end up with a problem. Because what happens is that you just chase an opportunity today. There's going to be someone who is deeply passionate about that as a problem, who's going to outmaneuver you, outdo you, and every industry goes through highs and lows. There is no industry which is an exception to that rule. And when it hits that low, all the opportunists will run to the next opportunity. And all the people chasing that problem are going to stay there and then ride that wave back up. And that's really when you create large outcomes. So I'll just say, anyone here with an idea, please make sure you're chasing a problem that you care deeply about, that you're willing to give at least 5 years of your life to figure out whether it works or not, where it's a very personal problem for you, has a large market if it works, because large markets are unforgiving, right? Small markets are unforgiving. When you have a small TAM, the reason why most VCs say TAM, total addressable market, is because if it's a small market, you're going to mess it up when you start. That's the one thing I can guarantee you. When you start something, whatever you have decided is a business model and the product will not survive user interaction. It will adapt, it will change, and you have to make sure it's a large enough market so that by the time you change and pivot, you haven't run out of customers. So that's the biggest advice I would say, is that just be super passionate, give it 5 years. A big problem, which is a painkiller, not a vitamin.
Great. I mean, when you said small TAM, I'm a Tamilian, I was like, anyway.
If it solves for the Tamilian population also, it's like, it's a big time.
And even when it comes to fantasy cricket, we are not Mumbai Indians. Chennai Super Kings, we trust Dhoni and go with it, right?
When it comes to, when you say Dhoni, then I can't say anything. He was also a brand ambassador for the longest time and just, fine. But Dhoni's retiring soon. Yeah. And then what happens to Chennai? There's a difference. Sachin retired. Yeah. And Mumbai fans are Mumbai Indian fans. Chennai fans are Dhoni fans.
Yeah. I'm going to grow beyond this. I'm going to move this conversation forward. Yeah. This is personal now. Yeah, one of the things you said, the advice you gave was address a big problem, but my observation is you actually addressed a passion in terms of Dream 11, because you had an idea, and it was your passion. And if you had looked at the TAM at that point, it would have been zero, because no one would know what the total addressable market is, right? So how do you balance that? How do you balance the passion versus the total addressable market?
Honestly, you can't. When most disruptive businesses are disruptive because nobody believes in them, right? If you look at Uber, people laughed off Travis about it. If you looked at Airbnb, it was literally like putting an air mattress in someone's home. Who thought you'd live in someone else's house, some random stranger's house? Nobody. Most of the new disruptive industries are actually laughed at initially. But you just have to know whether you're solving a problem and something you're passionate about. Like I said, this is one thing that I can tell you, is that it took us 10 years just to get to basic, people to know what Dream 11 even is. And that's the story behind most of the larger companies, right? The last 5 years where they've scaled and hyperscaled. You don't see the 10 years of really tough times that have gone behind that. And I think it's also important to have a family that supports you then, right? I was very fortunate to be born with a silver spoon, so I didn't have to worry about, I had a big advantage, which was that I could start something and not have to worry about my next paycheck. Not have to worry will I be able to get a salary, food, a house to stay in? And I took advantage of that and went to try to disrupt something without that much fear. But it also meant, on the negative side, is that I had to create a very large outcome, otherwise it didn't matter. So, when I raised my Series A, 8 years into the company, I raised a Series A, and I would meet people, and they would say, oh wow, you raised a Series A, great. So when are you joining Dad? Right? And then Series B, same question, when are you joining your dad? Right? And Series C, when we became a $100 million company, it was the first time people were like, what do you do again? Right? So that's the downside. But look, I have my wife here as well. She joined me sitting in the parking lot for 150 pitches in Silicon Valley, in the alley, in Bangalore, in Delhi, in Bombay, over 3 years. And I really think that we do underrate the importance of family and friends network who don't, who push you to actually like continue chasing your dream. And I think that's very, very important in your journey.
That's very well said. I mean, you need hustle and you need family,
Yes,
irrespective
absolutely.
of, yeah, very nice. Do you have any final words for the audience?
So, yeah, I know it's been a long day. Any questions if they have? I'm happy to answer.
Any questions? I'll start with you.
Thank you. So, I'm 18 and I tried raising capital even after having an MVP when I was 16 from Antlo. I had conversations when they realized that I'm actually 16. Sorry, thank you. First thing they said is, come back 10 years down the line after you failed a couple of times.
Yeah.
How do you address that? Like, I know that there are most entrepreneurs that make it big or have failed startups before, but for every one of those, there's also Mark Zuckerberg who made it big his first time, right? How do you go out and raise capital when you have a product, when you know your TAM SAM model, you've modeled it out, you know there's a market, you know it's been done before. How do you raise capital at that point? Simply because you're young and people don't believe in you.
So I would just say that, first of all, I'll take 2-3 points. First of all, you're lucky that someone told you no and didn't say this is interesting, come back to us, we'll get back to you. Because that's usually the polite way of saying no and they just keep you waiting. Nobody wants to say no because they don't want to be that guy who said no to Mark Zuckerberg when he was raising money. Second point, that wasn't Mark Zuckerberg's first stint at the rodeo. He had a couple of things before that. And usually with entrepreneurs, you don't hear about the stuff that went wrong. You just hear about the stuff that went right, obviously. But I would say that just keep at it, right? Like, you have to believe that this is something that works. You can't run a business if it is solely reliant on raising money. If it's so reliant on raising money, then you're dead anyways. Because even if you get a deal, it's going to be a crappy deal. Because, I mean, VCs are sharks, right? Like, they have to be. And so they can smell the blood the minute there is some. You have to be able to then figure it out. Like, we failed when we had to raise money. Then we built a services business. Then we learned how to make money. Then we put that money until it was self-reliant. Then we continued. It's just a grind. Yeah.
What if somebody does it before you, then?
It doesn't matter. Snapchat launched stories. Who cares? Insta stories is like way larger than it. Literally, the idea. The one thing I'd like to say, I see a lot of business students sometimes come around and say, I've got this idea, but I need you to sign an NDA, right? First of all, you are never going to be able to follow up on that NDA if it actually comes true. Which lawyer is going to be able to prove that that NDA was the reason why someone launched your idea? Secondly, there is nothing, the ideas don't matter, right? For 99.9% of the cases, ideas don't matter. For 0.1% of the case, you'll patent it, right? So it doesn't matter either ways. Just execute. All that matters is execution. Look at the 100 unicorns in India. You guys know most of the unicorns in India. Can you name me one original idea? One. There we go.
I love that. So there was one, you in this, yeah. Yes, you.
Hi. What are your thoughts on opinions trading in India, where it is right now and where it will go in the future?
So I'll give you a personal and professional kind of view. I think it mimics gambling, right? But it's not my call, which is why I hope that regulations come in and the government does decide that here's the Lakshman Rekha, here's what is allowed and isn't allowed. I think opinion trading, like I'm talking about Probo, etc., I think it mimics gambling because you are actually betting on the outcome of an event. So we're sitting at Oxford, but like by the Oxford Dictionary, which is what most people say, I think the Oxford Dictionary defines gambling as betting on the outcome of an event. And that's why fantasy sports is okay, because when the Supreme Court of India looked at it, fantasy sports requires you to put the points of every individual player's performance and doesn't allow you to bet on either an individual player's performance nor does it allow you to bet on the outcome of an event like India winning or Pakistan winning. Instead, you can competitively beat someone based on the points accumulation that you score. And so that's a very big difference. In opinion trading, you are literally betting on the outcome of an event, which is the literal definition of gambling. So I hope that helps. Sure.
So I see a bunch of startups coming up where they're literally going around this by making it a set. So for example, instead of a yes or a no or how many number of views for a YouTuber, they make it a set of 5 YouTube videos, and then that's your fantasy league of YouTube videos. So I see many mechanisms of going around that law that you just explained. How do you think if someone has an idea in that space, how would they go about navigating the legal area around this?
You don't. You get a law firm to give an opinion. You get a top-tier law firm. If they say yes or no, you have your answer, and then you can get to the races and get going. But I think the government is looking to regulate the space very soon, and they will give a line of what is okay and isn't okay. Nobody can answer yes or no for that question.
Yeah, you're in the center up there. Hi.
2 questions.
Yeah.
First, are you happy about 10 hours staying back?
100%.
Second question, so you created an industry, right? And when you do that, eventually it gets commoditized. And your industry rightfully has gotten commoditized. After you came about, there are N number of 11 circles that have come about.
440 from our last
every IPL season we get another sponsor on Sports Tuck.
Yeah.
So how do you, as a founder, look to innovate, and how do you see Dream 11 still being at the forefront of this industry? Is it just the first mover advantage because you're an industry creator, or do you need to again pivot in some form or innovate or disrupt in another way to be at it?
Yeah, it's a great question actually, and something that we struggle with every day is that we need to make sure innovation is again not just for the sake of innovation, right? Otherwise you get, there are some formats in cricket that I won't talk about given the country in which we're in, which is innovation for the sake of innovation, maybe, right?
Hundreds.
I didn't say that. But, jokes apart, I think the point is that sometimes innovation is not just about product innovation. Innovation is about distribution, innovation is about marketing, innovation is in product, innovation is about the culture you create, innovation is about the regulations that you help shape, right? So while you're growing, you don't have to just keep innovating. If something is working, just double down, triple down, 10x on it and scale, right? Like everyone uses WhatsApp. Can you name me the largest innovation that's worked on WhatsApp in the last 5 years? But you still use it, you still love it, right? Because WhatsApp's focus is timely message sending. I think the largest innovation was like groups, like I don't know, 10 years ago. They don't have to innovate, right? Most large-scale products. So our innovation today comes from solving sports problems in India. Dream 11 is fantasy sports, but India has a ginormous amount of sports problems. We don't know where to watch the Ranji matches, Syed Mushtaq Ali, Kabaddi, football, hockey, basketball. Can you believe that golf, which has a huge ARPU population, right? Like very high disposable income population in India, even though it's small, in India, small is like 1 million people, right? It's only 1 million people who will pay like $1 million each if they are given it. They can't watch golf. We don't air golf in India. Not on TV, not on digital, which is crazy. If you have to go for a sports event, nobody knows where to buy tickets and experiences from. Like if I wanted to go for a Manchester United match, I'll have to buy it on some StubHub or, I don't know where I'll buy it from. These are the innovations we are working on. We have Fan Code, which does long-tail sports streaming. That's something we incubated. They have 70 million users in India. We have Dream Set Go, which helps sports fans travel and ensures the highest quality of tickets and experiences around the globe. Like for example, if people are going to Olympics in July in Paris, we hold the rights for India exclusively. We have a play in esports, we have a play in fitness, we have a play in playing sports offline. It is very important to get our kids off their phones, right? While we still want people to play on Dream 11, our engagement on the phone is very limited. Make your team and get out. Follow the match. Watch sports. Be with your friends. Go play sports in real life. You can't be stuck to the screen the whole day. Like, that's not what we want. So innovations, sorry to have a long-winded answer, but innovations don't have to be within your product. It can be in other parts of your company. It can be in expanding the different digital products you offer outside Dream 11 as well.
Thank you. I think the organizers have told me we are time out, so hold your questions, and I'm sure you're around later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We request everyone to please be seated. What a great conversation that was. Moving on. We are delighted to wrap up today's session with an insightful fireside chat on inclusive leadership for a fractured world. We have the privilege of hosting two distinguished guests, Dr. Elizabeth Kiss and Professor Faisal Devji. Dr. Elizabeth Kiss is the CEO of Rhodes Trust and the first woman to hold this prestigious position. Dr. Kiss is a scholar of moral and political philosophy, holding a DPhil from Oxford. Professor Faisal Devji is a renowned professor of Indian history at the Oxford University. He has held positions at Harvard and Yale, and his research interests include the intellectual history and political thought of modern Southeast Asia and the cultural meanings of violence and non-violence. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Elizabeth Kiss and Professor Faisal Devji to the stage.
Well, thank you all for staying to the last nail-biting session.
We'll be very short.
Yes.
We will not go over because I actually have somewhere I need to go. But I am so delighted to be here. Really appreciate the invitation and the opportunity to be one of the partners of this inaugural Oxford India Forum, and a big congratulations to the organizers. So as the introducer said, I'm Elizabeth Kish. I am the warden of Rhodes House, CEO of the Rhodes Trust here in Oxford. And we wanted to have a conversation about inclusive leadership in a fractured world. I don't need to tell you that we live in a very fractured world. And so we at the Rhodes Trust run the world's oldest international scholarship. It was founded in 1903 here at the University of Oxford. And I'm very proud to say that we recently celebrated the 75th anniversary of the Indian Rhodes Scholarship. The Indian Rhodes Scholarship was established in the year of Indian independence. And so we have Indian scholars alongside scholars from all over the world now, you know, from Pakistan, from China, from Malaysia, Singapore, across the African continent. So I think a lot about the question of how you build leadership because our core focus is on bringing young people together who have that spark. The previous session was so interesting in talking about the importance of entrepreneurship and innovation and hard work. And those are the qualities that we are looking for in our Rhodes Scholars. And now that we are bringing them together from truly around the world, we also have this opportunity to enable them to be bridge builders, enable them to forge community and friendship, you know, across national boundaries, across religious boundaries. So I'll just share one story, and then we'll enter the conversation. But I'm very proud of the ways in which our Indian Rhodes Scholars are making a difference as leaders, as social entrepreneurs, and as entrepreneurs. But one story that I'm especially inspired by is we have a scholar, quite a young man. He was studying in Oxford law just a few years ago, and he happens to be blind. And he returned to India and he founded an organization called Mission Accessibility, which actually has had tremendous early success they actually started with Bollywood, which was very smart, in getting public services and corporations and companies to be accessible to people with disabilities. One of his colleagues at Mission Accessibility is a Rhodes Scholar from Pakistan, who also happens to be blind. I think it is something very powerful that we have young people who have a shared passion and mission. They are trying to be painkillers for people with disabilities who can't access services, but they are seeing the power of collaborating across some of the fractures that divide our world. So it is something that bringing people together, encouraging them to reflect on, we have them reflect on character, service, and leadership, enables that magic to happen, where they are not only leaders for their own communities, but they're also leaders for a better world, and hopefully one that will become a more peaceful world, too.
Well, thank you. You are sitting on a balcony at the Rhodes Trust that allows you an extraordinary view of emerging leadership globally. So in a way, you're the best person to talk to on this subject. You mentioned earlier in your comments the rise of economies such as India's and China's. And I wonder whether that rise actually is changing the template for leadership, both economically and politically. For instance, I might offer as an example, for a long time, the fact that Indian companies tend to be and still be family firms,
yes,
was seen as a kind of sign of backwardness, that eventually they would move to full corporate status where shareholders or groups of shareholders actually run the show through a CEO. But that has not happened. Indeed, the reverse. So in the tech sector, at least in its first generation, and other new industries, you see the return of family ownership even in the West, in the US and here. So that's one way in which styles of leadership are changing. And I wonder if you think that new models of ownership or old models of ownership are on the rise here, and how that might be changing the structure of loyalty, of initiative, of risk-taking in entrepreneurship.
That's such an interesting question. And I do think that there are different, we can have the coexistence of different models, both in India, in China, and in the West. I do think that the kind of values of supporting your family, for example, the kind of strong family-oriented, community-oriented values that you find in India, in Indian culture and society, can be a wonderful engine for business, for sure, and can lead to, of course, we've seen these extraordinary sort of dynasties, actually, and especially if they are porous and innovative enough to enable sort of the next generation to diversify, to do something new. You're also seeing it in China. I mean, some of the philanthropists who have enabled us to start the Chinese Rhodes Scholarship, which was founded, the mainland Chinese Rhodes Scholarship, we only started in 2016. And actually, some of the people who are the investors in the Chinese Rhodes Scholarship are second-generation entrepreneurs, several of them women, in fact, who have taken a family business and moved it into new arenas in a very kind of innovative way, but are also very, very proud of that family heritage. So yes, I do think that there are always sort of new models and that different cultural contexts can contribute to the dynamism of the global economy.
From the post, for much of the time since the end of the Second World War, of course, economic leadership or leadership in the economic field has been dominated by the Bretton Woods institutions and the templates they set. And I was just looking at a recent white paper from the UK government on lending and on international aid. And what was striking about it, some of the factoids that were part of it. For instance, China alone accounts for the equivalent of more than half of what the World Bank and the IMF lend. But in addition to that, the IMF and the World Bank are no longer the largest lenders. They're private lenders to countries. So in ways such as this, we see the coming apart of that old order. And surely that creates maybe not an anarchic situation, we hope, but
yes,
perhaps one in which new opportunities are emerging. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on this.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, I think that there are, we're living at this kind of inflection point, right? Very much shifting to a sort of multipolar world in all kinds of ways, in politics and in the global economy. And so there are huge risks around that, as we're seeing with geopolitical conflict, with kind of hot wars and kind of maybe emerging cold wars returning. But there are also huge opportunities as well. And I see that actually within the Rhodes community of what a difference it makes to have dialogue partners within our community who have very different kind of national and geopolitical backgrounds and perspectives. It really enriches the conversation. So yes, I think we have to buckle our seatbelts for the next few decades. For sure.
You mentioned the possibility of a new Cold War. And so again, as with my question about ownership coming back,
yes,
personal and family ownership, it seems on the one hand we are in uncharted territories, on the other hand there seems to be something strangely familiar about from our recent past about yes, where we are going. But for countries like India, of course, this is in a way a position that has some advantage attached to it insofar as the India-China relationship, as we know, is not a peaceable one. On the other hand, China is, if I'm not mistaken, one of India's, if not the most important trading partner for India, and it's a permanent neighbor of the country. So, can it actually afford to be drawn into these new Cold War games, especially given the fact that the American-led Western order is far more interested in the maritime dimension of conflict with China, whereas India's conflict with China is on its land border.
Yes.
So very different kind of situation. It makes you wonder whether countries like India, but there might be other countries as well, would actually resist the manufacturing of a new kind of Cold War.
Yes, I think, and I hope so, actually. I feel like Singapore is also trying to do that. Malaysia, in its own way, is trying to do that. And certainly India. And I think, India, there's enormous opportunities for India in this current context with Western companies, investors getting very nervous about China. So I think you're right that there are definitely opportunities. By the way, your previous point about kind of family businesses versus sort of the kind of traditional kind of corporate, modern, very much in corporate structure, just reminds me of. I got to know a gentleman who's part of a family business in Saudi Arabia. And they had a wonderful example of how you combine these two models. So it's 4 brothers, the father started the business, the 4 brothers run the business, but they have a rule for the next generation. You have to go out and work for a company that is completely unrelated to the family business. Many of them actually end up working in the UK for kind of Western companies. And you have to get at least 1 promotion before you might be invited into the family business. And I thought that was a really, really interesting, and then also you can't then report to your dad. You have to be in one of the other, you have to be reporting to your uncle. And of course it's women in this next generation as well who are being, entering the family business. So I think there are wonderful ways of combining the best of of these models, and I'm sure that's happening in India as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely fascinating. It's a kind of model of apprenticeship,
yes.
in a way.
Yes.
And it's not entirely unfamiliar from the trading groups of India. I'm from one of them myself. And, just by way of example, the connection with Oxford, Dhirubhai Ambani, whom everyone will know, served as an apprentice and worked in foreign firms and Indian firms in Aden. One of those firms founded the college I'm part of in Oxford.
Yes.
So we have an indirect connection, and and it shows you the interconnections. And then, of course, he returned to India to become the person everyone knows he is. So the role of the diaspora
yes.
In the making of Indian commerce and industry is also extraordinarily important, and until recently has not been given its due, because for the longest time we were looking at India-based groups. But of course these trading castes go back and forth. And do you see that kind of thing? I don't mean about trading castes in general,
yes.
but in the groups of students who you get who come as Rhodes Scholars.
Absolutely. People sometimes, of course, the Indian diaspora has been extraordinarily successful, if you think about Silicon Valley, for example. But yes, with Rhodes Scholars, sometimes people say, oh, people must go home immediately, like they want to place that condition for our scholars to go home. And we resist that because we are investing in leaders, and leaders have to forge their own path, and there are so many examples of Rhodes Scholars who may spend 5, 10, 15 years in the UK, in the US, and then return home. It's also true of our African Rhodes Scholars as well, that sometimes in order to develop your global network and your kind of be in a position to be successful in your chosen field, it actually makes sense, back to apprenticeship, to actually be in for instance, in the United States for some period of time. We have a Zimbabwean scholar who was at Gilead Pharmaceuticals for 15 years and now has set up her own research institute back home in Zimbabwe. But she couldn't have done that right away. So, yeah.
In that sense, of course, institutions like this university and the Rhodes Trust in particular have this remarkable role to play in making many kinds of things possible. And what it has made possible over many, many decades now is well known, but it changes.
Yes.
And that also I find quite fascinating, that these seem to be immemorial institutions, both the Rhodes Scholarship, they go back generations, but also, of course, this university, which is even older.
Yes.
And yet they're also the sites of extraordinary innovation. But in other parts of our societies, we see the coming apart of institutions rather than their consolidation and ability to host the new.
Yes.
So for instance, just moving to politics, since you began also talking about politics, we see all around the world the decline of well-established political parties. Sometimes, as in France, they practically disappear and new parties shoot up. Or, even more familiar, such as with the Republican Party in the United States, the hollowing out of already existing parties. The entire elite of that party was removed and replaced by another one. It's a remarkable phenomenon. And you see this in Europe, in Asia, in other parts of the world. I don't know whether we can speak about the fragmentation of the political party as the traditional democratic institution that has marked the 20th century and even indeed parts of the 19th. Or whether these parties are taken over by one-man operations, as in Hungary, for instance.
As in Hungary, as in the Republican Party in the United States, yes. That is a question and well beyond my ability to prognosticate it with any particular wisdom. It is, back to what I was saying earlier, it is this moment of real kind of an inflection point, and whether it is, we've certainly seen moments of disruption and then a return to former models, but certainly democracy is very much under threat at the moment. I think that is something that, India as the world's largest democracy, it is so important to maintain those democratic institutions and that kind of democratic culture, and are also facing very significant struggles. I'm Hungarian American in Hungary, in the United States. So, as I said, buckle your seatbelts for sure. And I know we're out of time, I'm afraid.
And because you have been so polite in sitting here all day, we were told that we wouldn't be taking questions unless there is time for one or two. Yeah?
Okay.
Shall we just collect, say,
collect
2 or
questions
3?
and then that sounds good. And then I'll, yes.
Yes. Lady. Thank you. We'll take that question. Yes, sir?
So I appreciated the anecdote about the Zimbabwean scholar. And I wanted to sort of build on that. So something we can forget, specifically the younger generation, is patience. So we want change to happen right now, whether it is outside ourselves or whether it is within ourselves. And I was curious on what are your thoughts on the role of patience as well as impatience in inclusive leadership?
Love it. Thank you.
I think there was one more on that side. I don't recall. Perhaps we can just take
these
those.
are two fabulous questions. So let me thank you both. So let me start with environmental sustainability. So with the Rhodes Scholarship, we say to scholars they can study anything they want at the University of Oxford.
These are two fabulous questions. So let me thank you both. So let me start with environmental sustainability. So with the Rhodes Scholarship, we don't.
They can do one or the other.
We say to scholars they can study anything they want at the University of Oxford. The one thing we forbid is the MBA and the MPP. They can't do both because it would. Well, let's just say these are not inexpensive degrees. So they can do one or the other, but not both. But we are looking for young leaders who are fighting the world's fight. We use that phrase, fighting the world's fight. And it's very interesting over time to see what are the topics that most animate scholars. And certainly sustainability is one of the ones that, we have a lot of scholars who are studying environmental sustainability. Some of them in a technical way, so they're engineers trying to create, better solar panels.
But there are also people who are reading
we have a Nigerian scholar who just received £1 million investment from Innovate UK for his smart grid, local grid solar power startup. We're very, very proud of him. But there are also people who are reading environmental change and management, who are doing sustainability enterprise and the environment, which was, by the way, started by a Rhodes scholar who is a professor in Oxford. So yes, it is really important for the scholar community to be tackling those big, wicked problems, and climate change is absolutely central.
There's a sort of division of moral labor.
Thank you for that. And we also do conferences, and climate change is one of the topics. I love the question about patience and impatience.
If you don't have that push,
and we need both. We do need. I sometimes think about there's a sort of division of moral labor or a division of leadership. You do need the people who are impatient with the way things are and they want change, because if you don't have that push, there isn't going to be progress on important issues. And at the same time, things take time, and you have to have that sort of patience and that recognition that to get really good work done or to tackle really difficult issues, sometimes it's going to take multiple generations. And I'll just, if I will, if it's okay, I'll close with this, because I was literally having this conversation with a Rhodes Scholar at our Scholar Farewell Party just before I came over here, because she was telling me how moved she was that the Rhodes trustees recently made a big decision. They submitted an application to the Charity Commission to change something that was in Cecil Rhodes's will that restricted almost half of our South African Rhodes scholarships to the alumni of 4 small secondary schools. Something that made a lot of sense in 1903 doesn't make sense today. But it's a big deal, actually, approaching the Charity Commission and asking for this to be changed. And the scholar said that she was so proud when she read our announcement that we were trying to change this, to open up and make the scholarship more inclusive. And I shared with her that I was on a Zoom call recently, and an alumnus, Rhodes alum, told me he had first raised this question with the Rhodes Trust.
So there you go. It takes both patience and impatience.
And and I shared that story, and this Rhodes Scholar said to me, well, you know, it kind of reminds me that sometimes it takes a long time. Change does happen. So there you go. It takes both patience and impatience.
Well, on that note, I want to thank you for your patience, and please join me in thanking Dr. Elizabeth Keith.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you. I think I just want to take a minute or two of your time. You've been a very patient audience. I wanted to say a few thanks today. I think first of all, I would like to thank our sponsors, and our biggest sponsor, Gulf Islamic Investments. And I think they've been pivotal in getting this event going. And the Rhodes Trust. I just want to take a minute or two of your time. You've been a very patient audience. I wanted to say a few thanks today. I think first of all, I would like to thank our sponsors and our biggest sponsor, Gulf Islamic Investments. And I think they've been pivotal in getting this event going, and the Rhodes Trust. We want to thank all our partners, the India Today Group.
They've been working tirelessly for the
last 2 months. Then we have United Institution of India.
I think the team's worked
and I
very
think
hard
these
for the
two
last
have played a pivotal part in us getting the event together.
And I think
Lastly, I would like to thank the Side Business School and the dean, and special mention to Tammy, Amy, and Chris. They've been working tirelessly for the last 2 months. And the team, I think the team's worked very hard for the last 8 months. They've put in the hours, and I think this was a great launch to the Oxford India Forum, and we look forward to having.
Hi everybody, conscious everyone is very keen for a drink, fresh air, and the sun is actually shining out there now. So I'm Amy Major, I'm the MBA Programme Director, and by no means is this event just an MBA event, but I think certainly our MBA students and alum, and obviously Priyansh, you're studying in another area of study, but we're really pleased to have you with us as well today. And I think I just really wanted to say a huge congratulations to, firstly to Siddharth and Priyansh, who first approached us, I think in the MBA Common Room 18 months ago, with aspirations of pulling this off sort of last autumn, when the current cohort would have been really new, and we thought, should we do it then, or should we kind of give it some run-in time? And I think, you know, having that time to really build the day that you've been able to build today is all credit to you, the speakers that you have brought, the programme that you've developed, and to the current students who have in spades put their energy behind this during what can only be described as the MBA is a hugely intense one-year programme. We often refer to it as it's like drinking from a fire hose, and they have given their energy and efforts in spades. So please join me in congratulating the working group as well, and if any of you are in the room, please do come up onto the stage, and we would love to give you an applause as well. So yeah, I've got these flowers, yeah. You want to do it? Yeah.
I would really like Tammy on the stage. Without this, there's a running joke in the team. I'm just going to keep it as raw as possible, is that if Tammy was not here, we'd be having this conference in Dosa Park, which is right across. So we really need Tammy here. I'll give credit.
And Chris Page, the man of the hour who's up the back there, there's some flowers for you here as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for joining today. Thank you to all of you.